Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, soak it out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, soak it out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 Cause I'm hungry like I never ate. No more crumbs, need a bigger plate. Stacks is high, got expensive taste. Dinner time, soak it out the way. What you know about that hunger? 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 What you know about that hunger?
Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Survival is my instinct. Caught up in the system. You better listen. Call me the champion. Champion. Call me the champion. Call me the champion. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'm gonna reap just what I sowed. It's been a long, hard road. Okay, I took a couple blows, but I'm still standing on my toes. It's been an uphill struggle, but my spirit never buckled. Now I'm back and I'ma reap just what I sowed. Call me the champion, welcome to my kingdom. Predators been stalking, but survival is my instinct. And certain men get pounced on, caught up in the system. But I'ma tell my own truth, yeah, I'ma make them listen. You better listen.
right, guys. Thank you for joining me here today. So you guys were just in Brazil. What was it like to go to Brazil and compete in front of so many people and be in such a crazy environment?
I enjoy playing in front of people. I think esports meant to be like play this way in front of people is like the other sport.
I'm excited for it, not nervous when I play in front of the crowd.
It's cool. You guys are now in Korea. I imagine you did not expect to be residing in Korea for a while. Did you guys have any opinions or ideas about Korea before you ended up moving here?
All I know is from K-drama, that's it.
K-drama?
Yeah, I watch a lot of K-drama.
Are there any K-pop people in here?
Nah.
Oh,
no,
this guy?
one.
Yeah?
This one.
Which K-pop artist do you like?
A lot. Like New Jeans, Twice.
It's an army BTS army. Nice.
You guys have just now been moved into your team house in Seoul. What's the team house like? What's it like moving over here?
The setup's really nice for the team house. The practice room is nice as well. The
yeah.
big RRQ sign.
Oh yeah, the big RRQ.
Yeah, I think everyone.
I like the bathroom.
What do you like about the bathroom?
The toilet seat, like the heat.
Oh, you got even the toilet seat.
Yeah.
You got is it the bidet where you hit the button and it shoots water in your butt? Yeah. I got one of those.
So nice.
That's nice.
Like the rocket launcher menu.
Yeah.
So nice, the warm.
When you guys live together, who's the messiest?
Maybe their room.
Maybe your room?
Who's the messy one?
I don't know.
Or is it you?
Maybe me, I think.
I think it's you then.
It's you?
Have you guys been able to get out and try any of the foods or the cuisines?
I tried the corn dogs and the chicken skewers.
Chicken skewers, okay. I've been in Seoul for 15 years, and I think about 12 of those years I was in the neighborhood of Hongdae. So I'm gonna bring you guys to my little spot. We're gonna do a little bit of shopping, go to an arcade, and get some Korean fried chicken.
Yeah, Korean fried chicken.
Are you guys ready to go? Should we head out? Yeah. Let's go. All right, let's do it. Let's go.
Can I go toilet first?
All right, guys, welcome to Hongdae. This is one of the busiest streets in the entire city. We're gonna get some chicken, but first I thought I'd show you guys around.
Cool, let's go.
We're going this way. Go this way.
Alright, let's go, Jay.
To the power of friendship! Gonna win! Woo! Oh, yeah.
Do any of you guys like to change your crosshair like all the time?
I changed crosshair.
Oh, yeah?
Just crosshair. But
Just
before I keep changing like sense, mouse.
Everything?
But now.
But then he told you to stop?
No. But now, like, I realize it that it's really bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So out of all you guys, who's the best with the sheriff?
With a sheriff? Oh. You don't think so? Then who do you think is the best?
No one.
No? Oh, everyone's bad with the sheriff?
What are you guys expecting for week one results-wise?
I think we win. If we don't think we would win, then why play?
Sure.
So, in the first place, if we think that we're not gonna win, why are we even practicing? Like, it's 100% of nothing.
For Genji specifically, like, is there any one player that you think you have to watch out more for?
Meteor, King. They play around him quite a lot.
Yeah.
They set him up a lot. If you can shut down the Meteor jet, then you'll have a much better chance already.
Like an entry.
It's a team we're quite familiar with, I would say. We've practiced against them quite a lot of times.
Yeah.
So we don't really expect
They have
it
a-
to be a complete like surprise.
Oh, okay.
6 men before, right?
It's getting late here. I want to do one quick question and kind of go around and ask you guys, what is one player on any team that you're most excited to face off against?
Stacks, I think. He trash talked to me in Istanbul.
Oh, because he trash talks you.
No, but he's joking. But
Well, yeah. He does that a lot. Yeah.
I like to one tap people that have op.
Yeah. That have the op.
Yeah.
For me, globally, Dirke.
Man, who you want to kill?
I don't know.
You want to kill Stacks for sure, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
This guy loves tech.
Yeah, Stacks.
I don't know in Pacific, but I want to win Boaster or FNS. I can say FNS because I watched a lot of the game, and then for me, he read the opponent very well.
Do you guys have, we're going to do shout outs. Do you guys want to maybe look in the camera and say who you're going to be playing against? Tell your fans to tune in.
Go, Ji.
Just like a shout out to the fans of like,
When's our
hey,
game?
we're playing like so and so in our first week.
When's our game?
27.
What time? Oh, okay. 안녕하세요. Please support us on our game this 27th. We're gonna be against Genji. 감사합니다요. 사랑해 fans. 안녕하세요. Bye. 사랑해.
All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. We're going to go to a karaoke room, hang out there, but we can't have the music recorded, so it's a wrap for us. Have a good night. Bye.
He's able to trade one kill, he's able to get another, and a clutch comes through. Genji, flank from Kuzma. This could be it! Sean! Genji! One enemy remaining.
Genji! What a fantastic beginning!
에이스랑 클러치를 동시에 피했어! 양각! 와! 짠짠짠! 야! 멘토가 잡아요! 와! 킹! 클러치 킹입니다! 잘 벌렸어 이코 여망종! 와! 이코! 아! 실바!
This is so dangerous! Meteor! How did he do it?
creeping up to the angle!
See him on that angle, so fine!
아니 오늘 킹이 끝판왕이에요!
And he's done it! It's King leading the way with the Red Bull squad!
휴식코든 갓데드는 이긴 않아요! TS가 정리를 해줍니다! 아직까지 되는 상황이 되고 이코가 잡아냅니다! 벤지! 와 실바! 이게 실반입니다!
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are live in Seoul, South Korea. We are on week 6 and inching closer and closer to playoffs. I'm your host for today in Victoria, and at the desk with me, I've got Tasteless and Will Cho. Welcome back down to the desk. I know you guys were on stage yesterday for the amazing 7 hours of games last night.
Yes, amazing. That is one word to explain it. Grueling is another way to explain it. But I mean, it was a heck of a day, right?
Yeah.
I mean, 2-2-1s in a row, and we had so much fun casting that yesterday.
Yeah.
It was a blast. It was really cool to see Detonation actually improve quite a bit. They didn't bring exactly the score they wanted, but we've seen them develop. And, of course, Zeta playing brilliantly, too. Our 2 Japanese teams, we're going to explore that. And then today we're going to be going to our 2 Korean teams.
Yeah, that's right. Well, actually, with that, let's pull up the standings and see where all the teams are at this moment. Will, talk us through this and tell us a bit about how it works for tiebreakers.
Yeah, absolutely. So first things first, we'll see, a couple teams with tied scores here. And the rules are initially you go through the head-to-head if they've already played. And if they haven't yet, or if, there's a 3-way tie or something like that, then we'll go to things like the map differential and then the round differential if it really comes down to the wire. Now, previously when we had like 4 teams together, it did actually come down to the round differential to sort out how they're ranking up. But we're starting to see it even out, right? T1 and Zeta currently tied. They'll have to play each other later on. And then right at the bottom, Global Esports and Talon are currently tied. But of course, Global will be playing today, so we'll see a switch up there.
We did have some very important matches for these teams that were in the middle to see if they could stay there, if they could try to fight their way back up. Detonation now drops to the very bottom, which is too bad to see. Team Secret also with a great performance, and they ended up tying up 3-3.
Yeah, that's right. So I think we're going to see a lot of changes throughout this weekend, and it's really going to determine who's going to stay. And some teams are, I don't think they have a chance anymore for playoffs. DFM is one of those teams.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But it's okay. I mean, better luck next time. Now, let's recap. Actually, let's recap.
That's brutal.
I don't know.
Well, there's LCQ, right? There's LCQ. There's something
last
to
chance
look towards.
qualifiers. I did predict DFM yesterday incorrectly, but I think they have a chance. So let's recap this a bit for a T1 versus DFM.
T1 versus DFM, look, a lot of us thought that it was going to be a domination here from T1. We had very high expectations for them coming into this, and this turned out to be a delightfully close match. DFM really pulled it together, actually winning one map. Unfortunately, they are still, as we said earlier, down at the bottom. They went 0-6, but on another level too, we looked at T1. We expected them to improve and really try to play up to the standards of our DRX. Or our Gen G, but unfortunately, even for a team like Detonation, they really had to fight for this.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they were really close in at least 2 of these games, Will.
Yeah.
What was it that, why they couldn't push through?
Well, I think a big thing is for one, obviously, DFM picking the split choice against T1 was a very good map ban and pick. It came to fruition. They prepped it quite well. T1 was not prepared at all. But then it came down to Fracture, and I think it was just a matter of DFM hadn't explored enough in the coming rounds where they could adjust ahead of T1. They were constantly just kind of throwing it at the wall and seeing if T1 adjusts or not, but at that point, T1 has the advantage to adjust one step ahead, and one of the ways you can see that is actually if you look at the stats, well, most of them may seem similar. If you look at the average time to the first kill, but then the average time to spike plant, DFM takes, an extra 10 seconds on average, meaning that they're not able to just get the kill and push through, right? They're always kind of second-guessing themselves or maybe getting to a longer fight. Something's just not as streamlined.
And, in their defense, I think, look, we've always known this has been a very defensive team. I think Japanese teams in general, they like to slow play it. They like to run the clock. They like to play on the side of caution. But I think this is probably their best performance while still sticking to what they've been doing so far. Again, unfortunately, it's not enough. I do think T1 is one of our more heavyweight teams. We've been seeing Detonation continue to improve. Unfortunately, they're not going to win a best of 3, at least not for now. Maybe they will in the future. But again, a good best of 3 overall, a really exciting back and forth.
Definitely. Split was their pick for yesterday, and I think they did fantastic on Split. They clearly did their homework for that, but I mean, it is what it is. Now, we had another matchup yesterday that was also close. They were very close on the standings, Team Secret and Zeta, with Zeta taking it home last night.
Zeta, look, again, another Japanese team, and this is the one that we're focusing on whether or not they're going to be able to go to Tokyo, right? There's this whole story that's been happening that was a big surprise here in Valorant right when it launched, which was that this game blew up in Japan. It's been massively popular. The viewership's insane. The live audiences have been huge. Can we get a team like Zeta to actually go to that big stage and represent? And one of the big deciding factors of that was going to be their match against Team Secret here today. And look, Team Secret, they can put up a good fight against pretty much any team. And we weren't sure if they were going to take it until the very end of Map 3, but Zeta's done it. They've risen now to the upper echelons of our rank, and they're looking strong.
Yeah, definitely. Will, what were your most notable or favorite moments? Oh, this was incredible.
Well, yeah, this one right on screen, and I think that moment, as crazy as it seems, might have actually spelled the difference between Team Secret and Zeta. And what I mean by that is Zeta, given the reps they've had on the big stages, right, in these grueling matches, clearly they are able to regain their focus to that, very last moment, just a bit stronger than Team Secret. I think Team Secret lost a lot of steam towards the end. They started making the same mistakes over and over again, whereas Zeta were able to regroup, even without timeouts. And a lot of that comes off the back of someone like Laz being your leader.
I do think that Team Secret surprisingly had these moments where they could chain together a lot of wins. I think it would have been a shorter evening overall had they not put up a good fight. So there were a lot of these moments where Team Secret was behind, but they managed to combo together a bunch of victories later on and make it close. It did seem like they got a little bit too aggro, though, in the very twilight of Map 3. But again, another fun series. It was an insanely long evening. It was could not have been closer. We almost ended up with overtime in Map 2 here with these two. But again, a real delight to cast.
Yeah, that was, you guys were working real hard in the casting booth last night. But it was really exciting, and I think stamina really came into part of the play there last night with Secret and Zeta. So it was also really cool. A lot of the Japanese fans were in the audience with 2 Japanese teams playing. Now, it's our turn to play. Because, yes, it's another episode of Hey, We're Gamers, and we've got a new game
We're
for
gaming
you.
Too. Is that our segment now? Hey, we're gamers.
Hey, we're gamers.
It's called Hello, Fellow Kids.
And we've got a new game for everyone, including you guys in the audience. This should be fun. It's utility charades. I know Will doesn't even know what's happening. He was like, what is this game?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's going to happen? It's charades, and you can either do one of 2 things, either the sound effects or you have to act it out, and it'll say on the cue cards.
Oh, it's given to us. Okay.
Yes.
And we're impersonating the ability.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it'll stay if you either impersonate it or if you can do the sound effect. You can't do both unless it'll say the rules.
Okay, it'll say the rules. All right.
Okay.
We know how to read.
And so
we'll see.
And if you want to pass and skip to the next one, you can.
Okay.
The person who's guessing is me, actually.
Okay.
So
we're starting. I'm the actor.
Yeah, you're the actor.
You're act
okay.
first. Okay.
Okay, and then you're gonna show that to me. So Victoria, you look towards me,
yeah.
right? Okay.
So the thing is, you want me to guess
these,
as many as possible. So you're just like holding them up, but the point is, you want me to guess as many as possible.
Okay.
So we got 90 seconds on the clock, so I'll need the person holding it up to look at the clock.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because I can't.
Oh, I got double duty.
So,
all right.
Okay, so I'm watching the clock.
No,
right.
I'll watch the clock.
Watch the clock.
Okay.
Ready?
Are you guys ready?
Ready?
I'm so excited.
Where's the timer?
I don't think I'm going to be able to do this.
Okay. 2, 1, begin.
Okay, and it doesn't say sound, so.
You have to act it out then.
This is actually fairly accurate.
This is Reina Lear.
Very good. Yes.
Right,
okay.
next.
It's more like that, but go. Continue.
Okay.
You want to get as many points as possible.
Pass.
All right, pass. Ooh.
I feel like this is going to be the last one.
Oh, the sounds are allowed.
Oh, it's Gecko's ult? Or is it
try again.
Dizzy? Mosh pit.
No.
It's not his ult? The shark thing?
Am I doing a bad job, William?
Keep going. Wait, can you do sound effects?
Focus on his
sound
movements.
Effects.
His sound effects were bad. Focus on his
You
movements.
gotta do sound effects.
Pass. Do another one.
Gotta do sound effects.
All right, we
if
got
it
40
says sound
seconds.
effects.
40 seconds. Ooh. No sound.
It's a flash. Is it a Euro flash?
No. Keep trying.
Keep acting.
No, keep.
Keep going. Wait.
What else can I do with flash? Pass.
KO flash.
Yes.
All right, we'll count that.
Okay.
We'll count that. That's 2.
All right,
That's 2.
all right.
All right,
Okay.
sound aloud.
guys.
Yes.
Hulk out.
Yeah.
Hawk out. What?
Bird.
5. We'll count it. We'll count it. Got it like 10 seconds. Sound aloud. This is actually
Can we
good.
do it again?
This is actually really
Is
good.
it alarm bot?
Correct.
Yeah, got it.
Alarm
got it.
bot.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right.
All right.
Not
So, was that 3 or 4?
Okay. Let's see.
But
I think the production might have
it's
it.
4
But
points.
okay, you got 4 points. Oh,
Nice
not
alarm
bad, not
bot.
bad. The alarm bot was
Okay.
good, right?
Yeah.
The alarm bot was good. The flash drive was so funny because it's actually so accurate, except for you covering your own eyes after you throw.
I'm
You're
trying
like,
to be like, I'm blinded.
"Whoa."
Like, but I don't know.
All right.
All right. So hold
All
on
right.
a second.
All right.
All right. So I picked
I want to
out.
see more acting and more sound effects.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
All right.
All right.
Will.
All right. I need space.
Okay.
All right. Do my
He's
stretches.
stretching out.
Do my gamer stretches.
That's right.
All right.
You
Make
would
sure you
not
stretch your
want to
wrist.
pull a muscle in this game, William.
No.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Are we
all
ready
right,
to go?
ready? Okay.
Countdown. 2,
2, 1.
1. Go.
Oh, KO's ult.
No command. Yes.
No, come on.
We'll count that.
Very
Yeah.
good. Very good. Very good. I'll just take the one off the top. You can pass.
No, do it. Is it a sound effect? Do it. What?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, I'm supposed to do the paper to the camera. I'm sorry. guys.
I'm going to show you a new one, okay? This is the same word. Same word, okay?
Oh, Astra's bubbles.
Yes, Nebula.
Yep, very good.
Nebula.
Nice.
Okay. This should be doable.
We do
Not allowed for sounds. This is as good as it
Is
gets.
it Breach's ult? Harbor?
Oh, man.
I feel like you're getting close.
Oh, wait, who else does it? Is it Fade?
Okay, I'll do it even better because no sound.
That
You
wasn't
look like you look like.
that was an enhancement. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, pass.
Oh God.
There's no time.
There's no time.
This one's doable.
Oh.
This one's
Oh.
doable.
Yeah, there's no
No,
time.
just keep doing it.
No, there's no time.
It's so cute. It's a turret.
Turret.
Killjoy's
Do you have
turret.
any more time? Oh,
No
we're out of time.
No time.
I think that
Oh,
could.
man.
Next one would have been orbital strike.
This was
You're wondering.
Orbital strike?
Viper's Pit. That's how she does it. She
yes.
spreads her arms out.
You know, you needed more sass in that. You just gotta be like.
Oh, I need to
And
shake my
then
head
even
too.
in the mask.
I need to be
you
like,
went like,
ooh. Yeah, but then she was
with
like,
the
"You're."
that was the
mask.
Viper's mask. Yeah.
Ah.
I tried. I only got 3. I spent too much time on the Viper's Pit.
I liked the effort though. I like
I
the
tried.
effort. I like the effort.
It was fun.
Honestly, we could have gotten 4, but my turret was so good, she just wanted to watch
I
it for
really,
longer. That's
that
what
was
it was.
partially my fault. I really enjoyed it. It's really cute. I think that someone please clip that and make it into like a little video.
What was the one that you could get? Was it FaZe's Prowler? Was that the one that I?
Yeah,
that
the
was
Prowler.
Prowler was the one. I
So
was
his
trying-
motion was good, but his noise was much more like Gecko's abilities. So
Oh.
his noise actually
Yeah, you're
threw you
right.
off.
I did. I think my
It's like
throat's
a-
a little shot from yesterday. I'm not able to do the proper sound for the Prowler ability.
All right, well, that was a lot of fun. I kind of like that
Yeah,
one.
no, that was fun.
It was
a lot-
good.
It was less stressful than the math one yesterday.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, we are going to go to a commercial break now. When we come back, we are going to jump into our first game, the GGs, Gen G and GE. So don't go away. We'll be back in a minute.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we got Will and Tasteless. We just did a little game of charades and sound effects.
Yeah.
But we're going to go into the first game. We've got Global Esports versus Gen G today. Now, both teams have a pretty extensive roster, so I'm kind of curious who's going to be playing today. First up, we got Global Esports.
Yeah, Global Esports have got a huge roster here. Obviously, SK Rossi wasn't able to get in until a couple weeks into our season, but finally the whole squad is here. They've had a lot of different rotations of lineups. They came into this with very, very high hopes. Unfortunately, their score is pretty poor. I do think their performance inside the games has been a little bit different. I think they have been improving, I guess, as all these teams have been improving. But this is going to be definitely one of the toughest weeks here now for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Going up against a team like Gen G, who has proven quite a bit of consistency. You know, not 100% there yet, but Gen G's also, I think, really proven that they have their own style. They've really studied it. Meanwhile, Global, also, the reason that this is a team that a lot of fans are saying, you know, the best team to never win or now with just one win is because they've been very consistent in the style they've shown. What they're good at, their strengths and weaknesses have been very consistent. It's just that they're always missing that 2% towards the last couple rounds, and we'll see if that can change today.
That's right. SK Rossi only started playing, I think, last week, right? Or the week before, and that's when they got their very first win.
Maybe 2 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah.
For their very first win for Global Esports. And we'll see if it carries through. I think they have a pretty good lineup today, pretty solid one. But let's look at Gen G's starting roster, because they also have like Echo, who comes in every so often. Oh, okay. We got Goddead, Sylvan.
I mean, the truth is with Gen G, this would be, you know, if DRX didn't exist, this would be the only team we would be talking about out here in Korea. They played incredibly. These are a lot of the best players that we had in the first few months of Valorant in Korea. They've stayed consistent. Obviously, Gen G, a major org backing this with very high expectations. I think they've been able to fill those shoes. And only to DRX do they seem to be... let me rephrase that. Only DRX seems to be able to take them on. If Global Esports could win here, it would be the most important and biggest upset yet, because for Global Esports, I think they're strong, but they are falling down to a dangerous zone here in the overall score. And with Gen G, I do think they're going to come out on top here.
Yeah, and for Gen G, I mean, here's the thing is that if they lose today, suddenly they're not really feeling too confident about keeping that second place spot and getting that extra bye in the playoffs, right? They're really vying for that right now, only losing to DRX, as you mentioned. The starting roster going to be Sylvan and Goddead instead of Eco, so that gives us a little bit of an idea in terms of the agent composition and potential first map, but of course we'll have to wait and see how that comes out.
Yeah. Let's also discuss some of the previous games. We touched upon it. So they both lost their last games against Paper X and their RXs, respectively. DRX and Paper X took those home last week. So Gen G was playing against DRX. It was a 1-2, and Paper X was against Global Esports, and it was also another 3-game, another long night.
Yeah, I mean, last week, I think one of the big storylines we had running was like, okay, these are so far the two best performing teams, DRX and Gen G. Who's actually going to come out on top? We expected DRX. They did do that. But at this point in time, it's kind of a moot point for them. I think Gen G just wants to keep on executing, playing cleanly, almost treating the rest of this tournament more like a training ground and less of a competition, because they're probably going to be graduating to the next step and moving on.
Yeah, meanwhile, for Global Esports, I mean, this was a game where a lot of people thought, okay, there is a chance, while Paper Rex is a very strong team. I mean, Global Esports, they've shown that they're finding the sturdy formation. But at the end of the day, the firepower from Paper Rex just proved to be a bit too much. But they still took a map off, and I think, again, a lot of this was off the back of Global Esports, the individual players. We've seen the high potential they all have, and now it's just how much more consistent can you get. Aaron's calling has been good, but if you can really make sure you're all performing individually at the same time of carrying out all those calls, the mid-rounds, and the reads that Aaron has, Global Esports, again, could still continue to surprise us for the rest of these weeks. I mean, only 4 more matches, including today, but that's enough for Global Esports to have a chance to go into the playoffs.
That's right. Let's look at some of the stats between these two teams as well.
Yeah, just taking a look at the numbers, obviously, for Gen G, mostly staying up near the top, but for Global Esports, I mean, you look at the pistol round win, they're still #1, right? And I mean, that's, I think, the most incredible thing about them is that the reason they're able to challenge so many of these teams is because they get the early lead, right? You get the pistol, and then, sometimes not always the next round, but oftentimes you're starting with a 2-0 lead in each half. I mean, that's a great place to be, and that also goes to show aim isn't the problem here for Global Esports.
Yeah, Global Esports has had a very poor conversion rate after getting their first kill, which is a pretty bad sign in general. Usually if you can drop one player early on, then you should be able to kind of combo that into a victory. So there's been a little bit of inconsistency here with Global Esports. I'm not sure exactly what the issues are inside of that for them, and if it's miscommunication, do they over-aggress after they start to pick up a lead? I don't know, but they're going to have to make some fine-tuned adjustments, especially against I think a team that's just more well-calibrated like Gen G. Yeah,
I'm actually really curious because while Global Esports is sort of getting things together, and I do know they needed extra time for an adjustment period. And Gen G being one of the, the second strongest team on the entire Pacific roster right now, and the second just to DRX. But, we've become quite familiar with their gameplay style. I wonder if G has been doing their homework. They've been studying up on Gen G right now. That could give them an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, let's just take a look at how their maps have played so far. It's the fact that Global Esports, their strategy, their reads, and their mid-rounding has been fairly good. In fact, we've actually praised it more than a lot of the teams here in Pacific. So I would not be surprised if they have a good read. Now, the big question is Gen G plays the style where they're constantly fishing for info before they strike. Same thing on the defense. They will not overcommit to any sort of rotation or hard utility. So now, Aaron, if you know that style, what's your answer to that? I think the question is fairly obvious to everyone watching Gen G's games, but curious to see what Aaron's cooked up to say, okay, well, this is how we bait them into falling into some of our traps.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they're going to be trying to fish for information, can you send out a false message? Can you create a red herring? Can you make it so that they misread that and maybe they overextend? But I think you're 100% right, William. I mean, they're very good at probing and figuring out, okay, is this safe to move in? And if not, then we need to relocate.
Yeah. Let's pull up some of the key players in comparison. Let's talk about SK Rossi and Meteor. So Rossi, everyone's been waiting for Rossi and Lightning to get into town, and he's been performing all right.
I mean, Rossi is such an inspirational player. If you haven't seen his biography, or like a short biography about him on YouTube, I believe it's actually on the team's YouTube page, but I mean, it's an incredible story, and it's a reminder of just how big and global Valorant has become. Reaching all parts of the world. The fans in India and around the world love this guy. He's charismatic. He's funny. It's too bad he wasn't able to get here in week 1, but it looks like he's already become very comfortable and relaxed and ready to take this on. Obviously, Global Esports is going to be hungry coming into this. I do want to point out, even though pretty much everybody's predicted that Gen G could take this, it is possible for Global Esports to win. It could be an exciting close match. It could be an upset. And if so, I think it would be on the back of Rossi.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree to most of that extent, especially because I actually think Global Esports is that one team here in Pacific that you could always say has a chance of winning no matter who they're up against. I mean, they even took DRX to overtime on that split, right? And it's just the way they play, the potential they have. Now, Rossi, here's the thing. Since he's come back, yes, there are still moments where he overheats a bit, but clearly the mechanics and his comms with the team have been very good. The support system with Bazzi, oftentimes as that Sky, has been solid. Meanwhile, Meteor, we looked at the stats earlier as well. Actually, Rossi being a bit more ahead in terms of overall damage and ACS, granted, not as many games, but at the same time, Meteor's first blood percentage is right where you would want it as your main entry, right? He's getting, 20% of the first bloods in the games that you're playing. He's opening up the sites for you, whereas Rossi maybe not having the same impact in terms of the number of kills and the types of kills he's getting. So that's why I kind of voted for these two players as a key player, because while Gen G is no longer only relying on Meteor, I think their goal is to just kind of jet diff SK Rossi. I think Meteor also individually would want that. He's got a lot of pride in his jet play. I've talked about this, I think, once before, but back at lock-in, like, he was getting upset because Brazilian fans were telling him he's not going to be as good as Aspas, and he was like, I took that personally, and then he did the double up draft over on Pearl and took Aspas out. So that's the type of player he is. And he's seeing kind of the fame and the rallying around SK Rossi. I think Meteor's going to want to say, listen, you're great, man, but I've been here longer. You know, I deserve to be the jet that shines in this matchup.
That is interesting to know. I mean, you know, Gen G's playstyle, again, a lot of the Korean teams are quite conservative. Most of them. DRX is sort of their own category. But I'm surprised to hear that ego could be that little push, that pride to be the Korean jet to you know, help defeat global esports.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this is a little bit driven by ego, right? I mean, you're getting also, there's been a lot of just talk in general about Korean jets. They're so good, and who's actually going to have the best one. But look, coming into this, I think it's going to be, with Meteor probably playing a pretty clean game. I think Rossi's been very explosive, but sometimes overextends, sometimes gets a little bit too aggro. But, you know, like I said before, I think global esports, they can win this, and if they could, that would be an insane upset. That would pull them into a safe zone moving forward. Not all these weeks are created equally, okay? And especially a week where you're going against either DRX or Gen G, you've got to figure out, okay, can we win? It's going to, if possible, it's great. If not, there's going to be easier weeks ahead.
And just to add one more thing, as we were talking about Rossi and how he tends to overextend sometimes, not as much as before, I think that's perhaps also what Gen G's hoping for, right?
Yeah.
Again, they like to wait for that information. They'll be happy to wait for Rossi to step out just one step further, take him out, and then make it a 5v4. I would imagine that perhaps the map bans and picks also goes in favor of that. Gen G perhaps avoiding the Raze maps, because Lightning Fast is much more reliant on his utility to just gain space. He plays a lot more passively on the defensive side and only entries when he needs to. So Gen G may be trying to use this against global esports and say, we know what Rossi likes to do. We know what you guys rely on when Rossi's playing that jet. We'll just wait for him, make it a 5v4.
That's interesting. And you're absolutely right. I think it was Lightning Fast on Raze on Split when they first got into town. And he was brilliant at it. Do you guys have a favorite jet, actually? A favorite jet in Pacific? It doesn't have to be Korean of nationality.
A favorite jet?
Depp's also amazing at jet, even though he's been playing Raze.
I don't know if I have a favorite per se, but I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Like them all?
Yeah, I mean,
do you have a favorite?
William?
Ooh, I mean, I actually think I'm kind of in favor of Meteor. Just because I think the drive that he has we can continue to see that improvement.
Yeah.
But I mean, they all have different strengths, right? Depp, I think overall as an entry, perhaps much stronger right now.
Something's had some crazy moments.
Yeah, something in
Foxy
Jet on
9. The operator.
Yeah, they have highlights.
These aggro jets where it's not just about in-air play, it's about actually dashing forward, getting in there, getting operator shots, getting right back out. So
I mean, something is also an amazing jet, and I think when he made his first appearance on Pearl. Or I don't know if it was his first appearance, but that was my most memorable one.
Yep.
Anyway, with that, let's talk about our predictions for today. I think most of us are on the same page for this.
I think at the desk, yeah. I think we all went with Gen G. I think it was only Quack
for the whole day.
For the whole day.
That's on the other side.
Yeah, I open up my Twitter feed and I'm like, oh, why are they attacking me? And I'm like, no, they're attacking Quack. It's okay. Because he's the guy that predicted the unlikely teams to take this.
I mean, here's the thing. I think the first match, Global Esports and Gen G, much higher chance of Global Esports making this upset, but it would be an upset. We'll just say the facts like it is.
Yep.
Again, the burden now comes down to Aaron and the coaching staff and the team of how much have you studied Gen G's patterns, because Gen G's going to wait to trap you, so you have to use that against them. It's a very curious mind game situation between the two teams.
Yeah, I think seeing the Global Esports roster just now, actually, I think it's going to be a lot closer than what I first originally anticipated. I think that's a really good lineup that they have going on today. So maybe Quack's prediction will be right
Could
today.
be. He could be the genius
There's
today.
been these moments where someone's the genius. Like, it's the person that actually picked, was the least likely team. And it goes to show you this is a very close competition. So,
all right, let's go to the stage and watch them come out. VCT Pacific, and we're seeing the matchup of the GGs, Gen G, and Global Esports. And man, I love this stage.
What is going on with Texture coming out here?
Well, got that too. They're both a little confused.
They're like bumping into each other like the Three Stooges. That was hilarious. Oh, and look at the pants on Rossi.
I
like it.
Fancy pantsy.
Looking ready. Meanwhile, Meteor's got that Gen G jacket, the varsity jacket on. I love to see those as well. The teams have really been trying to rep their own styles. You love to see that. And now the IGLs. And man, I mean, both of these IGLs, I think, they've had a lot of praise in their own regions, and now it's time to kind of butt heads against each other, see who comes out on top.
It's cool to see Aaron holding that hot pack. That's really common, especially in Korea. These players, you get them in pharmacies. That you shake them up. They're full of this kind of sandy stuff, and it heats up. And a lot of players feel like they can play better when their hands are warm.
It's
so
true, though.
The blood going in there.
But have you ever played in a really air-conditioned room and your fingers get really cold? It's like
and on top of that,
your
sometimes
skin
you're not.
stiffens.
Sometimes you're not really breathing properly if you tense up, and that's why your hands can freeze up. So just trying to make sure that you're in the best condition. Now, actually, funnily enough, in the past we've had Goddead bring his own fan, like a portable fan to the stage because he gets too hot on stage.
Did you see the video of DRX with the hair dryer they brought?
No.
Brazil. They brought it because they were sweating on the mouse pad. And so they had a battery powered hair dryer, which makes me wonder if eventually we're going to get to the point where there's going to be gamer RGB light hair dryers for events that pro teams can get, you know? We're only a few years from that next step in gaming periphery.
I think that's in the realm of reality, RGB hair dryers. I feel like that's something a certain brand would do.
Yep, 100%. There's a couple brands that come to mind, but here we go. The team's huddled up, and I mean, I think there's less pressure for Global Esports, right? If you win, absolutely amazing. But as long as you play your game, you are able to prove to yourselves and your fans that you're still improving. You've still got 3 extra games afterwards where you can still make a chance for the playoffs. It's not guaranteed, right? But you can still try to write your own destiny. Meanwhile, Gen G, I mean, it's not just about, making sure they stay in the playoffs or get that second place spot for the bye. But again, it's kind of the pride on the line. I mean, we saw that video during the break or the pre-show to the overall broadcast today of Gen G, them making their own kind of hype video about the legacy of Gen G and what they're building towards here in Valorant on top of the other esports titles they have. There's a lot riding on the line, and they've built a superstar roster with Korean players to make it happen. They would love to be able to make sure to say, we only lost to DRX, and we're going to meet them again in the playoffs.
Okay, so Fracture's going to be the first ban here. That's from Global Esports, which is going to lead us to see what Gen G takes out, and that's going to be Split.
Yeah, no big surprise here. I think Fracture, a great map for Gen G, Split, a great map for Global Esports. So just countering each other's strengths, and Global going to go ahead and pick Pearl.
You know you're going to see that Jet face-off on B-Long.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Always.
And the Lotus.
More Lotus. It's going to be a Lotus kind of weekend.
All right, so yeah, we're going to have our newer maps to start this off. Ascent then goes back into the ban. That's for Global Esports.
No bind.
No!
I was waiting for that. I'm curious to see who the first team is in Pacific. We saw it earlier in Americas, but we'll see if any teams in Pacific pick it before the playoffs. And then it just goes to Haven. I'm a little curious about the Pearl pick. I know Global Esports likes it as well, but this is also another map where Gen G can kind of play to their own styles, especially King seems so comfortable on Pearl. So I'm curious. I mean, B-side is the hot spot on Pearl. What has Global kind of prepared here to battle through King's setups, right? And to break that site open, make sure they can get a safe plan.
I'm excited. This is going to be a fun one. Global Esports, they've said in the past, they feel like their biggest obstacle is really themselves. So if they can not get in the way of themselves and just do what they practice, they should be fine. Let's take a look at our lineup.
Okay, so no Viper on the side of Global.
Yeah, look at that.
Interesting. Yeah.
All right.
A bit of a change here. I mean, the Astra Viper has been the go-to for a lot of teams, or the Harbor Viper, but you're actually favoring double initiators, so KO and Fade. Now, Basi's always been playing that Fade, and Monyet now going with that Astra. So we've seen this from them before as well when they were playing with Ronsky, who's been playing that KO primarily for the team. Curious to see how Aaron combats this for the team, continue to really get that info. Basi could probably continue to be paired with Rossi for that Jet.
And it is also, I have to note, not Monday when GE gets their Monyet Monday buff.
Oof.
I hope he still has his crazy Monyet aces. Goddead on the mean hand also is not buffing up with the tissue. I think we're ready to go into map 1, and for the audience, I got a game for you. Guess who our casters are today?
It's not me.
It's us! Oh my god! I hope that you were able to guess in that very short span of time before we started talking. Hi, I'm Achilles, that's Quack, and we'll be guiding you guys through today's action. Desk already talking about it. Got the single controllers still here for the side of Global Esports. Since they've gotten this iteration of the team together, this multinational roster, we haven't seen them playing Viper on this map. It's been something that they've been straying away from.
They've been playing this exact composition. They played it against Paper Rex last week. It didn't really work out the greatest.
Yeah, obviously a couple of adjustments here. We do have texture back into the map. We saw Ronsky last week versus Paper Rex. He was the one piloting that KO. And now that texture's back in, we have been seeing him play this Sentinel role. So we find him now taking up the Killjoy that previously we saw Aaron running. We'll see if that makes a difference, because so far, Aaron, granted, tough opponents, only a 25% win rate when he's playing the KJ. So.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that was the statistic. But yeah, that is a pretty tough thing to work against. But I will say, against Gen G on this very map, I think there was some kind of a gap or weakness that Global wanted to exploit, seeing as how DRX took the win against Gen G on Pearl rather swiftly. I mean, remember how Buzz played Killjoy here?
Yeah. One of the biggest concerns that I do have for G, and we'll see if they're able to counteract it, is if Gen G wants to come out here swinging, go really balls to the wall with their aggression, that's something that they were not able to contend with when they were playing against Paper Rex.
That's right. But we are starting on the defensive side, at least for Global. So just some standard positioning so far. SK Rossi already opening things up.
Yep, nice kill, taking down Meteor, and that's that aggression dealt with. Nice quick stop to it. Meanwhile, the rest of the team creeping over towards A. Alarm bot set up right in the archway here. Obviously, will get spotted rather quickly as TS creeps his way forward.
Texture is the only one here, so that's going to be crucial information.
Well, already gets the dink onto one. Nearly sets up for the kill on the TS as well. Survives with just 10 HP. He's going to swing around towards Secret. Does spot Monyet.
Decent trade.
Spike planted.
Coming in. Everyone on their way.
Oh, no. Trying to get himself up into the smoke. Not going to work out. Turn on the flash. Godhead swings out of the smoke, and he's going to manage to find both. And Bazzi now taken down, but as he regresses over towards the site, Rossi, good for a second kill, and that leaves Sylvan all on his lonesome still on the rotate. He finds the headshot for the defuse. It's being held. He's got to push the corner, and it's not going to be fast enough. Sylvan will be the last man standing, but it's Global that take away the pistol round win.
That is still a pretty good win to start off things. I mean, SK Rossi getting the first pick on towards Meteor. That guy's not going to be too happy about losing that first Jet duel. I think he's going to come back with blood on his hands. On to the next, though, of course. I mean, it's just the way that you actually waterfall and collapse onto it. I think it was so crucial that Texture took off at least one pick, and he did. And of course, with Goddead with that flash, was pretty amazing, but still, the numbers will prevail.
Let's see. Spending down for the most part here. Is GE a Marshall in the hands of SK Rossi as he continues to be postured up now at A. Shifting position, trying to see if they're going to creep their way over towards that site again. But for now, widely avoiding him. And yeah, you don't want to rejiggle that one.
Too much. See that they're kind of falling back to position. Aaron trying to swing off contact, but not going to happen.
Nicely done there. I mean, pretty much all of these players on Gen G, ooh, she get that Sheriff in their hands. They can be dangerous. Monyet taking the tag down now to 49 health. Nearly surviving as Bazzi puts it in close contact, but Meteor is ready for it. Scopes in, instantly finds the kill. And suddenly Gen G are in a very good position to seal away this eco round. Monyet will go ahead, shut one down, and Sylvan pushes off the back of the fragment, actually pushes through. Wants to be able to recover that weapon once the snake bite is gone. As Texture goes charging forward, finds one, interrupts the plant, but TS has covering fire. Takes him down. Spike now on the ground, and that leaves Rossi on his lonesome on this flank. Finds one. Does take a shot from the Sheriff down to 82.
They don't have armor. Any shot will do the trick. So Rossi, as long as he's crisp, he's good.
Need to make sure that he can't isolate these fights here. Not dead. A little bit of a wider swing for him. Sylvan taking a couple shots, both of them down low, but the flash is going to be good. Goddead will have the finish, and Gen G managed to turn their tide around.
And that's how you want to play this. The Thrifties are still so good. Rounds which are, kind of yours to lose. Gen G still has what it takes, just because of how sharp, how smart they are. Meteor knows exactly where to look, exactly where Bazzi would appear from. Not just him as well. I mean, the way the first pick went, the way they actually continued to push into B as a team. Global Texture, I could see what he was going for, but it was just way too difficult to take on 3 opponents by yourself.
Yep, and that's a brutal start now. Back to classics. Most util, though, is here for the side of GE. Looks like maybe just a single flash missing there from Aaron, but here comes the crunch in the mid. Goddead and King having this crossfire is just brutal for him. It's one after the other. Now 4 players gone. Bazzi the last man standing. And at this point, you kind of just swing out. CS will go ahead, pick up 2 in the round. That's already that Cosmic Divide as well as the Null Command online here for Gen G.
I don't know if I'm a fan of that one, Achilles. That was just a really, really tough round to work against, especially with the fact that you only have classics. But you would have hoped that maybe at least Global held some off-angle positions, one and dones, rather than just everyone peeking mid and all against the rifles. You're just running into a firing squad. Yikes.
Rossi now does get an AWP in his hands. What use he's able to find out of it. Flash over the top, not going to spot anything. Double flash. Just to go ahead and try to clear out main. Oh, he does get the connection. A lot of shots through the corner of the wall. Sylvan going to be knocked down to 32, and obviously as this guy cannot self-heal. Now, Null Command going to be popped. Rossi unable to dash out of here. Has to just go ahead and pull back, but even the smoke timing, the Nebula gets popped. This dissuade them from pushing forward. Suck timing as well. They pull him into the center. Bazzi able to shut down Goddead for the moment. Rossi finds the follow-up shot. Sylvan going to be taken out of the fight. Just go ahead and try to cut off its backside position, and Meteor spams through. That's Rossi dead dugout. The res in the meantime comes in, but oh, what a transition. Aaron, somewhat lucky to get that headshot out on the Meteor. Finds the second kill. Monette will be there to finish the job, and now needs to go recover the operator. A couple seconds left to do so. We'll be able to get it. Last man standing barely scrapes by. Those GE, but they managed to tie it up at 2-2.
A little bit close, but thankfully Aaron was there to get the spray. And this is one of those rounds where you really have big information to work off of. You can see that Gen G were trying to set up a bit of that split push, but really, with that well-timed Nebula coming in from Monette, it really saved Rossi. Rossi was able to find one more pick, and Global were just able to come back in for that kind of sight contest. 2-2.
Get out of my way.
2-2 in the buys. Somewhat similar. The Econ definitely shifting a little bit more in Gen G's favor at the moment, but that operator still held. And Rossi is still somebody that needs to be feared. Granted, he is in the opposite side of the map for now as Meteor looks to entry. Just double up, drafting up over the top, drops down, and Texture is there, ready to receive.
Oh my god.
Takes him out, finds a second, turns away from the flash just in case it hits, and now they get the haunt reveal on the 2. Spam through the wall, just trying to get it. King knocked down to 83, but Texture unable to find a third in the round. Aaron will take out TS. King. Spike now just about being brought into A, and King trying to get the timing around the back towards spawn, but ends up getting peeked and taken down, and Monette will have the finish once again, denying the spike plant, so that extra money not going to be found for Gen G. Global once again establish a lead.
And it's going to be a loss that's felt by Gen G at the very least, but I mean, it's the same sort of execute almost, just a little bit faster, and if anything, Global were already prepared for this. Rossi, yeah, he might have been on the other side of the map, but he was just arriving on time. Everyone already knew what they had to do, especially on this site, so it's just kind of slim pickings, and we'll take them down one by one.
Nicely done. Bold push out of that smoke from Texture. Could have been met with death, but ends up coming away with 2 kills, and very much keeps him in the round. Looks like GE looking to up the pace again. Trying to challenge here in mid, but they will go ahead and back away before they get in too deep. Well, Art ready to be assaulted here. Shots through the door. We're looking for it. Pop flash over the top. Goddead able to break contact. Swings away in the meantime. Texture picked over by Art. That site anchor gone. A site completely left open now.
Yeah, your utilities rendered useless, and at the same time, Global's just trying to contest and go aggressive, trying to block off this B-Link area that Gen G are trying to explore. Maybe anticipating a push, but it would not work well for Global.
The timing.
Work off the distraction of the Haunt.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautifully done. See it all the time with Sova darts. Why not the Haunt? Pulls the attention, the headshot comes through. Still the man advantage is here, and oh, Rossi, does he get timing? He hears the dog, and TS just continues to swing out, finds him. The up now on the ground, A site completely opened up. It's Bazzi and Monette to try to get the clutch. Bring them back into this round.
30 seconds left.
That leaves the 2. It's going to be tough because you already have the site, you already have the positions covered, angles held. And if anything, Sylvan just falls back, gets more information, buys enough time for his team to set up. They already have this crossfire.
He's only seen one, so they don't necessarily know that both players are approaching from this angle. That's why they're still going to be watching back over towards Flowers. Good for the season back sight. Jet does get tagged by it. They are running out of time. It looks like the call might be made to just go ahead and save as they continue to back away over towards mid. The money still a little wishy-washy. They have enough for the buy going into the next round, but want to be able to hold on to the weapons that they have. So they'll have to concede this one and allow Gen G to tie things up at 3-3.
Might as well. 3-3, not so bad. We definitely want to... Oh.
Okay.
Still a little trade.
Given TS his money, you don't mind that at all.
Yeah.
Looks like King, though. He swapped over to the operator, so they're going to look to put this in the hands of Meteor on the attack.
The other side, and that could be that B-long duel that we're all watching and waiting for, SK Rossi versus Meteor. But again, I mean, it's one of those things where you just kind of want to get a feel and understand how Gen G might want to approach it. For the past couple of rounds now, we've seen them head back towards A main. It's a simple push. It doesn't really work out. So this time they went through mid, and that's kind of where G wanted to fight them, I think, but maybe not lead those duels with your Killjoy, because you have that much utility. You need that to anchor down the site.
I mean, they do, but the thing is they actually just play Texture like a fiddle. They say you know what, he's been playing contact off of this turret over by Art. We'll just go ahead, swing out, and then just get the punish. It works a treat. Falling for his own trap. You can see, though, Texture changing up his position, not wanting to do that again. Instead, it's going to be Bazzi trying to hold things down, but minor attention over towards B, just scouting out the area as Meteor gets swung into a wider position so he can stare down into the site. If they can get a pick, that'll likely lead to Gen G making a decision, but for now, they're not putting their eggs in either basket.
Not quite. Looking for the opening pick, if anything, but given how global our position as well, they don't want to give that up. If anything, SK Rossi actually has the angle up towards A main if anyone decides to push.
Just a little fake there on that smoke, and TS, he still swings right out into it. Probably not anticipating that Rossi was still going to be waiting in that position. There's the turret cleared, Texture.
Poison's off.
Swings off of it, but not fast enough to catch King.
Now they all rotate back around towards A main. They know Rossi is here. It could just be, I mean, this comes down to a feel of game sense. Is A only defended by one player or more?
Left.
And Rossi's the only one here with the operator so far. His tailwind's gone. They know they can overwhelm him.
Well, they haven't.
Why not go for it?
Okay, well, I mean, Rossi still looking to hold the door, gets his dash back. Cosmic Divine now going to be coming up just to try to cut off their access. Flash goes through. They're still pushing. Rossi unable to stabilize to find that second shot. Hit now going to be invested. You can see this was a crucial misfire here from the side of Global. Aaron was over on the B site, using that null command to stop the advance while they storm their way into A. Lockdown, however, will still help flush them out. But now the divide is gone.
All right. So if anything, we know they're all on the other side of this wall, all on the other side of A main. That's where you have to focus your utility on.
Oh, the blind shot through. Just going to try to kill a defender, and Meteor gets the no-scope. He swaps to the shorty. Finds Aaron. He's looking for a little bit more, but the knife is not going to get it done. The Bazzi will find him, but then it's two players left standing. Gen G once more take the lead off the back of a highlight reel play.
Just another Nebula. The shorty pulled out the blind shot through the smoke. Meteor does it all. And if you're Global, you have the numbers in that scenario. You have the information, but the fights just didn't go your way. You even expended the Killjoy lockdown just to push them all the way back. But when it came down to these duels, you just couldn't deal against this Meteor.
Nasty stuff. Meteor with the quick decision making, the no scope accuracy, and the shorty.
Almost
gets
a
it
knife.
done. Yeah, I mean, he was going for it. I don't think he would have been able to get it, but either way, some flashy stuff to keep them in that round and shut down multiple players. They're trying to take main control. And that's going to force out a timeout now as Global allow that lead to slip out of their hands. Eraser clearly not fully happy with what he's seeing. Things still being played close, but probably just wants to get in there, shore up some of the decision making, and reinforce the reads here from Aaron a little bit, try to clean things up in that regard.
Yeah, because it's not just like the reads or the positioning as well. I think it's a lot of these plays where, first of all, you have the information in that round. You know that this is where you want to take the fight, but when you push into it, that's just where those tiny micro plays, micro mistakes happen. And at the same time, if we're talking about just overall arcing strategy, we've been seeing how aggressive Texture can be, it's a very different style as to how DRX's Buzz plays, for example. And I think there are some slight positioning adjustments that they want to make here. On the other hand, though, I mean, it is a save round after all, so we're going to be playing the long game this time.
Yeah. Just the Nightfall at the end of that. A lot used in that round. But Rossi could be a major turning point. It's the flash. You know, they were going to get that sound alert all the same. But, I mean, Gen G seemingly reading this well. They know that they're on an eco. They get that flash out, and they're anticipating this forward push from multiple players out of A.
It is one of those things, right, Achilles? You just called the timeout. Why was that called? I'm thinking about it. We look at their ultimates, and they must be setting something up. There was a Hawk, so that's exactly why Gen G decides to push to B. They're reading this perfectly well.
Okay, Rossi, though, still gets in, finds TS, and that's going to be that defensive cover now taken away. Still, of course, do have King, but limited setup. The wall just a block off B main.
Oh, Aaron.
Creep coming through. He's expecting that link, but turns his sights over, and they will take a shot, but Aaron not fast enough on the trigger with that frenzy. Ends up falling. Brings us now into a 4v4. The Blades still at the ready, but not anticipating this push out here at Heaven. Meteor finds one, now Texture gone. Things looking better and better here for Gen G to be able to close the round. Need to see big things now from Rossi. There's going to be one. 3 more to go. Spike ticking away. Time dwindling. Rossi, does he try to jump up the top? No, he can't. Actually doesn't have the updraft. The Blades whipping. Finally finds another. Looks to at least take some guns out of their hands, but in the end, will run out of knives and just wants to try to go down to the spike, but Sylvan will get the finishing shot. Everyone dead on the floor, but Gen G will stretch the lead by 2.
And not only that, I mean, it's like an additional ult point for Sylvan as well. It's a good attempt from SK Rossi, but when it comes down to it, you just didn't have enough utility in your belt. You didn't have the updraft, you didn't have the angles, and Gen G just read that like a book. They knew which site to press onto. They knew which angles to hold. I mean, this is exactly why they positioned themselves up on top of Heaven.
All right. Here's a round that we anticipate this timeout is going to be the most valuable, most tuned for now that they have weapons back into their hands. Nightfall still in the back pocket here of Bazzi. Try to shut down one of these pushes. Yeah. I mean,
got a Blade Storm.
Don't mind it too much.
I think he was possibly setting up for a potential double updraft or anything, but there was that Prowler that was kind of a tell to Gen G that there are players positioned up by A, so we're going to explore a different option.
Oh boy. Push out. I mean, Bazzi's gone. Nobody's able to counter swing. TS now gets the reload off.
You want to fight it?
Seems like he's anticipating maybe some more aggression. But he's not expecting it from this angle. Still turns, puts quite a bit down onto Texture. Something else remaining is Meteor now. The site's taken. Gen G look to save them all from multiple angles. Rossi on the creep up. Spots the gun barrel. He knows exactly where this Viper's at, but the counter swing starting to come out. King gets the timing perfectly as well as the headshot. Rossi now dead. The up again lost. Blades from Meteor continuing to find value. Another kill. Weapon upgraded. With just 2 members left, can they do anything? Aaron says yes. It's a headshot on the one. Finds a second. Dugout now cleared out. The last 2 players going to be in backside, and they're very well aware of this. Nade goes in a little bit deep, though. It doesn't cut off their access. That's Texture taken down, and then Aaron gets mistimed. Util in hand. Sylvan scoops the last 2 kills, and Gen G move up 6-3.
And that's just one of the more slightly chaotic rounds, Achilles. We start things off with a bit of, I don't know, like, aggression towards A main, if anything. You start to explore it, you start to challenge TS, and maybe it worked out for a second, but this is exactly why Gen G decided to send the other squad all the way through Art, because that is exactly where the gap was in GE's map control. And off of that, they compromise, they infiltrate the A site, and they were able to just spread across.
Some really minor things, that fragment not going deep enough, and ends up costing them dearly. One yet, Sheriff in hand, manages to steady for the second shot. That will be Goddead taken out. Meanwhile, Meteor just lighting up that box in case there's anybody tucked away behind it.
Here.
G again playing it safe. I mean, look at how they're trying to suss out information from Global.
That's a push forward. Prowler does connect on the Meteor, just has to wait. Then the Cloudburst continues to play aggressively. Bursting out towards Link. Now they can turn their sights and potentially push down into B.
Toxins
That's
going
where
up.
SK Rossi's looking down their sights, but I'm more curious about Monyen holding this angle.
Needs to get this kill. Rossi, though, he'll be the one to do it. Takes his head off, and that's going to be a rifle now recovered.
Oh!
A second shot, Meteor struck down. The push out, not quite fast enough with the quick scope, but still, Rossi putting them right back into a very winnable position now with a 4v2. The Nightball at the ready as well if they decide to commit it, and I think they might.
And it's just good information for Gen G. They know exactly which angles to hold, but it's so important for Global to push together at the same time. They eliminated one angle now.
Both end up avoiding. Haunt cleared. Now very well aware of TS's position. Seas goes out to try to catch him. They're looking to flush him out of the spot. Oh, it's a risky push. Both of them tagged down, 105 HP between the two of them. Can they get anything done? The double swing out, and Aaron will have it. Diffuse over to Bazzi, at least for the half hold. He'll pass it to Aaron to get one away from the null command, and GE will pull off a much-needed thrifty win to bring them within 2.
That's just an interesting way as well. You took a thrifty against us on the second round. We're going to do it back to you. And that's how Global plays, especially when you have these Jets. I mean, Will was right on the desk, Achilles. These two players are the ones to look out for. SK Rossi and Meteor right now, but this round, it's just the way that the map has been divided, the way that Gen G tends to stick together, tends to play a little bit more slow just to be careful with how they want to approach the site. This leaves the front side of B-Long a little bit exposed, and SK Rossi knows how to exploit that.
He does. You can see there in the comms, Aaron counting them down, continuing to just keep level heads, play together. And it's worth noting, I just took a glance back.
Exactly.
First time that he's playing KO in his career. This is not something that we have seen. I was curious about it because we typically do see him on, the Sentinel role, smokes. He has played Raze in the past, but we have not seen him pick up this KO until today. And I think that can be seen a little bit. Again, you go back to that fragment not cutting off that secret access onto the A site. There's still some things that aren't fully trained in muscle memory with this character. But so far, I mean, good lord, they wrote a novel. I wasn't even looking at the screen for a second. But yeah, there's some things to be tuned up, but Aaron's still trying to be very much the leader and keep everybody with their heads focused in this game.
And that's what he's here for. I mean, utility-wise, maybe the impact isn't quite there yet. You mentioned that missed fragment, but he has those, the leadership skills. I mean, knowing to push together as team, play together off that retake. Now, I mean, Gen G trying, actually similar approach, still bunched up together, still just trying to get information that Global isn't giving them.
East site widely ignored, though. They don't have this operator in position. Fragment now going out. Aaron will sound the alarm. Like, yep, they're coming to B. At long last, they've been straying away from it, which is surprising. Oh, but now SK Rossi going to be taken down as he tries to get an angle. Meteor, Haunt revealed. Gets knocked down to 74, though, as he gets tucked away over towards back hall, but as he re-pushes out, Aaron with the spray managed to find him, and now Goddad is taken out. That's the spike stranded in back hall for now.
Imagine the call. Spike isn't planted yet, guys. We don't have to do too much.
Here.
Meanwhile, Gen G waiting for that peak.
From here, it's so difficult to try to get yourself in a position where the spike can go down. Sylvan sending out the flash. King pushes off the back of it. He manages to find a second. That could be enough to try to get them back in, and now Texture gone as well. Suddenly, it's all on Bazzi. What a turnaround this has been, and King just, I think he might have seen the gun barrel, but either way, I think Global gonna feel like this round was stolen from beneath their feet.
Just the rug pull. I mean, that's a feels bad moment for sure. You had it going right for it. You had the null command. What happened?
Kills Rossi full blind.
Exactly. It's one of those moments where Gen G just had the anticipation to wait for that push. They knew it was coming.
Yep, there it is.
As soon as the spike went tapped.
I mean, maybe this is a reference too old for you, but it feels like Gen G just Mr. Magoo'd their way into a round win. Blindly stumbling, finding victory.
I got that reference. I like Mr. Me, but here we go. Rossi off the operator again. They're looking for those aggressive picks, and Gen G are kind of holding their ground.
Preemptive pop on the blades. Just go ahead and eat that dog there. Okay. Yes. eliminated by Texture. Goddead trying to pressure B-Link. Pop flash to lead through. Monyet tried to turn away from him, but Rossi's got the covering fire, the right click. Even at that mid-range, still going to be good. Finds the headshot connection, and suddenly it's just King all on his lonesome. In a 1v4. Swing out, he gets one, but at 20 HP, surely this is a hopeless cause, and it is. Rossi will clean up a 4K as GE lock in a 5th round in the first half.
Very different style to how Gen G has been playing, but still a valiant attempt. It's a 5-7 first half. Not too bad for Global. I mean, sometimes you just want to play your own game. Sometimes playing these aggressive picks. Sometimes just holding up around Art and B connector, just because you know that this is where Gen G loves to explore. You're able to find these picks. You had the right click, and you stop Gen G dead in their tracks. King was the only one left, and he couldn't do all too much.
Yeah, I think being able to get back to 5, especially after dropping your anti-eco round, not too bad here, but obviously things could have been significantly better. They could have been the one in the 7-5 position. They could have maybe had an 8-4, whatever it is. That snowball effect from losing the round, it's hard to say, you know, what could have happened otherwise. Definitely be kicking themselves for that, but likely at least somewhat content with this. But do the pistol, what do we go with? Pistol Parliament, since they're multiple people. We can't go with Pistol Prince, that's sexy. But yeah, can they continue to excel in these pistol rounds and start this next half off correctly?
I mean, it's not just winning the pistol rounds, right? Because you want that conversion. This is something that we've been talking about basically all day. You get those first kills, you get those pistol round wins. Why aren't you winning series? Why aren't you winning maps? And that a lot of times comes down to sometimes the strategy or maybe just the individual performance coming out of Gen G at times. I mean, we talk about Meteor, and he was able to find those highlight clips. We talk about, I mean, King at times even as well. Or well, I guess the crowd laughing at Goddead with the tissue in his nose.
Yeah.
And I think on this attacking side, that's something that we can expect.
Well, the attacking side is probably what's the most terrifying, is even the fans have tissues in their nose to support Goddead here. But you take a look at the win percentage on the attack. It's not great from the side of Gen G, or from the side of GE. 33% overall compared to a 55% win rate on defense. So starting off this slowly is unfortunate for them. Of course, Gen G with plenty of fans representing here in the audience. But we'll see if they can do it, if they can get that pistol yet again, and then also not drop the anti-eco.
Not drop the anti-eco, that's the key phrase.
Otherwise, we're back to lock-in. And
Yeah.
it's them versus Vitality all over again.
Oh boy. We don't talk about painful memories here at Gilios. But here we go. Okay, it is Global. They do have a couple of frenzies. Aaron is on his. But look at how we start things off. The 0 point, get a little bit of information. We're starting to poke and prod towards the A site, but not quite committing to it. At the same time, Gen G are playing so safe, so disciplined, and this is something they can do with their double controller setup.
Prowler to check close. Over towards Art. Nothing noted.
Here.
It's going to be the slow and steady push, and they're not going to find too much opposition as that guiding light goes in.
That'll confirm it, though.
Just be continuing to watch this angle. Sylvan with the classic, no armor, can't get anything done. Has to just back away as the frenzy shots ring out.
I'm curious if Monyet will find any lurks, because it does look like Global will basically get the spike plant pretty soon. Rossi sneaking through Flower, though.
They're not rotating yet, which is the surprising thing. Creeping into water. He's not watching for it. Finds one. There's the push out. Sylvan will be able to trade it instantly, but spike is planted. GE, I would say they have the site, but they completely evacuated it. No fragment. Nano swarms it down. See how they decide to pilot this one for the rest of the round.
We have 1 star. Sylvan does have blinds, so does Goddead. I mean, Gen G could just take the fight to them, leave someone on the spike.
They know that one is going to be holding somewhat close, which is well going to be suppressed. The spray and the headshot comes across. Texture finding one, gets the spike diffuser as well, crucially. Zarin gets knocked down to 14. Monyet now on that flank angle. Over by Art. Just waiting for them to push back across. And no, third shot is the charm. Gets TS in the end. Meteor will get taken down, and GE will go ahead and maintain their pistol win rate. Both of them now going their way here on Pearl.
So far, so good. But still a little bit curious, right, Achilles? I mean, we were expecting that rotation for the longest time.
They were just waiting for the tap to confirm it. Maybe they were second guessing themselves, but this allowed for Global to sneak behind. This allowed for Global to buy just enough time to get the spike planted, set up post-plant utility, and also sing some songs apparently, holding it all the way from A main.
Nicely done, but now it's all about avoiding tragedy like we saw in the first half. TS looking to get himself into an aggressive position, and this time the Sheriff is not going to do the trick for him. The shot goes wide, Texture shuts him down, and that's a man advantage right off the rip here for GE. King looking to hold close dash in. He is noted. King trying to use the smoke against him, and he will get some good damage down on the roster, but now Sylvan to be forced out into the open. Takes quite a bit of nasty damage. Knocked down the 19, but still gets tucked away over here in dugout. Sees coming through. They found that locket. Meteor. They no-scope headshot there off the Marshal just moments before death. Well, at least put another weapon onto the floor here. If God that can get anything else, but he cannot. Moniette good for it with a third. That now brings us up to parity. 7-7 across the board.
Not the cleanest of rounds, but at least we see that Global does have what it takes to, you know, deny those second round thrifties. They managed to secure that lead, even out the board. And it's a lot of these rounds where, you know, why fix what ain't broken? We just rush in, we pre-fire some angles and corners. We know where they're hiding. But this is where things get tricky because we know how strong Gen.G can be. They have those rifles in their hands now. And I think they're gonna push out an A main.
Like they're at least considering it. See if Texture wants to re-aggress. He does have a Bulldog, but looks like he's just gonna be sat back. There's a turret fairly far back right there on the corner just to try to play contact in case anybody does swing out. That's a very long angle from King to be watching. No one playing up close here at Link.
I mean, the thing about playing positions like these is if you can surprise your opponent, you take one of them. You get further information, everyone has to rotate on time. You have to do it fast.
Push coming in, King able to stabilize, finds one, and oh, Aaron dies to the bite. It's an odd jerking motion there from his body as it hit the floor. Snapped up at the side, and suddenly Bazzi and Moniette. TS trying to read this one. Bazzi's good for 2 before getting taken out, so a little bit of damage dealt, but Gen.G not going to let this slip away from them.
Yeah, I like that. See, this is the Gen.G that we want to see. More map control. We have a bit of aggression towards A main. We managed to take one player out. As soon as G rotates over, we know where they're headed. And at the same time, King is able to delay them. That snake bite timing was so crucial, and he put it down just at the right time. And as soon as Global tried to flood in through connector, I mean, all you have to do is spray.
Given that the blades are built up, Gen.G still able to get very solid buy. Money bank to the back end, but as he goes to push out, it's unescorted. Nothing to play with it. Just a dry swing into death. 2 players now gone on the B site, widely broken open. Goddead arriving now to try to turn this around, but does eat a flash into another one. Now has to back over towards the Link.
Falling back.
And anticipating this. Nade again, not quite going deep enough, but just swings off of it. Still comes up with a kill. Texture watching the flank, finds both.
Damn.
And that is going to be us now tied up at 8-8. A flawless round for Global. A very much needed reply, not dropping any weapons in that round.
It's an interesting approach from Gen.G, a bold one if anything, but the Drying Peaks just did not work out. I mean, you see those Stars plays now. You see that Meteor wanted to go on the offensive. But that said, Global was just prepared for it. At the same time, we have Texture coming in from behind as well. Just a flawless round for Global.
Now Meteor is going to be that hero rifle, Sheriffs and a shorty to try to turn this around and get them back into a leading position.
Exploring those options again, but Global knows they have the money. Global knows they have the firepower. Why not just rush into B, I suppose?
Yep, I mean, it's Pearl. This is how we play Pearl. Rush to B. No opposition really found here. You're watching at default plant. It's like they're going to go a little bit more out in the open here. Feeling secure and their site control.
Here.
Texture going to be watching the flank. He's got 2 pieces of util to play off of the turret as well as the alarm bot, with Aaron not too far behind. No supporting util though.
I mean, that's the scary thing. I think Aaron has to kind of
Just hold it out by Pillar, because the most important thing you want to shut down is Meteor.
Here.
He's gone now.
It's done. Sylvan will be able to recover the Phantom and went out on that fight over at main, and now all sights are on him. Oh, gets headshot through the corner and just decides, okay, I'm going to back away and hold on to this gun. We'll head for the hills, and everybody else here on the side of Global with 4 members strong will be able to survive as Global do retake a lead now 9-8.
A lot closer than expected, Gen G. I mean, it was an eco, but still, I mean, that's how we play Pearl, like you mentioned, Achilles. Global knows to go aggressive. And off of that, just once they have the spike down, those post-plant positions set up, every angle covered, all the relay systems involved. I mean, you had Texture just watching for the main shop side, and then Aaron as a secondary cover out by Pillar, if anything. Question is, though, what's the next plan? Now Global headed back towards A, just to suss out a bit of information. This is their default, but we don't see anyone pushing out from Gen G's side. This is a hefty investment, and Gen G has to make it count.
Really widely just seeking A side control. Get that orb across over on Abazi, who's now just 1 away from having the Nightfall. If they came away with the kill from it, that would be even better. But, I mean, you can see this little setup. They have the pop flash going out. They have the gravity well set up over at A main, trying to catch everybody at arches. As TS is solo holding down B and just can't quite get it done. No damage found. Every bullet whiffing. Now Cosmic Divide going to be invested as well as they look at this close plant. Fragment to go ahead and clear back Hall. Meteor playing up close, but now has to deal with a lockdown. Probably doesn't note him, though. He may just try to push off the back of this, but yeah, as he does, has to move away. The haunt reveals.
Trying to deny the spike plant, but it's in a different spot. The Seekers are spent as well, but doesn't really quite find anything. Global are already set up all by Long. Rossi up by Hall.
What a nasty drag. Finds one. Let's go ahead and maybe overheat just a little bit for the blind swing out.
Face your fear.
Comes Nightfall.
Meteor just caught by it as Aaron will get the collat for 3. And Global will now move up +2 rounds. That's Gen G again. Economy all over the place.
One of the nastiest collaterals if I've ever seen any. And that's, again, like we mentioned, hefty investment for Gen G. They have to make it count, but now economy is going to be all over the place. And it comes down to these relay systems again. Trying to hold the angle solo didn't really work out. You just don't really have enough time to react to the stampede of footsteps coming from Global. All of a sudden, we switch up the pace.
Rossi spotting him, and Sylvan lucky to get out of there with his life intact. Meteor now bold to actually be swinging into this. Shots going just on the outskirts. Rossi's outline.
We see the rotations a little bit faster this time. Global somewhat sandwiched in towards Art. If they can take down Aaron, that could be huge. They're pushing out into A-main as well, Achilles. Look at Gen G.
Yeah, but Moniette anticipating this. He's anticipating a potential crunch from either side. He's got the turret in mid, which should be getting outranged here, if not already. Alarm bot for now, the first thing to go off, and Moniette should be very well aware of this, especially as the footsteps come swinging through. Spots one. Continues to try to push the envelope, but as he spots another member, seems like he wants to back away. Gets himself situated here at the top mid, and that'll be good for one. Sylvan almost certainly going to go down if he decides to continue pushing the issue here. It's okay. God, that he wants to recover this weapon, but Texture waiting over at water.
We got to stop.
One of the more uncommon positions now. King. Just way too many angles to cover.
Yeah. Prowler connects, they know where he is. Starting to crunch on his position here. Sylvan has managed to take one with him, but then King runs out of bullets. And Global now just 1 round away from map point. 4 consecutive in a row, and yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, do we see the timeout from Gen G? We in fact will, so burning their last one.
And this is exactly the result that you want to have on your very own map pick. Global clearly has studied how Gen G kind of defends it. In this second half, looking way better. The way that they're defending and pushing in. going in on all over the place, especially once the spike is down. You know, especially on these pistol rounds, save rounds from Gen G, where they buy up the sheriffs, they tend to push out a little bit, just trying to find whatever they can. And it's in these moments that Global actually sneaks through the cracks. Getting a spike down on A was a big win, and something that I think Gen G needs to fix. And of course, this is what this timeout is all for.
Yeah, and Gen G looking out of sorts at the moment, but you know, for GE, this is a trend in the right direction, because you know, one of the things that we have been seeing is that oftentimes the attacking side from Global on pretty much every single map other than Icebox has been weaker than their defending side. Now, notably, Aaron, when he was on Xset, was the defending side caller, didn't do that much calling on attack, and it's something that he's had to now very much get used to since joining Pacific, and this is looking, so far, quite excellent. Granted, Gen G, with this buy, with Meteor with an AWP in their hands, could certainly get themselves back into a nice position, but still, the reads that we've been seeing and the way that Global's playing the map is a very good trend.
Needless to say, it's not just Aaron as well, with SK Rossi leading the kills. Global now trying to go for a different approach again. That's an interesting 0 point.
I mean, I think they've realized, you know, we haven't really had this mid control. Let's check if someone's close, and ooh, they indeed are. Meteor, quick reaction will take out Rossi. A great start, but do they also anticipate that Sylvan is still going to be here? He was the one that's noted, and yeah, they think that he was still going to be entrenched, but Meteor has swung back around the opposite side, comes up with another kill.
In all these rounds, you're just trying to make educated guesses. There was a good one onto Sylvan, but you have to still anticipate Meteor. God dead now.
On does reveal, fragment out, just to try to buy some time. Monyet finding one, TS
Spike down,
peeking out into Link, does find another elimination. 3-2 now with a man advantage. And a potential Cosmic Divide should they need it for a retake of the site.
30 seconds left.
Guess maybe you just wait. Don't have to expose yourself too much on the site. We're just waiting. I mean, Gen G wants to play together, but oh, Global.
And Texture wins the fight. Now the plant comes down, it's a 2v2. And that Cosmic Divide is gone. Everything invested here.
Right there.
Meteor should be able to go ahead and pick up a rifle on this rotate. But they hear him.
Uh-oh.
Pushing out, and the reaction time is not going to be good enough. Now they just have to try to suss out where King is going to be.
2 heads are better than 1, Achilles.
Nano just in case. Bite goes down. It's not quite deep enough to find any kills. We'll throw up the Poison Orb, spams through just a little bit, tries to eat some damage, and Texture's got the timing to absolute perfection. Global bring it now to map point, 12-8.
Match point.
That's 5 wins in a row now.
Cool.
And off of a buy round, no less, Gen G. I mean, we had such a good approach towards the middle. We had Meteor finding 2, but as soon as the dust settled, I don't know what happened. They start to lose map control. We're all spread out across, and in these tiny moments, Texture and this subtle aggression actually pays off dividends for Global. The 1 pick out onto TS, I think, was the biggest difference maker. Now into match point. Have to invest everything the Viper's pit in, but SK Rossi.
Oh, and he gets the timing on the God Dead as well as he tries to shut down the push. Whoa. King instantly flushed out of the pit. Sylvan only good for 1, and that now leaves Meteor and TS to try to drag this one back from the brink. The alarm bot cleared, but Meteor has to relocate. As Rossi up over the top, the final blade will do it, gets the reset. TS dead, and Meteor now. It'd be a monstrous clutch, an absolute miracle if he could pull it off. He's got no reason to not go for it. Monyet gets the timing, gets the headshot, and Global get the win. 13-8 on their map pick of Pearl. Global Esports clearly here to party. They take down Gen G, our #2 team, in the opening map of this series.
They were partying with heat pads. If anything, I mean, even in that final moment, you could see that Global were pretty much in control of the situation, sending out the Prowler to kind of distract Meteor to peeking onto the other side, just for Monyet to peek outside of water. I mean, it's so many of these tiny little moments that reveal how much Global has in their bag. They might have had a tricky start at first in the first half, but on to the second. These were 6 rounds in a row, Achilles. 6 rounds.
I like that. Big brain Aaron indeed, and they crossed out the rep and set hashtag. No longer is he on X set. This is all about GE fighting. And fight they did. I mean, Gen G, that initial half was just great from them. But once they swap positions, it just seems like TS was steps behind Aaron.
Yeah.
Streets behind, perhaps.
Streets are behind. I like
Paper Thin might not be here, but I'll keep up the community references.
Thank you. I mean, it's you're absolutely right, though. I mean, Aaron might have been making the right calls. Maybe the impact on KO wasn't that much so. I mean, 8 assists is what we're seeing. But in a lot of these moments, it's also just the positioning of things. Knowing where Gen G might be, knowing where Gen G would head towards. Aaron set his teammates to the right spots, and SK Rossi found the best skills. And even that final round, with the way that he pushed in, despite the Viper Spit being deployed, SK Rossi dismantled Gen G's defenses.
Yeah, God, that getting picked in that moment was pretty catastrophic for him. And Rossi at the end of it all, he and Texture very much were leading the scoreboard. I mean, 23-16-2 for Rossi at the end of it all. 7 first bloods as well. This was him hungry for a win, and by God that he get it, because the last time that we saw GE just last week for PRX on this map, it didn't look too hot from anybody.
Yeah.
And this was very much a turnaround performance from them. So the role swaps, even with the minor stutters there from Aaron on the KO for the very first time, they were able to level out their play, find their footing in that second half, and close it out. Gorgeous stuff from them, but we're not done yet. We're going to go to a quick little break. The desk will break down the action from map number 1, and then we'll get into Gen G's map pick, which is going to be coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Already gets the dig on everyone on their way. On this flank, fighting, having this crossfire is just brutal. It's one after the other now. 4 players gone, Massey the last man standing. And at this point, the rest in the meantime comes in, but oh, what? Just a little fake. Well, why not go for it? Okay. Oh, the blind shot through. Just going to try to kill a defender, and Meteor gets the no-scope. He's swapping, but turns the sights over, and still has to be ready. Shot on the wall. So it just caught up their access. This Texture taking it important
for Global to push together.
Before those gets tucked away over towards back hole. I like this room on the end. Tries to turn away from the Got the cover. Spray in. The head is waiting for them to push back across. Come in. Can't get it stabilized. Yes. Trying to read this one. Fast still comes up with a kill. Texture watching the flank. Finds pulled it out by Pillar. Because the Wilson has time. Meteor.
제가 Z를 플레이할 때 좀 자신감 있는 피킹을 자주 하는 것 같아요. 다른 말로 까분다? 제가 까불 때 상대방들이 당황해하는 모습이 인상적이고 그냥 그럴 때 제가 다른 사람들과는 좀 다르구나 이렇게 생각합니다. 안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트 소속 메테오 김태호라고 합니다. 저는 게임 시작하게 된 계기가 제가 멋있으려고 돋보이려고 시작하게 된 케이스라서 Z 할 때가 가장 멋있다고 생각하기 때문에 저의 최애 캐릭터인 것 같습니다.
다른 사람들이 봤을 때 그렇게까지는 멋을 안 부린다고 보일 수 있는데 이 친구 레이즈나 네온 하는 거 보면 Z를 엄청 멋부리고 있는 겁니다. 지금.
제가 Z를 플레이할 때 궁극기를 좀 잘 쓰는데 궁을 쓸 때마다 사람들을 놀라게 하는 경우가 종종 있는데 그런 플레이를 할 때 제 Z가 가장 멋있다고 생각합니다.
나오는 거 볼 생각. 네. 네, 결국 이렇게 와, 메테오.
저의 플레이 스타일은 굉장히 공격적이면서도 과감하고 안전하게 할 땐 안전하게 플레이를 한다고 생각하고 제 자랑인 건 같지만 다른 선수들에 비해 기복이 적은 편이라서 저에게 가장 큰 장점이 아닐까 싶습니다.
Meteor is a very aggressive player. Obviously he's our duelist, so he has to know when to take fights and when to kind of push the limits of what other characters can't do. Obviously playing Jet, Ray's players like this. He has to know when to get aggressive, when to create space for his team, and I think he's really good at that. He's incredibly important to us because he does that, but also because he is so mechanically gifted. If we set him up properly, I know he will deliver the kill for the team.
Maybe the most promising duelist in the region overall. Brilliant with the sniper rifles, especially the Marshall, in my opinion, the best Marshall player in the world.
태호 팀은 노세션이었고 상대가 크레이지 라꾼 팀이었는데 브리즈 맵에서 마샬로 에이스 했던 기억이 납니다. 네.
One gets the collat.
Sick. Get another. What's happening?
Unbelievable.
I can't do this.
He gets the ace. Meteor.
Who is this man?
한국 팀에 오면서 가장 중요한 게 커뮤니케이션인데 한국인이니까 한국어를 잘하기 때문에 좀 의사소통적으로 좀 편하고 그리고 제가 하고 싶은 거 그냥 원하는 거 손쉽게 다 맞춰주는 팀원들이 있어서 기대가 되는 것 같습니다.
Meteor has always been kind of demands attention. He's playing alongside these players in his native tongue. He's playing with veterans in the likes of TS and King. I think that this is an environment where he could absolutely thrive. We already saw it from him and from the rest of Gen G going up against Loud. They weren't able to take them down, but they were able to really push them to their limits. And with an entire season playing against the best that Asia has to offer, I could see Meteor climbing to even new heights.
Meteor never stops playing. If we have an off day, one day weekend, something like that, you'll turn up at the office and he'll already be playing. He doesn't actually take off days. He's working incredibly hard. He's very self-reflective and self-critical. He's always looking to improve himself.
저도 이제 솔직히 사람이다 보니까 실수할 수도 있고 못할 수도 있는데 그래도 퍼시픽 리가 끝날 때쯤 팬분들은 저에 대해 그냥 아시아에서 제일 잘하는 선수구나 이렇게 기억에 남도록 만들고 싶습니다.
바로 잘해버릴게.
들어 이거. 빨리 들어래.
아니. 마우스 패드가 너무 느려. 이건 뭐야?
무섭다. 나보다 높아.
아 힘들다.
와, 세훈 폼 미쳤다.
쇼미. 바로 시작해.
오, 폼 미쳤다. 와, 28개 폼 미쳤다.
바로 그냥 침착하게.
와, 보이지 마? 보이지 마?
아니.
와, 미쳤다. 저요. 와, 이번 시도 메테오 실하냐?
넌 안 되겠다 이거.
와, 2023 메테오 진짜 가져가잖아.
방에서
그래 지금.
와
미쳤다 폼.
와
대박이다.
와
어떨 겁니다 지금?
와
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria. Got Will and Tasteless at the desk. We just completed map 1 Pearl, and it went in Global Esports' favor. Eh?
It's crazy. We talked about, look, there's a possibility that Global Esports could take it, but clearly Gen G would be the favorite. Well, this is exciting. I mean, Global Esports is playing extremely well. I don't feel like Gen G losing that was, due to hubris or anything like that. It seemed like Global Esports was cleaner, bigger, faster, stronger. And so they take the lead. Obviously, it's a best of 3. Gen G is going to have an opportunity to try to fight back and come back.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things we can tell is obviously the first kills helps a lot, but also the post plans, right? I mean, Global Esports, once they were able to go to the attacking side, they don't miss a beat if they're able to get into the site and plant the spike. They're always holding that position. And you can see it on the scoreboard as well. They just streak it all the way to the end, whereas in the first half, I mean, sure, Gen G had a bit of a run, but Global Esports gains just enough on the defensive half, and a lot of it is off the back of SK Rossi. 7 out of 14 first kills is incredible for him as the Jet here for GES.
Definitely. I think we were talking about the conversion of their first kills to wins, and it clearly was very much in Global Esports' favor today for that very first map. They converted those kills into wins.
Yeah, and I think winning both the pistol rounds certainly helped kind of get the momentum started on both sides. But overall, I mean, Global Esports, it seems like they're gelling very well. They've had a very tumultuous set of weeks coming in here. Obviously, their overall best of 3 score isn't that great, but
With play like this, if you can beat Gen G in one map and maybe even in a best of 3, who knows what the future holds?
That's right. Well, you made a really interesting observation of Gen G and their conditioning round after round.
Yeah, so before we jump into the clip, I just want to talk about how if you look back, and hopefully you'll be able to have a chance to go through the VODs, Gen G does this thing where in round 2 and round 6, they make sure they attack Art Room on the A side of the map. And then the next rounds, they wait for Global Esports to push out. Now, Global Esports doesn't bite on this, 2 times in a row. So if we can take a look at round 7, this is a round where Global Esports makes a good adjustment, and Rossi has a good read that despite this utility being thrown and a potential, fake smoke nebula coming out here, he waits for TS because this is what Gen G does. They'll recycle their cooldowns and then body check to gain information. He waits for TS, gets that first kill again. That's one of those 7. And then he's waiting to make sure if it still is a shot. Now, meanwhile, no command was used on B side by Aaron to stop a potential push. Very well set up from Global Esports. The only thing is Rossi perhaps not entirely in sync with the potential Cosmic Divide from his teammate, so he's a little too close, gets caught off guard. Now, up to this point, still overall a good setup from Global Esports, right? They use the lockdown, they're able to clear out the site, but now it's time for Meteor to shine. Even though they don't win the map, he just goes for the read, goes for the spam through the smoke. The reason he shoots that is the only way Global Esports can secure this defuse is to control the smoke, right? Make sure they can't come in. So he goes for the blind shot. As soon as he gets the kill, he takes control of it with the shorty, and that's how Gen G's able to control that round. So I think a really shining moment of both Jets having a good individual read on how that round was going to play out.
Yeah, that's right. I actually wonder if this game is going to activate the Meteor that you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. Well, we just saw that Grinder episode as well, right? Of Meteor really trying to grind to be the top and be the top Jet. And this could light that fire inside of him.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Tasteless.
Yes.
Global Esports, I mean, they won this game, and they made that serious comeback in the second half. And a lot of it was thanks to utility not really pulling through.
That's right. I want to take a look at this highlight. This is round 18. So we see the gravity wells are set up here for Gen G. This is to basically sandbag progress, but they get that first shot, and they're able to spill in. And from here, we can see that the Astra ulti is set up where you have this fine line that basically mutes out any idea of what's going on in this corridor of the map. They get the spike plant. And already outnumbered. I mean, this is a very difficult situation. We know the score is already 9-8. After they win this round, it goes all the way up to 10, and the momentum just picked up from there for Global Esports. So everybody pulls back. It's basically a plant for long, but they have Ski Rossi up here in the lurk just to kind of buy time and allow that spike to tick away a little bit more quickly. They eventually get the drop. The Astra ulti does fall down, but from here, there's just such little time. Fade ulti comes out, excuse me, and from there, Aaron with like the most insane shot, killing 3 birds with 1 stone, closes it out.
Yeah.
And from there, I mean, it was all history. The question now is, can Global Esports play like that again? If they can, I think we are going to have the upset that we were talking about.
Yeah, that's right. This was Global Esports map pick,
Yes.
map 1. Map 2 for Lotus, what are we expecting? What went wrong for Gen G?
I mean, for Gen G, I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that, maybe they were still relying on just their own style of fundamentals, right? For the early picks, right? We're confident in our aim. The thing is now you have to accept the fact that, okay, Global Esports on the aim department, we can't always rely on these 1v1 duels, these shoulder checks, these body checks to get information. This is not a team that's going to let that pass. They're not going to miss that opportunity. So curious to see how that changes. Now, Lotus is a map where you do have to play aggressively anyway to gain some map control on both sides. And Gen G has, again, shown that they're able to do that. In fact, I believe only using Omen as their single controller. Now, the big question is, Global Esports, the last time they played this map, it wasn't with either SK Rossi or Lightning Fast here in Seoul, right? It was with Ronsky, double duelist with Texture. Surely that composition and the roster lineup has changed.
Yeah, that's right. They, the very first week 1, they were on Lotus with T1. Didn't really go in their favor. I wonder if they've had any learning since then, or just the addition or the change of the roster is going to
I mean, I feel like
change the outcome of their destiny.
Sorry to me to run over you there. I was just going to say, I think like the roster being completed now has played a major role here. And, when we were doing the pre-show before this, I was talking about the fact that, like, not all these weeks are created equally, right?
Yeah.
Like, some weeks you're like, oh, this is very manageable, and other weeks it's like, we're probably going to lose, and if we don't, it's insane. Well, this is one of those moments where they've already won 1 map, okay? They're halfway there. If they can keep this going and win, and we've already talked about Global Esports being very low in the overall rankings, they could pull up ahead. They could actually survive and go to the next phase of the tournament, especially off the back of this win.
That's right. And what are the implications for Gen G if they lose out today? I mean, I guess they're so far up in the standings.
I mean, they should still feel relatively safe, right, for at least playoffs. But, of course, I mean, not only the storyline of, hey, we're here to rival DRX and things like that, but also just, getting that bye in the beginning of the playoffs in a double elimination setup for 6 teams. Gen G would love that extra time to prep, to counter-strat. I mean, this is a team that relies a lot on counter-stratting and really understanding the reads so that TS can have good mid-round calls. I think they would love that very much so. You don't want to risk having to fall down to the lower bracket early on and battle that gauntlet back up. So, more than anything, I think Gen G, it's really on their pride and overall their reputation.
That's right. I am curious if any of them are going to make any roster changes going into map 2. I do like Global Esports' current lineup, as I mentioned earlier. I think this is a very solid lineup, and they've definitely proven that to be the case for map 1. But I wonder for Gen G if anything's going to change.
I mean, we'll see. In the past, I don't believe so. I do believe it was still Sylvan playing here, but especially with that fade. Now, the big question on Global Esports side is, which duelists do you prefer, right? Do you prefer the Jet or the Raze? We've seen both can work. I think in theory, a lot of people are still kind of leaning towards the Raze, but that requires a very certain type of usage of Raze's utility. Curious to see if they maybe just rely more on the Jet and the operator that comes with it.
Yeah. No, that's a great point. I think Raze and her util it has so much more extra advantages, I guess, to control the map instead of being, just flying around with your op as Jet.
This has got to be an exciting moment here for Global Esports. I mean, we've been kind of hard on them, as every week they've mostly disappointed, to be honest, but this is going to be their big turnaround if they can do it. And it's a real shock here for Gen G. Everybody was basically expecting this to be a rollover, right? It was going to be a 2-0 for Gen G, potentially a forgettable match. And here we have Global Esports breaking through in a commanding performance. Toilet paper still in the nose, so we know it's still on. No, but seriously, like, it's a really cool moment where we might see a major power shift here. Gen G gonna have to kind of do a reset. Is this a full-on mirror? No, it's not.
No, there's a Sky versus a Fade.
Yep.
Well, there's KOs on both sides, but Fade versus Sky. So Global Esports favoring the double flashes. Now, I mean, imagining that Bazzi playing that Sky, right, he's still going to be paired with Rossi. Sky able to support just a bit more in terms of really setting up positions for that Jet, while Aaron is free to really position himself to provide support across the map with the 0 points, really shut down certain advances. I'm curious to see how they make it work. I mean, on the side of Gen G, they've used this composition before. They've seen it to success. We'll see if they change any of their styles up against Global Esports.
Yeah, I'm really curious how this is going to play out. Good luck to the observers. I feel Global Esports is going to cause chaos, and the observers are just going to be blinded half of the time. So good luck to that. We are ready to go into map 2, Lotus. Got Gen G versus Global Esports. We have our casters, Achilleos, and Quack. Please take it away.
And take it away, we shall. Let's go ahead and jump into map number 2. And see whether or not Global are going to be able to turn things around here and pick up a win. And turn things around in the sense of their Lotus play. Because we've only seen them play it twice.
Yes.
And it has been lossless, but we haven't seen it since week 1.
Yes, that's right.
Winless, not lossless. They have plenty of losses. Words can be difficult sometimes.
Sometimes. But I mean, you're absolutely right, because those were losses. Those were also losses, like what Will said, without SK Rossi and without Lightning Fast. Of course, Lightning Fast might not be here today, but this is now a very different Global. This is a very different agent composition, in fact. And we still have Aaron on KO.
Yeah, we do. Sticking with it. As Texture will just continue to be playing the Killjoy. Even with some more nerfs, it's not good enough. She's still so damn strong. But, I mean, now that we're talking about, Killjoys, King, back over onto that. He has been very solid at Viper. We saw plenty of that from his play on the first map, but now he's back to his absolute bread and butter, maximum comfort agent in this Killjoy. Let's see how they fare, as they will be starting things off here on this defending side.
Right. I mean, once again, Gen G, if you really are that team that can rival DRX, you cannot fall to Global on this map, especially on your own map pick. So now Meteor actually getting courageous to push out.
Oh, I mean, that he is. God, then with a covering fire, gonna be good for 3. And what looked like maybe a catastrophe ends up turning into a trade up.
I mean, Aaron had the lineup previous map, but here they all got choked up by this one spot outside of the mound. And this sends Global packing all the way to the other side of the map. This is where it's going to get a little bit curious, though, because Gen G has the map control now. They have all the utilities set up. King, as long as he stays near his turret, he's going to get the information. They can rotate to play together for the retake.
They're going to split off a little bit, try to cover some extra ground. No, okay. Monyet just faking the door tap.
Oh, King.
As the push comes in, and King insta headshot. Bazzi, as low as he was, gets taken down, and that leaves Monyet all on his lonesome now. Faking the TP. So try to push this, but it's still being watched. King not necessarily reading it. Now the jump peek, yeah, gonna be good enough. And a right click. We'll go ahead and finish them off. Gen G will take their first pistol round in the series.
This is what we want to see from Gen G, like a little bit more safe in the way that they play it, especially with King peeking out in times. You have that support from your teammate. You're not doing anything solo. You're not just watching angles. You're being proactive. Even in the final frag, you're jump peeking just to make sure, just to be safe. This is the Gen G that will perform. And if they can keep this up, this could be a quick map.
And one more headshot there. Goddead would have been set up for an ace.
Oh,
the Monyet special when it comes down to pistols, but split is not allowed in this series. Quick pop flash over towards Mound here from Global, trying to see if that forward pressure is there yet again. Oh, the first shot gonna whip from Meteor, and Sylvan a little bit slow on the follow-up, so everybody from GE able to back away from this position completely unscathed. Nice early kill. Seems like Rossi, okay, I thought maybe he was gonna try to push up into that smoke to grab that Marshall and have a little bit of extra firepower.
I guess they deemed it a little bit too risky to go for that pickup, but at the same time, I mean, this is the thing about Lotus. It's such a, I don't know, small but divisive map that has so many different little spots that kind of allows or maybe tempts defenders to push out. And this is why we're starting to see Global actually play a little bit slow. Of course, the fact that they're on eco as well. Bunched up together, the pistol train will choo-choo their way over onto the A site. They will get the spike plant.
Yep.
And this is a good little boost for economy.
Yep, already just going to be getting that extra 300.
Spike planted.
King now starting to push out.
Turret behind.
Turret's behind, deactivated. I mean, look at this stack on rope. They've got everybody collected on rope, and granted, I mean, we know no one's going to be approaching from that angle. They'll go ahead, they'll use the Trailblazer to go ahead and scout over towards stairs. Nothing to be found, and now they can fan out a little bit more.
So they should be aware that it's coming all the way from the front side. Rock.
Oh. The spot, the swing out. Monyet gonna be good for one. Bazzi in the meantime taken down over on the site. They start to go for the defuse. TS trying to hold, but he's gonna be blinded out. Texture swings in from the side. Goddead desperately trying to pull off this defuse, but it is not gonna happen. And this is Shades of Pearl, but in reverse. It's going to be Global taking away the eco round after losing the pistol to Gen G.
I am stunned, Achilles. And it's all off that one weird little play with the stack up on the rope. They get the information, they know how to rotate around it. They had Monyet with the paranoia, and everyone just had their pistol shots going right. Again, like you mentioned, Shades of Pearl. They get information, they know how to work off of it, and Gen G play into their hands.
They're going to be carrying a hero rifle forward on TS. He's buying down at 50. And he's going to be playing over at Rubble, and right now, Global are showing no interest in playing this position whatsoever. Swing on the corner, shot not going to connect. It's going to be a back away here from King as the site will be taken. Nothing further to dissuade them.
Okay. A little bit of fragments just to clear out the positions. Gen G already on the spot, but
in the smoke, the shorty in hand. Meteor finding one, tries to get another. Puts that pop shot across onto Monyet, taking him down to 6 HP, but can't find the kill. 4v3, King now noted, spotted. They'll know from before that he's got that Marshall in hand, so they go ahead and back away. Monyet does get tagged here. Noted by that knife, but as the swing outs come through, you know, bloodier than you might have anticipated, but 2 members left standing, and the round win comes in. Global now establish a lead.
get a little bit of damage, if anything, just to make their economy hurt, but they get to buy up so easily. And again, it's just Gen G. I don't know if that hero rifle really paid off all that much. He got a couple, sure, but
I mean, buying down to 50. The kills coming through, it's still pretty brutal. They will be able to scrape together, a better buy, given the Bulldog there on TS. 3 half armors. It's full firepower, aside from Monyet with the Spectre.
All right. Well, we do start off the round with just this aggressive push by Gen G up towards A. They can confirm that it is clear. You have to call the information that it's on C now, and your team has to rotate fast. Otherwise, Global gets a free plant.
Yep. Fragment just to check, Rossi. Hovering around the area, the site again empty. Flash goes into the smoke, so it doesn't actually check that defending side. You're just gonna get flush against the wall. Ready to pounce. TS, how does he decide to pilot this? The opposite side of the door. 3 members waiting for him at mount. Texture will get flashed out. TP in behind. That's actually going to be Monyet going over towards Waterfall. 2 kills going to be found. Goddead is resible. The jump down. What the is the snap from Texture? King, however, pinches in, finds one, but Texture comes up with a third. Goddead still on the floor. It's just TS now.
Oh, he smoked off.
Enemy remaining.
Completely smoked off. They know exactly where he is, and Texture sprays for the 4K.
Congratulations.
Might have thought it would have been from the shadows from Monyet, but it was Texture. The flick upwards midair.
And I'll tell you what, we'll see it here again. This one, that brought me so close to saying a naughty word. Because good Lord, the reaction from Texture is just nasty.
Lord have mercy, and it's again one of those moments where you really cannot afford to let Global take the lead that way. You cannot let them have the initiative. Now you're on Marshals and Sheriffs, and we know those could be strong on the side of Gen G, but so far not looking the greatest. On towards Mound. Global are not slowing down.
Completely swarmed. TS good for 1, looks for a second, a little bit of damage there into Aaron as the shot connects to his shoulder. But again, it's just going to be a C site hit. They continue to flush their way forward. Sylvan just tucked away here. Oh, the spray into the back of sight. They find the kill, and Aaron just glances to the right and says, oh, hey, how you doing, Sylvan? A quick and easy kill. The swing out. The Marshall shot going wide. Goddead taken down. It's just Rossi on the floor, and GE stretching the lead by 4, or by 3, I should say, now at 4-1. And yeah, I was going to say, you have to pump the brakes here. If you're Coach Bile, you need to slow the momentum.
See, but this is where I'm really scared of Kilios. It's not just a timeout for Bile. I mean, Bile is the one who calls it, and he's going to address some things on his team. But at the same time, Eraser gets to talk to Global. And
sure.
This is what we're talking about with momentum. You might get to pump the brakes a little bit, but we're seeing how Seaside has been so successful for Global. It's always that same fragment, same flash and dash combo, which is going into the site. Only one player, and that's more often than not, basically King, defending C sometimes. And if you kind of start to stack players on the C site, then you're going to leave some gaps on the other parts of the map. And that's maybe when we start to see Global head towards A. It's not looking too good, and I think Gen G really needs to start to get proactive on some of these.
All 3. Utterly fantastic drawings.
We got a wingman, we got a Peepo.
I mean,
is that a Viper?
I think that's supposed to be a Viper Pepe. And then, yeah, a Viper flexing here, showing their support from King. And I think right now, Gen G across the board need all the support they can get. Global are unrelenting on this attack thus far. Aaron leading the charge at 7-3-3.
And that's impressive on its own right. Monyet and Texture only having died once. King has a lockdown in this round, though, and that could be useful for retakes.
If they can hold the side, but I mean, they're aware of this, and they also know that King has been playing on C. So now they're turning the sights over towards B, which, while there is a minor setup, it's not going to delay Rossi.
Not at all. Look how far deep he's pushing in.
Throws up the Cloudburst. He's continuing to swing. He's really feeling it, and he manages to come away with a kill. Does he decide to back off? The answer is no, and it does end up costing him. Sylvan able to get the catch, and now the lockdown's going to be used, but it doesn't fully cut off the site here. They could still go over towards Baby Door, or just get tucked right in this position. Aaron trying to dissuade. Shifts out, swinging wide, just leaving Monyet sat in this position. push forward. Meteor, somehow good for that shot. Aaron now is going to be taken down as well. Meteor finds another, and suddenly it's just Bazzi all on his lonesome. Finds one, cannot get the other. And the timeout does well to go ahead and shift some of that momentum away from Global. Plant still in, but Gen G, they get the round win.
Very similar Korean style of going for the side retake. This is how Gen G performs. You have the lockdown. You already called for it during the timeout. One thing we might have not considered was how crazy SK Rossi was going to get, but once it comes down to it, you can see lockdown in. Let's hang out for a second and kind of coordinate this execute. We see the dash, we see the flash, and everyone goes in together at the same time. Once they start to waterfall off of each other that way, the retake will succeed. We need more of that from Gen G.
Still a good amount of tools to work with. This Meteor is going to be going to the Blade Storm. Rossi eating that Haunt reveal to clear the turret.
See the rotations going off of that as well. Stairs completely smoked off.
Texture's not with him. I was going to say if they can escort him forward onto the orb, that does give them a lockdown now to utilize, but it seems like it's just going to be the door break. Oh, pushing it towards B. Sitting inside of his smoke, though, is TS. The flash now going to be connecting onto him as Goddead looks to try to push them off, and TS tries to swing out. Not going to happen, but Goddead comes away with 2 kills before getting taken down by Aaron. Push on the corner, Meteor quick to arrive. Finds one, the Seeker up close. Knives have to be expended just to clear that. And now Bazzi is in a rough position. They know exactly where he's at. Everybody looking to flood him out. They will be able to do so. Gen G stopping the streak and now bringing it within 1 round.
This is all off the timeout as well. They're starting to find success. They're starting to find that rhythm that they really needed in all these rounds. We started to see how they lost information, lost the initiative. It was just Global pummeling through. But now, you might be smoked off. You might have lost the sight a little bit. But just hide inside of your smoke. We have our team here. We have the right calls. We're just going to play off of each other that way. And of course, Meteor coming up huge. Goddead actually coming up huge as well.
And now Global.
Kept his side intact. And then the timeout.
Global calling one for themselves here. Not long after we saw Gen G will roll the music again. But I don't mind this because honestly, it feels like after these last 2 rounds, Global now need to slow down a little bit more. Fish for information, try to default around a little bit, maybe find a straight pick or at least identify enemy positioning, whereas it's been very fast-paced in these last 2 rounds and Gen G have been able to counteract it.
That's right. I mean, the B-site hit doesn't quite work out that well. And you have to consider that it's really because Gen G knows how to contest for the spike plant. They can deny it. C-site might be slightly laid out differently, and that's where I think we've seen more success from Global. But at the same time, you have to anticipate how Gen G might react to that. So I think you're absolutely right, Achilles. Maybe a slightly slower approach from Global would have worked. But now I'm curious to see how Gen G actually starts to take this lead. Or is it going to be a win streak from Global from here on out after this timeout?
We'll find out. The more rounds you can get on the attacking side as Global, the better. The Gen G, the defending side, granted they've only played this map twice, has been an 81% round win rate. So taking more away from them is definitely going to be good. Again, Rossi going to get caught by that Haunt timing. Not too bothered by it though, because the rest of the team stacked up to potentially flood their way into the B site, but this is going to be watched. A double stack here. Wow. Swings and finds one yet. There's your smoker gone. Bazzi, however, does catch him. Both B players now disrupted. The lockdown going to be used. Just tucked away in the corner for now. Maybe wary that somebody potentially is going to try to swing out and clear this, but can start to make their way into the site now with the last few seconds remaining as Rossi gets himself around the back, but this is being watched, but Sylvan will lose the fight.
Those numbers start to dwindle for the side of Gen G. Not unless Meteor can pull off a miracle.
It's done in the past. Avoids getting suppressed and pushes up, finds Texture tucked away in that corner, but Rossi now arriving. Oh, it's a little bit whiffy, but it takes him low enough for Aaron to easily swing and find the kill. And with Goddead on the floor, that is going to be Global once again stretching the lead.
Now, no miracles yet, but this is just such a good take from Global. Again, playing with the information. We start things off with so much thrown towards the A site. SK Rossi dashing up front. You could see that Gen G weren't really sure what to do. Kind of held back down on B, but it was so crucial. I think for Goddead, as well as TS to actually hold their ground. Unfortunately, they lost those duels somehow. Perhaps distracted by a fragment or something thrown at their faces, but because of that, they lost the B site.
Not fully breaking the economy, but they do push TS and Goddead back over onto Spectres. Looks like maybe just going to end up being another Swift C site hit. This time, though, TS is here for a little bit of backup. Trailblazer trying to lead the way. Tailwind forward here. Up into the Cloudburst, and Rossi manages to find the head. Looks for the other, and he gets him. King going to be taken down. Haunt goes out, finds the mark, but Sylvan's noted and has to back off all the way around the corner of Waterfall. And from here, 2 of these weapons still in hand. Cash not looking great. It seems like that pick might go ahead and persuade Gen G to go for this. I thought maybe they would just call a very early save, but now it looks like they want to try to play this out.
Command as well. They're starting to push in, but they're going to have to clear on Mound, and look at how Monyette's positioned.
Yep, Goddead instantly knocked to the floor. Meteor, he's got nowhere to get out, and that's going to be an ace from Rossi to bring Global now to a 3-round stretch lead. The Prodigy from India gets it done.
How the heck did he do that? Just starts things off super aggressive, onto the side on his own. And look at how he actually held down, jiggling back and forth just to watch the back side as well. Off to the last few bits, I mean, he just had the right position, the right angles being held. He deserved to pop off King.
He is up on his feet, doing his best King impression. Not this King, but you know, the other King. Leviathan King. Gets confusing sometimes. But damn, what a play. Goddead now just taking some stray shots with the Marshall. There's Rossi. He's going to look to lurk yet again. Continues to do this. Now on the C side, we've seen it from twice over towards A. They're not going to be rotating into him, and instead he's just going to go ahead, tailwind back across and look to rejoin with the rest of the team. Hill Command now going to be popping. Aaron looking to lead the charge. A great headshot from King. Puts that KO down on the floor. Stun comes across. Meteor drops down off the top rope with the shorty. Finds one, but now is going to be traded back. Rossi with the covering fire, arriving right when they need him to. Catches TS. The res can come in, and oh, Aaron, he was just brought back to life. Goddead says, you don't get a second chance at this one. But the hope of winning the round is certainly pretty much gone unless Sylvan can line up some of the nuttiest headshots that we've seen with the Sheriff in a while. Everybody sat back here towards Tree. Getting them out of this spot is going to prove to be nigh impossible.
No way. You peek into this, you're going to get the shock of your life.
He does have the Phantom. Okay. Not a kill to be found. Nicely stacked, making sure no one sat directly in front of one another. Global will now take 7 in the attacking side with 2 more rounds to be played out.
And this is just such a great half from Global now as compared to the first map.
It's a great day.
Yeah, well, I want to reserve that till we see what happens, but so far it's this strategy of just early noises kind of scaring Gen G off a little bit and then cutting all that noise off, cutting off that information just to set up for a surprise hit on the other side of the map. Gen G are having a tough time reacting to this.
And it's surprising to say the least.
Here.
Gen G have been doing well with TS's shot calling to reply to pretty much any situation, but right now, Global, just W Gaming are giving them more than they were bargaining for. Quick take a mount. But again, I mean, it's just early presence on one side of the map and then potential rotations. This time, they're trying to, cut noise. Maybe make Gen G second guess where this attack is going to end up coming from.
Might be true. We're lacking information right now, so this paranoia could be good. Second dark cover just to block it off, and we have 3 teammates still here.
I've got your trail.
Just to watch. Yes.
Quick interrupt on the ult there. Rossi trying to lead the charge once more, but this time King gets the better of him. Aaron, however, able to push through, finds someone over towards Waterfall. King looks to continue to hold the site.
Spike down.
3 kills for him. The spike now dropped. Bazzi needing to clutch this one out. The fragment landing right at his feet. Goddead is good for the headshot. Gen G fighting back here. Put a 4th on the board. Do we see another 7-5 half?
Possibly. I mean, that's what I want to see. You start off with some forward positions, you get that information, instantly react. TP back onto the side. Smoke it off. Don't allow Global to get their way. And off of this as well, having the information, King is set up to anchor the site. He's got his teammates there to back him up as well. TS with Paranoia on time, on cue. Looking for that fifth. Oh my god.
Pop flash out.
Everyone's
Again,
just blinded.
just Rossi playing forward. The Prowler not going to go deep enough to scout him. So decides to use his own blades. Last round of the half.
Why not? Here's got blades and an op as well, though. We cut noise, we go back. TS. TP'd up on top of rubble.
What's that here? Doesn't get scouted. He's able to find Rossi before that flash really connects. Now the push under the corner. Goddead able to find one before Manya trades it back.
That's good enough.
Spike. And advantage is still there. Gonna go ahead and pull back away from the A site. The rotations have already started. Right now, C left empty.
Tactically speaking, that's what we're looking for. Get a pick, back off, buy time. Global has to be the ones to make a move. And in all those moves, they could make a mistake. They're down 2 players. So now it's just body blocking, holding up on the B site.
Look for smoke, and they're not ready for it. Meteor
Spike down.
cuts him to
B.
pieces.
Spike down.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Monyet. No ult, no hope of being able to just TP, pick up the spike, and get a plant somewhere. Used it in the previous round. He's going to send the Paranoia across. Does clip onto Meteor, who now has that operator in hand, and he's going to want to swing it. He does. Ends up going down. Nightball thrown, and King will just have the counter swing out. And there you have it. A 7-5 half, this time with Global in the lead, but still tight-knit between these two squads.
Fairly close, but a nice little bit of a comeback from Gen.G towards the end of this half. This is the reaction that we want to see. This is how you take the lead. This is how you take the initiative. From the shadows on towards the top of Rabble. And they are able to get even more information. They're able to stop Global dead in their tracks. And then Global might try to come back towards the B site, but Meteor already has his blades out. Cuts them to pieces. On to the next half. I mean, this is Lotus. 3 sites. Gen.G starting up on the attack now.
I mean, anything could happen. Look back. I mean, like I said, I highlighted the defending side round wins for them. It's 54% on the attack, so not too bad. But given the way that Global are fired up at the moment, if Aaron continues to get the right reads, that could be quite costly for him.
Oh. Well, if anything, I am a little bit worried about one thing, is that the agent composition for this side of Global, it's like slightly different. I mean, at the same time, it's this. We're talking about this Fade versus Sky. You're missing a few flashes, and I don't know if that's going to be something that impacts you all that much.
I'm just looking for the hard info gain rather than the soft info gain, the guiding light sound trigger, but see how they fare. It's got some Goddead fan art.
So far, so good. I mean, still, it's this duel between the 2 Jets. We've seen SK Rossi get his ace. Meteor had a bit of a highline reel, but no ace so far. At the same time, just being supported by their initiators on both sides. Goddead and Aaron right now actually doing a fantastic job. Aaron, of course, slightly less impact, but he is calling. TS on the Omen, meanwhile, doing different things. I mean, the smokes that blocked off C-Site were so useful.
Now we get ready to dive in. GE with the lead. Can they maintain it in the pistol rounds? 2-1 so far, the scoreline. Be feeling very comfortable, very confident about closing this series out if they can pick this one up here.
That's the big if. But again, that's why this is such an important attacking side for Gen.G. If they can show that they truly are DRX's rivals, they have to do it here. You can't afford to lose a series to Global. Global are gonna try to take it away from them.
I mean, it's the 2 teams that have been able to challenge DRX the most, at least so far.
You're
Given
right.
the overtime from Global versus them on Split, and then the map victory on Fracture here from Gen.G versus DRX. Push in, instant headshot. Chunks Aaron down, but he responds with a nice shot across for the fragment, but Sylvan pushes his way forward. Gets up towards the side texture, only going to be good for one. Meteor now going to be holding up top. Decides to back away.
Drops onto the side instead. One player by tree. They're all holding these angles. Rossi's going to sneak his way up.
To a tree, two at the backside. Rossi, good for the initial headshot. He's suspecting that there's going to be another one nearby.
Oh
He gets him.
God.
Monyet in the meantime off screen takes down Meteor. Goddead, backside untouched. Monyet at 21 HP, but he gets him with the frenzy. And Global continue to win these pistol rounds time and time again. Another round one. Up by 3 at 8-5. Genji, can you steal away another eco round?
They did it once before, but they have to do it again now. You can hear the sounds and voices of uncertainty, but when it comes down to it, Monyet with the frenzy. Sometimes
21 health.
It's just the spray. The little crouch kind of threw Goddead off. Almost came close, but this was such a big win for Global. You talked about it. They get this. They maybe get this round, and this could be a 2-0.
Rossi's going for a judge. He is ready for this push on C, and that's where three players of Gen G are drifting right now. It's about to go across. Just going to be the orb take here from Meteor. I'm surprised to not see that funneled into Goddead to maybe get this null command up a little bit faster.
See, that's what they would want to go for, but right now in this round, how much can you take is the question. Global does not want to give up all that much. Look at how much A control they have. One up by Rocks, one up by Rubble. And now it's completely smoked off. But one way.
Got the haunt to check if anybody's nearby. Yet obviously not going to be spotted by that. And they have to be very much aware of that position, just given that, you know, TS was able to use it to relative success. But again, they don't like what they're seeing over towards A, so they're drifting ever closer to this judge.
That's the trap. Into the judge. If they can't take Rossi out, that's going to be painful.
30 seconds left.
Extra's here to play as well. We're going to explore B.
King spotted. The smoke.
Here it comes.
Ups. The dash. Athel ready. Tailwind forward. He's looking for one. He manages to get him. Continues to push. Rossi mows him down. 3 kills for him. Global not going to be dropping the anti-eco this time around. 9-5.
No.
Another day at the office for the boys.
Instead, they dropped the hammer, Achilleos. You talked about this, Judge. We were setting it up the entire round, and just as it comes down to it, I think Gen G wanted to try to find some picks, try to pick up some alt orbs, set Goddead up for that null command, something that could be really useful in a take. But no, we just pushed them into the welcome arms of SK Rossi.
They're looking for maybe a fast hit here. Okay, never mind. Initially, we're hovering on that paranoia, but decide not to go for it. Again, the one-way comes across here from Monyet. Set up a rubble reinforced by Bazzi.
So oppressing. And you only have 2 flashes to push out off of.
Stay inside. Gets the smokes down. Don't get another one for 8 seconds. Cloudburst comes up. Monyet still sat here. A couple initial shots towards him. As Bazzi looks to hold close, and he does. Quickly traded back. Monyet going to be good for another. Now Aaron arrives. A 3rd kill. Found the headshot instantly. Comes across as the IGL will be the one to guide them into this conversion. 3 rounds consecutively now here on the defending side from Global, as they are just 3 more away from taking down Gen G in a 2-0 fashion.
And this is just the bonus one as well. For his debut on KO, what a performance.
That's my IGL. Oh my god.
The boys are riled up, and Gen G right now is doing nothing to silence them. Kicked back again. The Sheriff buys a Marshall for Goddead. Not even Meteor. Instead decided to invest down to 700 with the Spectre, and this time they fully anticipate Monyet's position. They get ready for it. A great initial clear out. But here comes the push. Bazzi able to find one, quickly gets traded back. Yes, with a Phantom. Picking him down now, Meteor with one as well in his hands. Aaron looking to hold Drake. Sends out the pop flash, but it's a quick turn away from TS, and he manages to answer back with another kill, keeping them in a winnable position. As SK Rossi dropping down here on the side.
God.
The judge in hand.
No!
Fine run. Rossi jumps up over the top, but King will be able to finish him. The last man standing to keep Gen.G afloat.
Everyone
Unbelievable.
observations, then let's run it again.
Just going in with the judge, carefree. Thankfully, King is there to wallbang it through, but it's one of these rounds where we need more of those reads. Meteor dashing up to get the initiative on towards Monyet as he tries to set up that A side control. Was so crucial in pushing Global all the way back. Now we swap sides, swapping positions. Monyet now on C.
Does get caught in there, turn away from the flash, and actually no, still ends up getting full blinded. A little bit of follow-up, and Meteor gets on top of him, doesn't even take too much damage. Sylvan swaps over, tries to go for that link door.
The spike already down. These are such tiny choke points for Global to push through.
Trying to get in, trying to take down Meteor. Know that he's tagged up. Now Monyet gonna be spotted. Meteor, like he's ready to sacrifice himself to the cause. Might not have to. Monyet comes spilling out of the smoke. It's only gonna be able to find one more. 4 members left standing now. Gen.G continue to fight back. A quick hit on B delivers him a round win. Now just 3 away from tying it.
Closing in that gap. You have to point out, like, that's actually a really good take, especially on a site as tiny as B. The coordination it takes to pull this off. The Prowler first just to bite onto one player, and then Meteor to dash off of it just to get close enough to take him out. And you notice most of them are holding on to Phantoms, only a couple on Vandals, and that is a very useful tool to block off these choke points, especially when you're playing close range on a site like B. So now timeout from Global.
Second one being burned here by Eraser, looking to right the ship and guide them through these final 3 rounds. File as well. Gonna be crunching with the rest of the squad to try to maintain this little 2-round streak that they've got for themselves and stretch it even further. I think honestly, if you are Global, the closer this gets, obviously the more pressure is gonna be added up, but not just because you wanna get this 2-0, you wanna get this series done with, get the win and get out, but also because Haven is on the horizon.
If it comes down to it, but that's something I'm really curious about. I want to see what their ultimates look like. Again, this is how Gen.G might actually have a chance at turning this completely around on its head, because they have shown a really interesting approach, especially on the pistol round. You have a fade, you don't really have those flashes, those long-range pushes that you can go, so maybe A-side isn't the most favorable, especially given how Global can completely block you off with one-ways. Maybe it's that B or C, and then you will go through all those little connector spots. Well, we're going to go straight back onto the A site.
Looking for a bit of a rush play, but the hunt has revealed. Cloudburst down the push forward. Rossi hits Meteor, looks to retrieve the gun. He does, and this rush is looking gorgeous until Goddead swings back with 2 of his own. TS in the meantime collapses from the flank, and in the blink of an eye, we are down to a 2v2. Aaron and Texture versus TS and Goddead.
That's just a bloody brawl. Goddead is really low, and that is dangerous because this is virtually a 2-on-1. Even worse if TS loses his life, and that's why they have to be so careful just to regroup. You have 1 full minute to work with.
Smoke to cut off rope.
Uh-oh.
To creep forward. So far, sightline's not being given. Texture ready, but there's nothing to swing off of.
They're not going to move.
Both teams suspecting that there could be rotations. Neither team fully aware.
Goddead has a knife.
Aaron has one as well. Would reveal both of their locations, but here comes the creep up. The question is he going to be ready? Aaron finds one. TS finds the kill. The swing out, and Texture's got him. TS a fraction of a second away from being able to stabilize that aim and get that kill. It's costly on both sides, but the cash is there. It would seem a bit more for Gen.G.
Yeah, I have to say. I mean, such an interesting attempt from Gen.G as well. TS using the From the Shadows to actually get up behind on the site itself. He had a good potential for that flank, and that's why it was brought down to a 2-on-2 in the first place. But you have to consider this huge firefight on A keeps happening, and it's one that favors Global.
Now look at the disparity, even with that round win. It's just Texture carrying that Phantom. Rossi Haven't used the blades before, opting for a bulldog, but everybody else on pistols. 2 sheriffs and a ghost. Global continue to not play around with their economy, not take risks, and buy low.
That's right. We have the lead. All we need are 2 more rounds on the side of Global. Gen G trying to claw their way back. Everything that they're approaching seems to be blocked off. They're buying out that utility, just burning it away from Global.
Rossi saw enough with that jump peek, didn't make eye contact with Meteor. Now we'll be smoked off.
Here.
Now let it check towards Switch. Rossi, not sure if he got wrapped up there by that 0 point. Either way, the null command's going to be popped as they go rushing their way through tree. Stamping everybody aside from King, pushing on this position. As Rossi instantly flushed out, dealt with. Bazzi trying to find one, does get Sylvan for his troubles. Again, floating around inside of the smoke, but again, it's just a sheriff.
1 enemy remaining.
Goddead comes in from behind.
30 seconds left.
Spots him. Now Texture spraying
Spike
through the box,
planted.
trying to get that connection. Meteor will swing the corner, takes his head off. 4 members strong. Economy still well established here for Gen G. They pick up another round win, and yet again, they're just 3 away from tying this up.
A good stable round, if anything, from Gen G, just to bring us back on our heads. Start things off with a little bit of a scuffle, but at the same time, it's this null command that really blocks SK Rossi off. The smoke as well. You need more of these rounds where you're able to cover all exits, cover all entrances, just to wrap around onto Global. And of course, without the firepower, Global doesn't have what it takes to win out in those close quarter duels. Back on to the next round now, they will be able to buy out.
And B site's widely been completely abandoned. Gen G get the right read to go ahead and rush this position. Turret cleared out, Spike now being planted. Lockdown is available from Texture.
Spike planted.
This could end up being a very costly round, but Goddead going to be taken down off the rip, but Meteor finds 2, TS pushing forward, finds another. Rossi able to trade it back. Goes across, the blind is out, Rossi stabilizes the aim, and suddenly it's just King left. Having to wait, the detain, not going to catch him. They almost line up. They're swinging forward, but Rossi picks up a 4K. And as the defuse comes through, Global are going to take this to match point.
Just incredibly crisp and sharp aim from SK Rossi. You had the lockdown. You called it out, Achilleos. Texture, placing it down, gave Global the stability to peek out, allowed for SK Rossi to find those 4 frags. If you were Global and you tried to fight onto this, the sight hit was good, but it just looked as if Global anticipated it. Global knew to set up for that retake.
A little whiffy at the end, but was able to get Sylvan. And then as soon as they get the read, just goes ahead, swings out for it, trusting that even if he falls, Bazzi would be good for the follow-up kill. But Rossi gets 4, and yeah, you can see him putting his hand on his chest. Breathing heavy after that round, but now it's just 1 left to go. That score is not correct. Do not be fooled. Thank you, production. It is, in fact, Global in the lead.
It is. Hence the timeout, and you really have to make your final stand here. If not, I mean, this shakes up the storylines. This shakes up the power rankings. Global, the potential is coming alive on this map. They switched up their agent composition. They put SK Rossi in, and all of a sudden, this is a brand new look for the team.
And it just makes you wonder, what if? Had they not had those visa issues, had they had Lightning Fast and Rossi here a bit earlier, what could have been? Either way, Global clearly not worried about the past. They are focused on the present as well as the future. And closing out this series, 1 more round to go for them to be able to scoop this one up and take down the team that has been right there in the top 2 since the very beginning of Pacific.
And then it comes back to those buys again. I mean, you might not have all that much, but SK Rossi banking on those knives. Just positioning himself as well as the team for quick rotations all across the map. We're never quite sure what Gen G is about to hit. These site retakes have worked out before. Perhaps A is the answer. Prowler in. We know where our Texture is.
Texture.
Oh my, he's using
slipped a bit. Oh, he slipped the net here. Just a bit. The push in! Texture finds 2! Meteor able to reply, however, quickly back. But now Rossi with the blades out. Goddead going to be taken down. It's TS and Meteor left in a 2v3 scenario. The drop down, the double stack, they spot him. He tailwinds away. 25 health remaining. The knife broken. The spike in their hands, but they can't take the risk to try to go for the plant. Meteor considering the rope, but Aaron, he finds the last 2 kills. TS and Meteor knocked out. It's a 13-8 scoreline yet again, as Global Esports will deliver a clean victory over the #2 squad of Gen G.
I mean, I know I predicted it, but Global, how are you doing this? It's insane! And on to these final moments, Gen G tried and tried, even with the pushes. Just slipping through the net texture in that final moment.
And it's just a phenomenal storyline for Global. Continuing to fight back and put up solid results against teams that, on paper, you look at the records and say they have no business winning this. You were the sole person to go for Global in this matchup, Quack. And, you know, I don't think any of us could have anticipated that Global was going to look this clean today. Because they have looked good in the past, pushing DRX into that 17-15 OT. We know they have what it takes. But to do it this cleanly, to avoid overtimes, to not let Gen G ever get into double-digit round wins is so much more than we could have ever expected.
Yeah, so much. Achilles, you said it earlier, nobody could have predicted this. I did not predict this. I might have just thrown Global's name in the hat for, I wouldn't say fun, but surely you have to believe in these players, watching their performances from today. Aaron on the KO, who would have thought that would have worked out? Monyet, we've seen that before in their game against DRX. SK Rossi, we know he's a proven commodity. But you put all of these players together into a mixing pot and they come up huge. A transcendental win for Global, to say the least.
Absolutely monstrous. Rossi in both of these maps performing to expectation, probably performing above expectation. 6 first bloods here on Lotus to go with his 7 from the previous map. This time he very much goes over top, 300 ACS. An incredible performance here from the prodigal son of India, as well as the team as a whole. We've questioned the decisions when this roster was put together. How will they communicate? How do you shift their roles? And they continue to show that they have it figured out, that they can be one of these top contending teams here in Pacific.
That's right.
And that keeps the hopes alive of making it into the top 6, being able to have a run. And if we continue to see plays like this from Global, I think they have to be in the conversation for Tokyo.
They certainly have to. I mean, we've talked about their potential since forever. We were definitely wondering, we were confused about this huge roster, this truly global roster, if anything. But like you mentioned before, Achilles, this is kind of like how DRX were actually put together, in fact.
Yeah.
You have that many duelists. You have basically, you know, SK Rossi, everyone kind of coming together. Texture, who used to play that duelist role. But now they've been molded and fit into these different roles where they are still able to perform.
It's just fantastic to see here. And, I mean, for Gen G, definitely going to be a very bitter loss, I think, for them, just given the expectations again.
But it's not over.
You know, the eye test shows that Global can compete, but if you take a look at those score lines, you anticipate that Gen G should come in here. They should be able to be the ones who are walking away with the 2-0. Like, if you told me that we were going to finish this series in under 2 hours,
you would have
said, Gen G, they slaughtered them. Not to be. The other way around.
I'm really surprised myself, but that's really the question that you have to think about sometimes, because looking at statistics, looking at how Gen G has performed before, they should be the ones on paper to do that well. They even picked this map on Lotus, but what happened, you know? And it really shows in this first half, I think, because we swapped those sides, we swapped those numbers. Earlier on in the first map, it was 7-5 in favor of Gen G, but now on Lotus, I think Global shows that they have what it takes to really counter-strat and play against Gen G.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'll say this. We'll have to see who wins the MVP at the end of this once the desk takes over. I'm sure SK Rossi likely to win.
Sure.
But I would also love to throw Aaron's name out there, because being the IGL in this scenario, being the one who's guiding the team round over round, being able to fight back once, you know, when Gen G do manage to find a little bit of momentum and shut that down, get these wins cleanly, it's so impressive to see. So I think Aaron absolutely needs to be in that conversation. He definitely deserves praise because, again, the attacking side on both of these maps were absolutely flawless, and that is where they have been a bit weaker in the past. But that's enough from us. We'll be back for the second series. But for now, we're going to go ahead and throw down to the floor where we have an interview standing by. Hello, India. It's with SK Rossi.
Yes, we're now at week 6. Every match counts more, and I'm here on stage with SK Rossi of GE. Congratulations!
Thank you! Yay!
I'm so happy because, yeah, the fans are rooting for you.
Yeah, I mean, surprised, but thank you.
Yeah, I'm so proud too, and it's your second win. It must be really meaningful to you. How do you feel right now?
Feels really great, you know. We have to win all the games to qualify, right? And we are all super motivated and super confident that we can make it because we all believe that we are better. We are a really good organization, really good team with a lot of really good coaches and players. We should be able to make it, and we are just confident. And winning today is a really good confident boost, and we know we are on a right track here.
Yeah, you're going to win the next time, right?
Yeah, of course, we have to. We have no other choice.
Yeah, I can feel that. And for the second one, I think you've been here in GE and being the lucky charm. How do you think about that?
I mean, since the beginning of this organization, I've been a huge part of the success that both GE and myself we had, and I don't plan of having anything other than that. You know, being successful, contributing my everything to the organization. The playground might be different, but the mindset is still the same. I want to be the successful guy on the successful organization.
Yeah, see, it's coming.
Yeah.
And also, I saw on your SNS that you're carrying this Naruto figure and gift from your fan.
Yeah.
Do you think they worked?
Yeah, like Naruto, like I watch a lot of animes and I don't watch it for fun. I watch it for fun and also to learn about a lot of things, you know. And Naruto is one of the characters that always inspires about, you know, working hard, not giving up on your dreams, keep fighting hard every day. So that is what I follow and believe as well. So that is a constant reminder for me of who I am, where I come from, and what I should do.
Yeah, you're definitely walking the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, like, I think your teammates are all aggressive and powerful. And I'm kind of got the question, like, if it gets kind of overheated, who's the one controlling it?
I mean, it's really difficult. In most of the times in scrims, it's coaches, and I'm the one who will be most of the times overheating and throwing rounds.
Really?
But when it comes to the team, I think Texture and Buzzy, even Moniad sometimes, but we all tend to overheat, but sometimes, yeah, I think Buzzy, Texture, or Moniad does it.
Oh, so
yeah.
they're the one going like, whoa,
Yeah,
calm
even
down.
I ask sometimes, like, guys, if I'm overheating, just tell me to come back, you know? Like, I tend to throw rounds. Bad habit.
Yeah, talking about that, we see like your team being more cooperative and having a lot of good communication going on. So like between the last weeks, what happened? What made you change?
I mean, I think it's the synergy. It's nobody's fault, right? Because if the players keep switching on and off, it's a natural thing to happen. Like the flow state will break and the momentum will break at some point. I think switching players has its own pros and cons. But right now we all know like this is the only fight. Like we have to like do everything what we can to qualify. And the synergy is going really great, and we've been practicing really good, and our communication is on point. I guess. Hope so. We'll try to continue that forward. I mean, yeah, what to say? Everybody is playing good and looking forward to carry that.
Yeah, I can see. I bet you win for the next round too.
Yeah, like I said, we have to. No other choice. I want to go to Japan. I want to go qualify for playoff and go to Japan. You know. So we'll do it. As a team, we'll make it happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it definitely. And for the last, G fighting.
Oh, G fighting. Hello, India.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Yes, that was SK Rossi. And for the next match, it is DRX and RRQ coming up. So stay tuned. And now I'll toss it to Victoria.
Thank you, Kyungmin and Rossi. Oh my God, Global Esports is just like the most adorable team.
So much charm.
They are so charming, and I love watching Rossi. And honestly, the way all of them were playing today was great. And honestly, it's about time someone challenges the Korean top dogs. So congratulations to Global Esports. Well earned. I mean, look, they've shown since the last time they played Lotus against T1, whether it's the addition of Rossi and Lightning, being reunited or learning from their mistakes last time, you know, whatever it is, they've obviously improved.
Yeah, the consistency is there, and yes, yes, it is only one match today, but of course this is their second win. But all throughout today, both maps, right? It's been very consistent. Not too many up and down. They didn't have to rely too much on heroics and one-man clutches and things like that. In fact, they were, if anything, getting aces in 4Ks, things like that. You could just look at it again. The stats speak for Global Esports, and we heard it from Rossi's interview as well. Just finding their groove, really coming together. They're feeling it, and it shows.
And when you looked at Gen G, I mean, they were trying their hearts out. They had every expectation they were going to come out here, come out on top. But Global Esports fought so well. They seemed to be very in sync. They were making great calls. A 2-0 is a shocking upset, and I think the future is very promising for them. We talked about this in week 1, but not every team gets acclimated to this environment, this country, this stage, these competitors at the same time. And look, with Global Esports, whatever, they're a late bloomer, but they're here now. They've beaten basically the rank 2 team here, not just in Korea, but in VCT Pacific. And who knows what the future holds, but I think there's a lot of optimism there if you're a fan.
And just look at this. 6 more first kills. That adds up to 13 in over 2 maps. That means he's gotten, first kills, in fact, half of the winning rounds, if it all converted to wins, of course. But statistically, if he's getting 13, first kills across 2 maps, I mean, really impressive from Rossi. And again, we talked about Rossi versus Meteor, but listen, Rossi was the one really hitting his stride today, not overheating like he said. I mean, he admits that it's a bad habit, but you know what? Now he's proven that if you watch anime, you can fix your bad habits, right? I mean, that's the lesson that SK Rossi's given us, and boy, does it look good.
Yeah, no, I mean, they didn't overheat at all. It was just baked just right, and maybe it was the pants, like, I don't know. It's like everything was just right today by Global Esports. I mean, Quack cracks me up. He even said himself. He picked them, but didn't expect them.
Least confident analyst.
I know. He could have taken that moment and just basked in the glory. He's like, I mean, I picked him, and I don't even know what I was doing.
But you know what? I mean, yeah. You know what? Even if we did expect some strong plays, I think a 2-0 was surprising to anyone watching these games. So, let's go and let's break down a bit of the game. Starting with they lost the first pistol round, but during the anti-eco, that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, Global Esports strikes back, and this is already after they've gotten 1 kill and they've planted. Now the casters are talking about the stack up on A Heaven, but look at what happens afterwards. Even the stack up, I think, is good, but then they use the Trailblazers. They make sure they're using everything to make sure they're always set up for trades, even with the weaker weaponry. Monyet takes that opportunity after they've checked main that no one is there. He hides, and now if you saw the minimap, Rossi jumped across to make room for Monyet. Then you see another movement where the Paranoia comes in. This is for Rossi to then get the trade. This is what I mean, in that even their aim is good, so even with Classics, they're always positioning themselves in a way where they're going to have the win condition. They're playing for that win condition rather than to not lose. And I think Achilles was calling out Aaron at the end of their cast as well, and just a lot of props given to him. This does come down to a lot of the mid-rounding and the IGLing, in fact, in the game.
Yeah, that's right. Tesla made a really good point earlier. I mean, it's not that Gen G wasn't trying their darndest for it, and they had some really good reads, but, to follow on to your point, their counter strats against Gen G every single time. I mean, they just read it great.
Yeah, now this is another one. It's round 8. It's after Global Esports' timeout, and look what happens. Gen G actually has a read that it's very possible that it's a B hit. So they're already positioned for it, but because of Global Esports sending Rossi through, he actually got spotted by the Haunt earlier. He's already on A door if you look on the right side of the minimap as these skirmishes happen. Now Gen G, they've even lost the duels over on B main because it's a 4-man setup, rather, coming from Global Esports. During all of this, Rossi is still set up because B-side's so hard to hold post-plant, so they know they need to gain a better advantage across the map. He controls A stairs, and this is the type of setup and practice that, again, this isn't just on Aaron, but the entire team, the coaching staff, of thinking, when we do hit B-site, how do we win? Because this is them understanding post-plant situations, right? We can't just plan and hope that our utility hits and we just buy enough time. No, let's make sure we play for our win condition and not, hoping that they make their own mistakes. And that's just how they continue to keep this lead here in Lotus.
Yeah. And honestly, there are also just moments of awesome mechanical play. I think it's just a combination of it. And so when we were backstage, Tasteless, there's something really funny that you did. You were saying, like, oh, SK's going to win this round. And we're like, what do you mean?
I'm like, I meant. Global Esports, I meant GE.
Yeah, but you said SK.
But I was watching SK Rossi, and I said the 2 letters, and then we could probably throw it up now. It was round 15, but it was this crazy moment. First of all, we should point out this is the 3rd round of the 2nd half. So on paper, obviously Gen G should have an opportunity to have better guns, but an explosive moment here where the momentum really picks up, and a full-on blowout, killed off the entire team in a matter of seconds. And we were saying as well backstage, okay, if they win this 3rd round, this is going to be huge.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be that normal ebb and flow, and it wasn't the case at all. And so Global Esports, an incredible showing here.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, with inferior guns, too, during that round.
Right.
So it was amazing.
And that round, again, I think it just comes down to Global Esports being one step ahead in this kind of chess game between them and Gen G, right? It's their bonus. They're trying to vie for mid control, which is actually a long space. So what do? Global Esports, they use the time with the one-way to push up with the Spectres. And Gen G's like, okay, the one-way's there, but we can regain control. We have better weaponry, because not a lot of teams will take that risk to really push up with only 2 or 3 people. And Global Esports says, surprise, we're here. The Spectres, it's just as strong at close range. They clean house.
Yeah, they did good. Now let's talk about our key player. We actually took a moment to think about this, even though the kill count was really obvious for Rossi. But the entire team did well, but it had to be Rossi.
Yeah, Rossi was blowing up. He's talked about how occasionally he'll overheat, he'll be too aggressive. Well, he was the perfect weapon this time around. He made all these great moves, and I think now he's really galvanized to move forward in the next 2 weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how he continues to perform, because when this team proves they can take on Gen G, they can kind of take on anybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they can challenge for that top spot, right, and say that they're also on their way to try to challenge the top teams and, eventually maybe even get a rematch against DRX in the playoffs, they would wish for nothing more than that.
Yeah. I mean, you could really feel that in his heart when he said, I want to go to Tokyo. It almost sounded like he didn't want to go to Tokyo to play playoffs. He wanted to go to Tokyo because Japan's so much fun.
Japan's pretty cool, too.
I mean, that's a cool opportunity.
He just said he likes anime, right?
Yeah.
He might Naruto run under that airplane if they qualify. So.
But I think that's also a point of, that's part of kind of the charm of being a pro player, is that when you reach these top spots, not only do you get the reputation and fame that comes with it, but you have an opportunity that not a lot of other people have, which is to go explore, meet other players, meet other fans, and really showcase yourself to a wider audience.
That's right. I mean, even heck, being in Korea itself.
Yes.
With that, let's pull up the MVP for today's series.
I mean, it's got to be Rossi, right? Yeah.
Enjoying his time in Korea. He's kind of ticking off the Korea box, and now he wants to go to Japan next.
I'm just imagining that's his hand picking up his suitcase to go to Tokyo.
Oh, and he's just lifting it? Yeah.
He's doing reps with it.
Yeah, but look at the stats for today. I mean, overall, just averaging 314 ACS, almost 2.0 KDA, at least more than 1 kill, right, per round. I mean, this is just an incredible showing, and we've all been seeing it here on the desk, but this is Rossi in prime form, right? This is him not making those mistakes. If he can continue to build on this consistency, I think he's the one who's starting to make a name for himself as potentially the best Jet here in Pacific.
Yeah. Can you imagine if he was actually here since week 1? Depth is
yeah.
our, #1 on the kill, top kill list for Jet. But if Rossi was here, it could have been easily him.
Yeah, and he could have grown even more. I mean, Depth's been growing throughout these weeks too. So now I think just more hope and hype for SK Rossi. I think not just from India, but across the world for sure.
Yeah. Well, that was a fun game. Whatever it is, I'm happy for Global Esports. And next week they'll be facing off against RRQ, and Gen G will be facing off Talon. So we'll see the Southeast Asian face-off next week for these 2 teams. Now, we're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to see another face-off, RRQ and DRX, and maybe we'll see another Korea Giant upset. Who knows? So we'll be back in a minute. Don't go away. See you then on the other side.
Goddead with a covering fire, which comes in and already on the spot. Rebound, Goddead is resible. The shot pitches in, completely smoked off. They know exactly to the back side. They find the kill. Edwards is continuing to swing. He's really going forward here. Up into the climb to find the head. Looks for the up. Knock to the floor. Meteor. He's got nowhere to get out. Now it's going to be traded back. Yes, the res can come in. Doesn't get scouted. That flash really connects. Now the push under the corner. Look for smoke, and they're not ready for one yet. Shooter in hand. He's gonna want backside. Rossi, good for the initial headshot. He's suspecting there's gonna be another one nearby. In the meantime, off screen, takes down Meteor. Not already. Tailwind forward. He's looking for one. He manages to get him. Continues to push. Rossi, a third kill. Found that. Best down to 700 with the Spectre. Finds the kill. The swing. Sheriff taking down off the rim. But Meteor finds 2 TS. Goes across the blind.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Party's over. One down. One sight.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we've got Tasteless and Will Cho here. We just finished our first matchup of today where, Global Esports knocked down one of the giants, Gen G. And now we're going to have our second matchup of the day, DRX and RRQ. Now, DRX has, won every single game. They're undefeated at the moment. But actually, it was the two teams that gave them the most problems was Gen G and Global Esports, the two teams that played just now. So we'll see if RRQ is going to give them any problems too. So this is their lineup. We know these guys pretty well.
I mean, obviously, now Foxy9 has become a mainstay here on the starting five. Zest taking a back seat for the time being, but wouldn't be surprised at any point if they make another change. But DRX is not a team, I think, that will try to always flex them back and forth. They prefer that consistency, and they're trying to make it work with the explosiveness that Foxy9's Jet brings.
Yeah, Foxy9, an amazing addition. It's cool to see they pick this one player, focus on him, kind of leave him in the shadows as far as, having an exhibition where he gets to show his skill, and then when they actually bring him out, he is a lethal weapon. Look, DRX, they are an all-star lineup. It can be very tough for us at times to pick an MVP when we see every player is firing on all cylinders. And again, this is another match going forward. It's very likely DRX is going to win. We were wrong before with Gen G versus Global Esports, but I think even more so, it's hard to imagine a world where RRQ can take this.
Yeah. I mean, do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, listen, I mean, for the first couple of weeks, I was a hard RRQ believer, right? I was the one predicting them for a lot of their matches. And I think they are also a team that has good potential. But I think it needs more time compared to what Global Esports has shown. And I say this because last week, they lost against T1 after looking like they were on an upwards trajectory, right? So perhaps that consistency not quite there yet. And also DRX is just such a tall giant, right? But now, could they take a map off? Maybe, right? Now, you could try to surprise them. But the roster for RRQ, I mean, again, this is one of those teams that we have here in Pacific where the individuals look good, but the chemistry, again, hasn't quite found its stride just yet.
I'm really fond of these guys. I've had the chance, maybe you guys saw the video earlier with
both of you guys.
William and me in there, getting to hang out with these guys and talk to them and pick their brains. But a charming group of kids, very motivated, very hungry to come out on top. Being someone like myself who's been working in the Korea region, to finally get to see players from Southeast Asia come up here and perform and see how hungry they are and see how able they are to play. I think they're going to give a good fight here to DRX. And look, we already had one upset today. Global Esports actually smashed Gen G 2-0.
Yeah.
I mean, it was impressive. It was actually a short best of 3. Maybe we're going to get something magical happening here with RRQ.
It's very much possible. I mean, again, individually, they're all great. Now, EJ was one of the players that, in fact, this time, it's EJ who often overheats here on the side of RRQ. He started to seem like he was really in sync with the rest of the team, and then last week just didn't have as shining of a performance, again, with the rest of his team as well. And they started to fall back on these traps. Elmeme are always pushing out on ththings like the lurk, and they just fell into these patterns. And then when it didn't work, we saw kind of that panic mode of RRQ again against T1.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, let's pull up, the team standings so far and how they've been performing up until this point. And you're right, they were up against T1 last week and didn't do so well.
Yeah.
It was a 2-0.
Yeah, a little surprising, right? Because they were coming off of 2 wins in a row against DFM and then Team Secret, who, we rated quite highly at the beginning of Pacific. So, whatever happened there, I will also give credit to T1. It seemed like they had counter-stratted RRQ very heavily, so maybe RRQ being caught off guard just a tad bit. But RRQ, I mean, here's the thing. Timing-wise, this is a week where they really want to prove themselves to continue to be in the running for the playoffs, but they're up against the #1 team.
Yeah, and moving forward from here, RRQ will be facing off Global Esports and Paper X, who have also proven, how strong they are. Talon, they had their first win last week, and we don't know how that'll go. DRX, on the other hand, Tasteless, they'll be facing, 3 teams. It might be smooth sailing from here for them.
Yeah, I mean, Detonation, they're certainly doable. Team Secret, I think they're tough to fight, but again, doable. T1, I think as, this event continues to expand week and week, we are seeing that there are real cracks in the Korean teams. I mean, we just saw it here with Gen G actually getting smashed by Global Esports. But T1, they've fought well. They are high ranked. They are having to work really, really hard for every single win. The matches, the whole maps themselves have become very, very long. And, truth be told, it's not the case with DRX. They're having very short, explosive rounds. They've only lost one map to Gen G.
And close with Global Esports, even though it's a 2-0. But you're right.
They've basically been dumpstering.
Yeah.
They've been killing.
Yeah.
And they have no intentions on stopping.
Yeah. I mean, when you have someone like Mako on your team, that's... What do
yeah,
you do?
I mean, you have
against
Mako.
a guy like that.
And then, I mean, really, you could just name off the entire roster, right? Including, obviously, Stax, not just in his fragging, but as the IGL as well.
Yeah.
A lot of fans now recognizing Stax as one of, kind of the worldwide IGLs that you got to give credit to. He's the one leading the squad, and they look unbeatable for now. Within Pacific as well. Yeah.
Yes. Well, there's another player, Buzz. Let's actually talk about our key players. So you guys highlighted these two as the ones to watch out for, Buzz and Elmi Moore. Or if you say it like in the French, L'amour.
L'amour is my first cast with this team. Yeah, not the easiest name to read and not the easiest player to play
I like the
against.
French way.
Yeah.
L'amour, he's just all about love.
It's going to be fun to watch these two guys interacting. Buzz, this guy has... I've said this example before, but I'll use it again. I mean, if he's an RPG character, it's like all of his stats are maxed out. He is unstoppable. And it's going to be interesting to see these two guys dueling and duking it out as we go into map 1.
Yeah, my big question is I think the one interesting stat line, if we were to compare them, is that Elmi Moore has, a significantly higher first blood rate, but that's also because RRQ relies a lot on him pushing out. Meanwhile, Buzz, he actually plays so craftily. Whenever I get to cast on the Korean side with the Korean casters, we always say that Buzz is that guy you never want to meet in solo queue because he just makes you mad, right? It's not because he's always getting the best kills, but he just knows how to toy with his opponents, where sometimes he doesn't greed the kill anymore. He just runs away just to buy space, just to buy time. He plays very crafty Valorant. Whereas Elmi Moore, because he has such good aim, and because the team kind of entrusts this role to him, he's always designated to be this lurker who goes out and gets these singular kills on his own. But that also means while he gets some good first bloods, he's also rarely the one last alive to lock things down. He'll, do a couple impact kills and then, kind of fizzle out in the middle of the round as he gets overpowered. So the question is RRQ, do they have a bit more variation in their macro play where it's not just Elmi Moore hold that side of the map, we'll take care of this side, but maybe mix things up a little bit more, right? Maybe have Elmi Moore play a bit more of a passive intel game rather than trying to pick out these 1v1 duels.
With that, let's lay out the predictions. Let's lay out the predictions.
By the way, I got something to say about predictions.
Do you?
A few weeks ago, on my way back home from the studio, I found out that RRQ was actually having dinner right by my house.
Oh.
So I popped in there and had some barbecue with him. And they were telling me, keep predicting against us. I said, it's working out. They said,
Is that why?
They said, we see what you guys are doing. We get it. Keep doing that. And so I said, okay, DRX wins.
Oh, that's why you picked DRX.
Yes,
Okay,
why.
all right.
RRQ, this is for you.
Yeah, otherwise you would have picked RRQ. But they convinced you.
Yeah, I said, all right, well, if you say so. I moved the Ouija board over here, and now they're going to win the game. So.
Yeah. I mean, okay, what are we expecting, like a 3, we're going to go to the third game, or is it, what do you...
Okay,
I hope so.
How strong?
I'm just going to say it.
All right,
say it. The only way I see us going to map 3 is if RRQ has cooked them something crazy on Bind.
Ooh.
Because Bind has been out of the picture. While DRX has played this map quite well in the past, there have been some changes. Now there's Foxy9 in the role. It goes to reason that DRX probably haven't practiced it too much, not heavily yet. But then they've also been wanting to hide their Lotus, right? For whatever reason. Maybe they just don't feel like it's perfect yet. So now it's kind of balls in your court, DRX. Do you ban Lotus first or do you ban Bind first? And meanwhile, RRQ, have you tried to target this and prepare to Bind comp? I mean, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
What do you think about it? Do you think DRX hasn't been practicing Bind? I feel like DRX seems like a team that's also been practicing.
No, they've definitely been practicing it.
Yeah, but I know what you mean.
No, I feel like they're such a bulletproof team. One of the things Flip said to me is he just said, when you look at DRX, they really seem to be playing perfect Valorant. It is inspirational. Obviously, RRQ's hungry. They want to win this. They're going to give it their all, but they are fully aware of what they're going up against.
Yeah, honestly, I think every single team has said this. It's almost they say it on their socials, like if we lose against DRX, Like, does it even count as a game? It's sort of like a throwaway.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough opponent,
Yeah.
right? It's more of a challenge mode for you just to try to see how far you've grown. And we'll see RRQ, can they at least prove that in the progress?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think we're going to see a triple duelist comp like the way Talon did against
Probably
DRX. But it'd be really cool to see a bind pick. And RRQ, they're a bit unpredictable because they have been inconsistent. But this could be it. Who knows? Let's go over the stage and see the walkout, see the energy and what they're made of. You're watching VCT Pacific Week 6. Are we going to see another Korea giant upset in the next matchup, or will DRX continue to carry the crown?
This is going to be a fun one. RRQ has really started to look more and more confident. At the same time, you know, DRX has been so bulletproof, so stellar, so untouchable. It's hard to imagine a world where there's even a 2-1 here with an RRQ victory. I would love to have a long series, but the truth is, DRX,
overtime,
I'd love to have 3 games overtime. I'd love to pitch my tent and get my sleeping bag out for the evening. But the truth is, I think we all know the reality of the difficulty, the challenge here for RRQ. But hey, we've had upsets before.
What is that? Is that a Harry Potter thing?
Yeah. No, he jinxed it. No, it's a sign.
Oh, he jinxed him. He jinxed him.
It's the first missed high five / fist bump.
I mean, last week...
It's a bad omen.
Yeah, last week when Envy was denied the fist bump from Zenfree, what did he do? He took it personally and really stomped all over DFM.
That looked like wand waving, though.
I think it was a wand. At first, I thought maybe he was trying to fence against Mako, but then it looked like a wand. So maybe trying to put a spell on the star player of DRX, and now, of course, the coaches Termi and Ewok. You know, obviously Termi, we know what great work he's been doing with the rest of his coaching staff in Glow and Argency over here for DRX. But then Ewok as well, I mean, you can tell that he's been putting the work in, and it just needs a little bit more time. And something that I know Ewok has talked to us about whenever I've had the chance to talk to him is one of the biggest things that they've had to work on fundamentally is, of course, the language barrier, right? Just like Global Esports, they are one of those teams that has to first go over that hurdle to build the chemistry. Now, Global Esports has proven that they're already on this positive stride. It's now RRQ's turn to say that we're also going in that same direction.
The crowds are pretty excited today. It's actually the first time I think I've heard, you know, the crowd screaming during the walkouts.
Yeah,
I think they're pumped up for this match.
Well, we saw one of the days I was casting RRQ, I saw some fans show up for them. They were the most vocal fans I have ever seen.
Yeah, the RRQ ones.
Yeah,
so it's not necessarily the DRX ones.
Yeah. Or, I mean, it's always possible there are some DRX ones, but my bet it was the RRQ ones. So a big day for these guys here. Obviously, they know this is going to be the most difficult challenge yet of their careers. They're ready to go. No missed fist bumps, thank God.
Right, they put a hex on Mako. That's going to change everything.
Yeah. We'll see if it works. Now, the other big thing is, I know a lot of the RRQ players, they've also always kind of pinpointed Stax as a player they want to beat, you know, in a duel or in a match, just because of obviously the rapport he has and the skill he brings. Okay, so it's a Lotus ban, and
No!
Wait,
RRQ!
RRQ bans bind?
Why?
I'm curious, because I wonder if they expected DRX to go to bind with just some old comfort picks. I mean, that is a map that DRX has, you know, enjoyed in the past. No surprise that Split is picked up then in exchange. I mean, this is the map that gave some trouble when Global Esports picked it against DRX.
Fracture now gone, as is Ascent here. RRQ taking that map out as well. That's going to leave us with our final map, Pearl, or Earl as it looks right now.
Okay, so looking at the overall maps, other than the bind switch up, I mean, that's kind of a coin toss. Obviously, we don't know what's been going on in the scrims for either team. But I think it's as good as you can hope for on the side of RRQ, right? While DRX is great at Haven and RRQ didn't have much success against T1, they can also identify the weaknesses that T1 targeted on that Haven map and try to brush that up. Haven also, just as a 3-site map, does give you a couple extra chances to go for these Hail Mary plays compared to a map like Ascent. So now take a look if there's been any changes in agent composition here.
Is this a mirror?
Looks like it
No, there's an Astra?
well, no, not a mirror, but yeah, it looks like it's just going to be the same.
Almost, yeah. The same idea, certainly.
Well, the same comps,
difference.
what I was going to say was the same comps that the teams have been playing as I was trying to continue my train of thought there.
Sorry.
But yeah, I mean, it's tried and true, right? The Sovas, the Breaches, the Jets, Killjoys, and Astra and Omen, it's really kind of a pick of do you want to focus more with the Omen on your attacking side versus the Astra more on your defensive side, especially that C site, much easier to hold if you have an Astra.
It's going to be a fun one. Again, if DRX continues this forward, they are just going to remain the tyrants here of the region. But if RRQ could actually pull a rabbit out of their hat and have a miracle best of 3, that would be one of the best stories of our tournament.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I've got Foxy 9 on the Jet. So surprising.
Shocking, really.
Shocking.
Yeah, it is absolutely shocking. Maybe he'll do things with those blades. I think we are ready to go to map 1. Best of luck to RRQ. We love you. Hope to see the best. We're going to go to Haven for map 1, and we've got our casters, Quack, who predicted RRQ's win, and Achilleos, who stands on the ground of reality and chose DRX. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much. Well, Quack has already gotten one of the predictions right today, so we'll see if we've given the new guy the script or if, it's going to be a 50-50 split here today.
Could be. I don't know. I'm just kind of dreaming every day of my life, so who knows what's going to happen. I do think it's interesting, though, because why would you not play bind? Like, that was their one chance to kind of maybe surprise DRX, but, maybe they have some other plans in mind.
It would be a curveball for sure, but I do believe that DRX, at least retroactively, still have a lot of comfort left over on bind.
Yes.
But they also have plenty of comfort on both of the maps that are being played here today. We hear the fan cheers coming out here supporting DRX.
Are you going to do it?
Plenty of fans. They've already done it.
Oh, I missed it. Well, I mean, if anything, I think this is, again, one of those things where if you look at Haven and Split, DRX are undefeated on them, at least in Pacific. But, it's also one of their strongest maps. It's going to be tough for RQ to say the least.
Yeah.
But if anything, perhaps Split will be that difference maker. Here on Haven, though, we've seen how crazy DRX can be. There was an 11-1 first half last week against Gen G.
Yeah, it was very dominant. Gen G able to rally back a bit, make that into a, I believe, a 13-7 scoreline at the end of it all. But for now, very quiet. They are now going to start pushing forward. Flash not going to confirm anything. Dart goes into the backside. Does get the ping reveal here on the Foxy 9. Actually takes the dash over to the side. Has covering fire. The peel for Buzz. Swing around onto the flank. We'll have to see if it happens. But for now, Buzz swinging out onto the site. Pharaoh going to be good for 1. Foxy finding a second. Stacks and Mako as well getting involved. And it's going to be Stacks finishing the job. Just Buzz taken down as DRX will go ahead and get the first pistol round for themselves.
That happened a lot quicker than I expected, Achilleos. I mean, we start things off with an interesting approach. We had the flashes, we had the right calls. We blinded DRX. They actually did manage to get on top of the box, but as soon as the cloud burst dissipated, as soon as a lot of the players kind of recovered themselves, you can see that RRQ didn't quite follow through on the execute. They were a little bit slow to push out a C-Long, and DRX were able to take them down one by one, bit by bit, especially up by logs.
I was curious to see how that was going to go, just because right now in Pacific, DRX's pistol round wins on this map haven't been great. They're 1-3, now 2-3.
Oh,
after taking that one away. But I mean, you were kind of talking about it, how strong they've been on this map. They haven't lost on Haven since the lower final versus Optic at Champions last year. So it's been a good long while, and we've seen it from them 7 times between then and now.
And you know what else? It's always the same classic agent composition. You never change it up.
Yeah.
On the other side, RRQ, you know, Astra instead of Yeoman, I don't know how useful it's going to be, but you're going to have to try your darndest. You're already eating a shock dart, and then there's the spray.
Blind spray through, that's EJ gone, so a lot of your entry power now eliminated. Flip shutter as well, tagged down to 47 from that previous shock dart. An immense amount of value found from RB right off the rip here. Stax anticipating a recon perhaps, but looks like it's going to be a shift over towards A as Foxy does get tagged. So I'm going to dissipate. No, the shot not quite going to connect.
Does tag 2G a little, but not to worry.
That was the dart earlier.
All right.
30
So
seconds left.
it's going to be the push in through B all of a sudden, and Stax has their number.
One enemy remaining.
Allowing Mako to get it. Okay, well,
Spike
we
down
will
mid.
avoid a flawless. Mako going to be good for a third. Go ahead, close it out with a 2-0 beginning here for DRX.
It's really simple, easy, clean takes from DRX.
Just good honest Valorant.
Yes, just good honest. I mean, that's kind of what they were talking about on the desk as well. It's good, it's honest, it's kind of almost tactically perfect. It's so hard to find these mistakes because they're spread out across the map. They have clear map control. They have clear protocols to kind of just relay off of each other if need be. And at the same time, everyone has that individual fragging potential. RRQ needs so much just to take one side away.
Homegrown, grass-fed, non-GMO, MSG filled Valorant.
That's right.
And now we go into the buy round here for RRQ. See what they can manage for now. Just contact up in the garage, the turret. Needs to be cleared. Okay, finally get it there. Not too much damage, just 7 taken there from EJ. Still plenty to work with, but again, it's RQ slowing things down the early rounds, just trying to deny some of this util away from DRX.
Yes, and that's what you need. Taking off a turret really helps you buy a little bit more map control, maybe sell a bit of a fake, and you're just trading utility, trading positions. I don't know how DRX reacts off of this, though. I mean, Foxy's not deterred.
Star comes up, they're trying to get him across. More jumping up onto the box, may have just saved him. Foxy gonna still stick around and wanted to re-peek. Wisely ends up backing away, but the stun does connect. Dart now into backside. Ping comes across, EJ spotted, RB able to spray him down, gets the tink across onto Xparrow as well, putting him at 46. Now we'll rotate up to heaven, try to get ready for some shock darts here to dissuade the spike plant.
30 seconds left.
Listening for it.
They're planning underneath. Dust goes down, Flips not getting too much damage there. So Widely is going to be feeling okay. Drone now over the top. They spot him. Here's the drop out of heaven.
Wow.
China going to be taken out, but 2 kills going to be traded back. Sparrow and Elmi Moore finding them. RB getting a second as well. Now it's just Stacks with 7 HP and a Sheriff and a Dream. See if he can try to convert this bonus, but Nick Sparrow maybe get that elimination. He sat back. Elmi Moore leading the charge, gets the headshot just through the corner of the wall. And RRQ will get themselves on the board, albeit in a fairly costly round. 3 weapons left on the ground.
I mean, it was such an interesting way that DRX defended the site. You see those plays from Foxy, and he's just getting information for the team. Of course, maybe a tag, a kill would have been good. But when it comes down to it, it's EJ dashing in, and they instantly notice Spring inside of that Cloudburst. At the same time, you talked about it, setting up for the shock darts to deny the spike plant, the way that they waterfall down off of the window. It's all set up perfectly, even with the paranoia from Mako. Just comes down to it, RRQ had more firepower, and they knew how to hold around short, around long.
Dart the scout long off the rip, gravity well as well. Going to be invested, trying to get a catch here onto RB. Now sad back, the drone starting to push forward. Turns away and just sprays through. The Cloudburst comes down. Fantastic game sense, the jiggle peek as well. Spotting out on a few, sends a shock dart their way. We'll send another one. Looks better. Nimble on his feet, able to avoid the damage. As Xparrow grabs the orb, but now he does have a Hunter's Fury available.
That could be useful. Clear on delay, some pushes, if anything. You have a minute left to work with Elmi Moore.
Oh boy. I mean, he's being watched by 2 different players. Stax and Mako both have this little crossfire set up towards short. Wouldn't be a hard adjustment for Mako to make. Meantime, Elmore sticking around, going to try to get some value off this lurk. The rest of the team shifting towards C where Buzz is waiting. Jiggling on that corner in a moment. Should know that this is going to be the place that they want the spike to reside, but no, it's just going to be the fault line. As Elmore, oh, he was creeping in, giving them info. I think they've left A, so they're trying to cut back, but now they have to turn into B.
Yeah, wanted to cut them off on a rotation. It's not going to happen, so B is the best site to hit, but Foxy's here with the operator.
Doesn't know how deep in they might be. Just catches the cloak of 2GE. Not enough for the kill quite just yet. Sparrow watching that angle. Foxy not looking to overstep. After Shock will buy some time. Foxy taken down. The operator lost.
Watching here.
The flash to allow RB to push in now.
Brings it a bit closer. Turn from the flash. 2GE lines him up. Finds RB. Mako going to be taken down as well. Stack's able to get one, but then ends up falling. It's all on Buzz now to try to get this clutch. The Hunter's Fury, however, is available, but it's not going to be necessary. 2GE with 3 kills will go ahead and tie things up at 2-2.
Fantastic recovery from RRQ. I mean, they knew that they were kind of discouraged from certain sites, especially C at the initial start of it. So they just make the quick adaptation to go straight to the B site, holding it from back, holding it from mid instead. Kind of threw DRX off a little bit. Eliminating Foxy 9 was so crucial in that moment. And then when it comes down to the 1-on-2 from Buzz, hiding in the little corner just meant that Buzz was going to have a tougher time clearing, especially since he was so afraid of the shot possibly coming from the back.
Yeah, and without having to invest anything, Alt economy right now for the side of RRQ is looking very strong. Given that they find themselves now against an ecoing DRX, they might not have to invest any here.
Talking about alt cycles, we're holding on to ours. I do wonder what DRX has cooked up for this, though. You can never count them out in these ecos. Looking at how they've positioned themselves, long range, long sight lines. They were wanting that information. It does look like RRQ is going to commit to this.
Jay dashing forward, but not up onto the platform. So going to push around the back. Sparrow in the meantime finding one. Mako able to line up the headshot, has to pull back into a safer position. Wants to TP back up top again, but they should get word of this, but no, it takes him a while to realize, but he runs out of bullets, and 2GE is able to find the kill in the end. Pushes the corner. Sparrow gets RB, and now with just the shorty remaining, we'll see if Foxy 9 can find any value. Still does hold on to the tailwind, but it's got so many angles to try to clear out.
Wow.
Just feels not impossible to be able to get anything else done here.
Not quite.
Uh-oh. Good game sense.
Just a check. I mean, it's not, yeah, it is game sense, and it's also just reading your opponent's patterns. We know that DRX, we know, I mean, we saw it with Meteor as well. Always hiding inside of these smokes, always using shorties. Sometimes you start to read to it, and at the same time, you notice the spike plant coming in from Elmore. That was the ult point gotten now. They've got 4 ultimates to work with. DRX surely could make it an explosive round, but let's see how it turns around. Foxy 9 does have the operator in hand as well.
That he does. 3 ults versus the near 5 as EJ's just one off the blade with a phantom in hand. Shouldn't require that at all. It's Foxy poshed up on top of the brick stack here. The drone will reveal. Does get pinged. Not enough to force him out. Just go ahead and bounce his way across the opposite side of that smoke. So wait on that Nebula. I'm not sure if they read that EJ would have gotten tucked away in sewer.
He's hiding there, but the question is, how does DRX position themselves around it? How does the opening pick go? DRX surely fall back bit by bit, bound by bound, and that's their style. RRQ find these tiny bits of space and maybe microaggressions to push into sites like how they're going to be right now.
They get in here, but then Foxy sets up the crossfire, rotating back through the link. 2GE assessing where he wants to place these stars. Gonna be one at link, one at heaven. Entry now. EJ gets himself into the site.
Okay.
Dart at the ready. RB just waiting to hear that spike start to get planted. Quite read the angle correctly. Bit of an off one there. Widely, Sparrow able to avoid damage. Buzz able to find one, however. That lurk now shut down.
Great angle though, rolling thunder through. They're gonna push off of this.
Oh, Mako. Hey, does put some damage back, but eventually ends up falling. RB cutting down EJ. The push, oh, it's the reload. Timing from Sparrow. Gets caught after killing off Buzz. And that is going to be DRX getting themselves back into this. They'll wait for Foxy to rotate back over, grab the AWP, and then finish the defuse.
A lovely little approach from RRQ to just explore all facets of the map. I love what you're talking about, Achilles, with putting EJ down, up by A short. It's kind of like playing chess, if you will. You know, you set some pieces up. EJ's that bishop that has that long sightline, and at the right time, once you have your pieces going in for trades, EJ goes in to take the site. And it's often little things like that that pull Foxy9 away from A. At the same time, though, the Rolling Thunder, while it was a good idea, didn't quite really push DRX off. They just dropped out off of Heaven. They were still able to retake, and that's the one thing that you got to consider.
Well, Rolling Thunder, obviously high value, but they still do have a lockdown.
Wow, ultimates.
Yeah, RB can contend with that one with his own Hunter's Fury. Stuns go across. Buzz just backs away from the garage. Clear on the turret. Buzz showing the gun barrel for a brief little moment there. Tries to throw down that nano. At least cuts off some of the reinforcements and getting themselves into the site. Xpharaoh now going to be taken out. Mako backside finds the second. Easily set up from the Rolling Thunder. There's a third.
Down, C.
Just for the reload. It's not going to be an ace. RB will be able to find one. Mako could make it a fourth. Identifies where he's at. Does he try to greed for the play? Seems like the answer is going to be no. Stalwart as ever. Mako just waiting. Try to draw Elmimore into the site. Never mind. He just picks the nice timing when Elmimore's not looking at him, and he will be able to get that fourth kill in the end and a fourth round for DRX.
Too darn good. You can't really rush against DRX. Even with the full eyes, even with these risky, almost seemingly hard to read plays, EJ dashed into it, but the Rolling Thunder just delivered him into Mako's loving arms. And of course, the final frag going his way as well. It's just so darn tough. These C-split executes haven't quite been working out for RRQ, hence the timeout. 4-3 right now, and the only rounds that have been somewhat successful are the A takes, the site hits where you start to try to force out some imperfections in DRX's seemingly perfect defense.
Still though, now with the brakes pumped a little bit, RRQ going to look to course correct, get themselves back into this. Sign, of course, shouting out Mako as the GOAT. And it's hard to disagree, just given the performances that we've seen from him in Pacific as well as outside of it. Vamos for Foxy9 as well.
Mexico. I mean, we know they love to shout Vamos. This round 7, Mako's already getting a 4K. And still sitting on so many ultimates. Both sides being somewhat conservative with these. Just trying to find the perfect moment. Trying to find a way to make these ultimates, make these rounds count.
Let us hunt.
It's already not that one-sided of the first half.
Things can spiral quickly, which is why RQ desperately going to be looking to win this round, but have bought down a bit. Yeah, Elmimore going to get picked off. Still hold on to the 2 rifles. But, oh, Buzz, has he noticed it? I think he may have. No. Maybe not. Oh, okay. Instead, it's going to be Xpharaoh. Noticing Buzz just a little bit sooner.
Okay.
Mako. Oh, okay. I was going to say Mako now, you know, reading. He's trying to set up for this defensive smoke to cut off C long, but still gets caught. Xpharaoh breaking things open. Now the spike getting brought forward into the site. EJ able to answer back and maintain this man advantage. Not much health to speak of, but EJ jumps the box and the right click takes down Stacks. What a play from him with just now 6 HP remaining. Puts Foxy9 in a dire situation.
He does have blades though, Achilles.
He's got the blades and he's got money to buy another operator, but it seems like he doesn't want to play for it.
Take maybe a little bit too long, a little bit too much noise to rotate all the way across the map. And given how RRQ are already positioned inside a garage, yeah, maybe it is a bit of a tall order for Foxy, even Foxy9, to win out this 1-on-3. Just not the right circumstances. But at the same time, I mean, consider how this round went RRQ's way. We started off with Xpharaoh. I mean, sneaking through garage. You might have expected Mako to turn around at the right time, given how Buzz lost his life. But this is these tiny microaggressions, tiny spaces and gaps that RRQ might just be able to slip through. At the same time, though, you can never leave Foxy9 unchecked. I think that's painful.
Yeah, I mean, a good way to start things off, but in the end, EJ with these blades and 6 HP just fiercely jumping the box and nailing the right click. Fantastic to see to keep them in this one and tie it up yet again. Thrifty to pull off against DRX, always, you know, I'd say a reason for celebration.
Is tied up the score, and now we go back to a C execute. Oh boy.
For the pass hit once more. Field goes out, they spot Elmi more, but Buzz is not ready. His weapon is undrawn, and Foxy takes out one before the Hunter's Fury claims his life.
Stack's still on site though.
Oh, the spray through. He stops the plant for now. Might realize that, yeah, he was hitting his target there. Mako with the crossfire saves him, finds another.
Spike down.
Flip try to get taken out. Mako again holding things down from the back line, and Stax will get Elmi more at the end.
Unbelievable.
Dynamic duo holding it down, but still, I will say RRQ pressing DRX and taking kills in ways that you might not have anticipated coming into this.
Yeah. We look at how these rounds are going. Sometimes RRQ tries to play with the pacing. It's a sudden C rush that perhaps Buzz or the rest of them weren't quite expecting. Foxy9 had the operator, but was just completely discouraged from holding any angle because of the fault lines, because of the Hunter's Fury being thrown in the mix. At the same time, though, it's just Stax. They thought the smoke meant that they were safe enough to plant, but Stax managed to set himself up as a turret up by plant. Cosmic Divine now. Okay.
Gets invested. Foxy, I mean, swinging into a position where he might actually peek this one, but smoke is there, and Buzz just gonna get sprayed down, and that's a Slipshiner. The Bulldog through the smoke. In this whole time, they're rotating themselves into A. RB obviously gonna be hearing this now. Mako TP's across to get himself up into heaven. Slipshiner, or Elmi more rather, ready for it. 2G, 12 going to fall. Mako now arriving. Drops out of it, finds one. Spring Stacks into a 1v2, trying to utilize this cloud burst against EJ. So far, it's working. Sees the spike get picked up. EJ, knowing that Stax is going to be here, just pushes out. Flips, rotates over, and Flipshredder is in this lurk spot, waiting in the link. Question is, can Stax win out on the fight? He's not even going to take it.
Wait, we're going to be Achilles.
They are, but he could just play this from the single link side. Looks like he's going to end up doing that.
Spike planted.
Not to his knowledge, but this is Stax making the right call.
Stax has a full kit of utility. He's got one flash to work with.
Can he read their positions? They're both stacked up in here. Backside, spots one. Now does it both there, but it's far too late. He has overstepped, and Flipshiner finds the elimination. A weapon upgrade from him as well. As RRQ just trading round after round, keeping us tied up at 5-5.
Not the half I was expecting, but a welcome one indeed. I mean, RRQ, we've seen how they position themselves backside. I think Stax was trying to use the element of surprise, but this time just kind of surprised on his own instead, having two players to work against. And it's just so smart for EJ to actually pick up the spike and go back to B that way. Start things off by breaking the doors, discouraging any peeks. DRX hasn't really gone on the aggressive so far. Except for now, perhaps. Foxy, Frenzy, pushed up. The drone coming to check, though. Oh, but it's been shot by the Sheriff.
Fault line out. Foxy has to dash back. Keep himself protected. Start fanning their way up here into a long. Dark to check close. Not going to find any damage there. Foxy with a frenzy, just looking to stay tucked in sewer, but seems like RRQ likely suspecting that they might have drawn some attention over towards the A site, so instead they want to pivot.
Back towards B. They could make it fast, so it's an easy spike plant, but it's also a really tight one. You could try to hold it, but those stars are already in place for RRQ to
30 seconds left.
Wait.
Okay, they're pivoting again.
Again, yes.
Mako
still has some paranoia. Oh, okay.
He holds it for now. Thinks about throwing it, but by this point, it's far too late. They're already in the site. Mako managing to find one, but it seems like that's about as good as it's going to get. Foxy 9, okay, gets a headshot. The weapon in such a bad spot for him to try to retrieve it. Expecting this push out. Footsteps heard. Weapon retrieved. The headshot on the 2GE. He brings it now to a 1v2. 65 HP remaining. Spots another. Tailwind over to the side. And he can't line up Elmimore. He shuts him down, and RRQ will lock in a 6th round win.
Elmimore just stops.
Last round in the
a
half.
slight centimeter right before Foxy's crosshairs. And you see how many pivots, how many rotations there were in this attacking half. I mean, attacking side from RRQ even. In that round, maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's how we force DRX to make these tiny gaps, these tiny mistakes. It's just by going back and forth so much that DRX kind of gets confused themselves. And in those rotations, RRQ will find out some of these members one by one, bit by bit.
Foxy again, up in hand, swings out, finds one. Flip Shatter gonna be taken down, pulls the blades. EJ matching, rushing, looking for the kill, puts him down onto RP. Has managed to find that elimination in the end, but it's gonna be traded out. Foxy getting one, Elmimore shutting him down. Lockdown, invested now. As they get themselves the spike plant. A 3v3, Buzz has a counter lockdown available once he can get into position.
Oh, he's gonna use that.
He's got to final round. Use it if you got it.
And then they'll be discouraged to hold these angles. How many spots do you have? Elmimore, I don't even know if he can peek out to take him down as they push in.
Have a smoke available. The aftershock, they're trying to flush it. Sparrow out, Stacks. He does just that. Finds the kill. Nano Swarm's now burned. They get themselves in onto the spike, the gravity well. Takes them off the defuse, Stacks out into the open. Now gonna be vulnerable. Flash through, swings out, finds one. Can't quite get that transition, but the defuse can be held. And Mako will just finish it. Elmimore gets a 4K, but it's not the round win, so we end up at a 6-6 score line, perfectly evened up.
So close, but such an incredible exchange from both teams. Again, just talking about it, RRQ plays with the pacing of things. They start to rush back into A. Definitely surprising some players from DRX's side. But at the same time, as soon as the spike goes down, you were talking about it, those lockdowns became so important for DRX in this retake. 6-6 though.
I mean, this is not a scoreline you see often at all on Haven. And in fact, I mean, if you take a look back, they haven't had a 6-6 half start on Haven since they played against Team Secret at the Daejeon Invitational, so an off-season event. Everything since then, 13-8, or, you know, a 8-4 versus Talon, 11-1 versus BBL, 9-3 to C9, 7-5 to Global, and then 11-1 to Gen G. So this is the most that they've been pushed on Haven in a good long while.
Certainly is challenging. I think RRQ are showing us that they have some things prepared. They have some ideas in mind. And it's especially with these mid-round pivots that they're really staying in my head. I mean, it's kind of like that Friends episode with Ross, huh? Pivot!
Sure, pivot. Trying to move the couch in. But I will say, the caveat to everything I just said is that most of those maps, they start on the attacking side.
That's right.
And they do have a slightly higher win percentage on attack compared to their defense, 65 compared to 60. So RRQ looking very well geared here to deal and contend with DRX on their own attack. The question is, do they have that same preparation for the defense? Can they shut this down? If they can, they are in a fantastic spot to potentially steal away an old-time great map for DRX.
Potentially. Maybe we do take a look at statistics from RRQ. Defending side on Haven, so far in Pacific at least, they've done pretty well. 24 round wins over 12. It is not impossible. It all starts with this one round to find that momentum that they need to carry them forward. But then again, I mean, this is what we're talking about. Haven is such a different map. We've got 3 sites. You could be the ones to pivot and rotate around on your attacking half, but DRX could do the same thing. We know how perfect Valorant, how DRX plays perfect Valorant. I don't know if RRQ plays that same way on defense.
Sparrow reading the lineup, knows exactly where that Nano Swarm is going to go. Double clear is close. Foxy going to be diving in deep. So far, the pressure coming out of Swords not found. RB delaying for a bit, but they should know that there's still going to be somebody potentially in this spot. Foxy Knight, however, able to find first blood. Buzz going to be taken down. Dart sent through. RB looking to set up that crossfire. Foxy going to be good for a third before he's finally taken out of the fight, but with Xfero at 48, it's going to prove to be a very challenging retake. Be on the jiggle peak, puts him down to 33. Zach's swinging here alongside him. Darts at the ready for the lineup. Push out again from Xfero, just looking to challenge, looking to keep him contained. They're going to go for the double push now, but RB's able to stabilize it. Finds one, can't quite get the second. But with 7 HP. And the delay tactics coming through. Seems like a nigh impossible task, and it is. DRX will go ahead and take away another pistol round win.
That's the key word, delay tactics. Again, tactical, perfect Valorant. And that's how DRX plays it. Instantly start things off, they already have the sight. And I think Xfero was the only one who could have done something. I mean, it was covered up by the Nebula, but at the same time, it's just so smart for DRX to send Foxy, as well as a couple more utilities, just to make them feel uncomfortable on the side itself. Even once the retake comes in, DRX were already positioned up by short and long, just to delay, just keep delaying.
Opens now in. RRQ. It's a single sheriff there from Elmi Moore, which you don't mind seeing at all if you've been paying attention to RRQ. You know how dangerous this guy can be with this weapon. We see him pushing forward. Mako reading this push coming out of a long. Buzz now looking to swoop in and get the punish before they can make it out to safety. Has to clear too many angles so they don't get too much extra damage in.
Get good footsteps as well. Here comes the collapse.
EJ dead. Buzz, quick shot on the corner turn. Finishes off Xfero.
I just want to see how flawless this round's going to be.
I mean, yeah. What are you going to do? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Flip's having to push forward. Otherwise, the Nano Swarm is going to force him out the opposite side. Thrown tag onto Elmi Moore. And from here, it seems like for RRQ, it should just be the decision to sit back and wait for the spike.
So that we don't give away any
no shot.
points.
No way. Foxy, what in the hell are you doing, son? So that's, if nothing else, he is not lacking confidence.
Sure.
But a bit silly in the end, donating a weapon over. Well, not donating a weapon over, but donating it to the spike explosion. And DRX will go ahead and close out the anti-eco round in what would have been flawless fashion.
Still, I mean, apart from some antics or acrobatics, again, classic Valorant. DRX just goes in, takes the site, and RRQ couldn't really rotate quick enough, and they were never sure if DRX leaves someone on the lurk. Back in the next round, DRX is able to buy up slightly. RRQ with the full buys instead. They're trying to go on the offensive now.
We have this Guardian from Elmi Moore. Sat in the garage for the time being. EJ, again, just trying to pressure here in the sewer. Ooh. Spotting RB, but just can't quite get those shots through.
Difficult, and at the same time, setting ourselves up. DRX anticipating a bit of a push. Flips is trapped into the corner.
Mako trying to fake the TP out. Flip's still just sat here.
No peeks. No peeks.
DRX are perfectly aware of his position. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see them go for the aftershock. Instead, it's going to be the push, and Mako with the Spectre will win it out as Flips was desperately trying to drag his crosshair down. Foxy now entering. Dart goes across. The stun hits. Sparrow still somewhat dazed. Pushes out, gets the headshot in. Stinger sprays. Cannot control it. Stacks into falling. EJ with 2. Spike on the floor. RB noted. And EJ, while still hovering, will find himself a 3rd kill with the classic. Only 2 weapons lost here from the side of RRQ. DRX can't convert that bonus into a win.
Not too shabby. This is what you expect from the bonus round.
Should I play some
RRQ played it to perfection at the same time. I mean, you have these 2 players, EJ, as well as I believe it was, is it Elmi Moore? 2 players on the side itself. You plant your foot firmly down and just make sure, no, it's Xfero, excuse me. You make sure that you're not going to be revealed. You're not going to be pressured by whatever DRX throws at you. I was kind of surprised by how Mako's able to easily walk up long, take flips down. But as soon as they made it their way onto site, it's that information that RRQ gains. They know how to react off of it and just to play around the box on the site itself. 8-7 now. And this is a timeout off of a win. We want to maintain this one lead, this one round that we've won.
Yeah. Let's see if Ewok's strategy going into the next one is going to allow them to tie us up yet again, or if DRX can break away a little bit. But so far, I think everybody feeling quite pleasantly surprised with the performance here from RRQ. Pushing them to the limit.
And again, I think it comes down to some of these players, Elmimore, Xfero, they're able to really make the right calls, make the right plays, given the positions that they have. The pieces of utility that they throw against DRX at times also helps them chain some wins together.
Still wait for the barriers to drop. DRX again looking to show some early pressure over towards A, while RB will just send a shock over to B. Clear out some of that KJ util. But I think he might have missed.
Just being a little bit careful still. Now DRX exploring garage side, a star instantly placed. Might be able to eat out a bit of information or set up for some kind of a retake. Does look like RRQ just completely gives them the sight.
Oh, Hunter's Fury. Stacks getting caught by the first blast.
One more boom.
Third one, not going to get that connection though. And tags Buzz and Stacks both down to 70. Now it's going to be the full 5v5 retake. No real ults to speak of on either side.
That's already spent. Just gonna come into the retake. We need that utility to support this.
Foxy getting tanked. Mako blind the backside. Xfero able to find the kill. Now Buzz gonna be taken down as well as Elmimore entries, finds two for his trouble. Suddenly, just Stacks and RB left standing. The shock dart's flying through. Spam will get two.
Take flight.
But there's still so much more to work with. Dart across the side, Stacks ending up falling, and so does RB. The timeout works a treat. RRQ will get the defuse, and they will tie us up at 8-8.
Good call from Coach Ewok, if anything. And it just so happens that they coordinated that retake perfectly. You know, we talked about it, we saw and we heard those footsteps as they approached the C site. We might have lost some players in the process, but completely evacuating it allowed them to set up for this, where they push out of garage, push out from defender spawn at the same time, just completely catching DRX off guard. You might have two players remaining on towards the backside of C long, but Stacks unable to deal against two players rushing him down.
Does not have that rolling thunder, but that to be a fantastic start. Maybe a really swift and early plan for them to want to commit that here into the thrifty round. Foxy9 just going to be landing up on top of Fox here in the B site. Nanoswarms go out. Stacks going to be slowed up for the time being, but they have control of the sites. The plant will come through all the same. Aftershock to try to clear, but the planted left side rather than right. Oh, the push. Flipshider just still lurking. RB completely caught unawares.
Good little exploration mission, but still onto the site itself. Look at how DRX comes back around on this.
I mean, they're out of range, so they might not know that this flank is going to be coming through, and so far, no one is really turning to read this. Foxy continuing to inch forward, but he completely beefs it! Has to swap over to the short. He still would be good for one, but that should have been so much more. Flipshider getting that elimination. Now suddenly it Stacks, and the rolling thunder is in fact committed. This has cost DRX so much more than they may have anticipated.
My ultimate is ready.
As RRQ will take the lead now 9-8.
Things are heating up, Achilleos. How on earth did that happen? Just completely giving them the sight. It's the right call at times, but at the same moment, Foxy9 trying to wrap around, being that close with the Blade Storm, an uncharacteristic miss. And RRQ with the guns just had their way with the retake.
Yeah.
On to the next round, and we get to buy up again. RB has the Hunter here, but Elmimore has a lockdown.
Again, weapons back in their hands.
Blocking sight.
Again, looking like a fairly fast hit. Elmimore spotting this one will be noted. Buzz trying to spray him down, but a little bit of damage in. That's about it. Otherwise, only more life intact. Go ahead and get set up for the lockdown in Garage.
Initiated.
Does so. RB.
Nowhere to run.
Spawn will now go ahead. Open up with this Hunter's Fury. Destruction still not coming through yet. Paranoia across. Now, lockdown does get destroyed. Mako found those. He tries to go for a really short hop TP, and Stack's going to be taken down, so RB now needs to contend with Flipstrider on that flank. The flash goes across. He's completely blinded. Flipstrider eventually finds the kill. Foxy9 going to be taken out, and suddenly it's all on Buzz. Do they read his position?
They don't know.
So far the answer is no, but now they know exactly where he's at. Gets the headshot, turns from the flash, but Flipstrider finishes him off. The third kill comes through to defuses in, and RRQ now lead by 2.
It's not just a lead as well. It's 4 rounds in a row, Achilleos. They've won it.
They'll know what's happening.
First team to reach double digits. And just maybe dampening DRX's economy a little bit more. Coming back into these rounds, these retakes. I mean, you have DRX just rushing in, pushing them off. But somehow, RRQ are actually finding the coordination it takes just to wrap them around. I mean, Buzz also kind of tries to go for an interesting approach of making a big old flank. He does turn into a one-on-one, but the numbers just do not favor him in that moment.
No, they do not. It was a good effort by him.
Hermes not happy.
Yeah, Flipstrider with the better flank in the end of it all, breaking open that C-long position and then able to finish the job. And Termi will, in fact, use the first timeout for DRX. You know, oftentimes we do see Termi, he'll trust in the team to be able to course correct themselves. He knows how much experience they have on stages larger than this one. But once it starts getting away from them like this, and RRQ are very closely approaching, stealing the map away, that's when Termi decides to intervene because it hasn't been working out. It's a new version of the wave. You slap each other down a line.
We have fun crowds here in Korea. But still, I think it's RRQ actually doing such a good job. Now they have the coordination just to retake, the coordination to defend at times. If DRX wants to force the site take, let's just let them have it. So far it's been working in Treat.
Okay.
Spike down.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to see that POV. I'm gonna have to see this man's POV!
Flawless.
As the 2 veterans on RRQ deliver such a swift victory in the round. Run it back. What else I mean,
let's see the replay.
I mean,
it's just
hot damn.
Hot damn indeed. It was a bit of a half buy coming in from DRX.
He just rushes. He just rushes and kills 3 people. And in the meantime, Xfero catches Foxy going into the smoke, finds Mako within it already. It's a flawless round. The economy built up. RRQ, they are good to go to the very end here.
Oh, now it's C-Rush.
Yep, they're looking for it once more. The dash forward. 2GE situated. Mako should be reading this, but he does not. 2GE manages to find 2 kills before finally falling. Flipstrider with the 3rd. Buzz again alive. Finds the kill. The Hunter's Fury online for Xfero in case a lockdown comes through. First will be droning from the defending side. The operator, EJ, swinging on the corner. RB not reading it whatsoever. And once again, it's Buzz on his lonesome, and he's been identified. The ping's coming down. Xfero looking to pressure him out. Buzz not sure which way to look. And RRQ are now just 1 round away from taking DRX's map pick of Haven for the first time in 2023.
This is their map pick. Achilleos, what is happening here?
It's been old faithful for DRX since time memoriam, since Valorant effectively came out, since DRX and Vision Strikers came onto the scene in Korea. This has been such a strong one for them, but RRQ, it seems, have meticulously studied them, and right now, frankly, are out-aiming them, out-gunning them at every twist and turn.
Especially on these retakes.
And it's
even
a
with a sight hit.
back. I think
it's
just about a back-to-back. I mean, he calls it once in front of the Thrifty, the attempt at the eco, I should say. It doesn't work out. They go into the buy round. It doesn't work out. This is as close to a back-to-back timeout as I've ever seen from DRX. Only 2 rounds separated.
Something is happening. How? That's not the classic DRX take that we used to see. I mean, we did have that cloud burst. We did have Mako TPing on towards the back of the top platform, but when you have RRQ players just positioned on there like that, you would expect DRX to be able to suss them out. Somehow, they went left unchecked. Mako turned but couldn't find the frag. RRQ actually took them down instead. At the same time, onto that Thrifty, it was just a big old rush, somewhat of a default push, a default A take for DRX, and RRQ read that to perfection. 1 point, 1 round away from closing this map out.
And the ults are fairly evened up, but I think looking at it, you absolutely favor RRQ in this position. They have the Rolling Thunder, they have the Hunter's Fury to counteract the lockdown from Buzz. DRX gonna have to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this round if they want a hope of taking this into overtime.
Oh my gosh, for the first time, they're actually holding this default, just waiting for a push from RRQ. Now slowly trying to find bits of utility, find little gaps in RRQ's defenses, but RRQ are not moving at all. They know they have the rounds. They know they have the numbers.
Thrown up close, but a little bit delayed. Doesn't get the tag onto EJ, who will then clear it out and says, yeah, I've got an operator. I wouldn't recommend pushing me.
They're definitely not going to explore A anymore after this. We're just going to go for that B hit. Only Mako as well as Foxy up on top.
Drop down should be heard. Only more identifying that somebody's going to be in backside.
Rolling Thunder
cuts across, gets the stun. The shorty is drawn out, but doesn't get that much damage through. Spike as well, not planted, not even on the side for the moment. TP over to see Long from Mako. He was out in the open, actually. Push on the corner. Mako, that counter swing does find flip shot, and now 2GE going to be taken down. A 3v4. It wasn't Mako. 86 HP between the two of them. Now Stacks joining them. The shock dart tagging him to 50. Tries to make it into the cubby fast enough, but it's not going to happen.
Oh my
RP
god.
taken down. Elmimore pulling it off. Now just 2 versus 3 healthy members. Nanoswarm buys some time. The push comes in. A little delay there from McSparrow. Elmimore, however, finding a third. They're holding forward, and Elmimore holds the angle, gets the 4th kill, and I cannot believe it. RRQ are kicking off our 2nd series of the evening with a map victory over DRX on DRX's pick of Haven. Their first loss on this map since they suffered the loss to Optic all the way back in Champions. I'm at a loss for words, but good lord, what a performance from this squad.
We have never, ever seen this before. DRX, the team that plays classic, perfect Valorant every time and again, suddenly dazed by RRQ. We talked about that first half. It ends in a 6-6. But after the second half, all of a sudden, RRQ chain rounds together in the defenses, in the retakes. You would have thought in that final round, DRX playing the macro game on top of macro games. They started with a B hit, they rotated over onto C. They managed to find bits of success, but down to the final bits. Up by C long, they weren't able to find the shots, Achilles.
No, they were not. Things very off here from DRX. Shots that they normally are good for, players that are normally clutch, unable to deliver in those regards, but RRQ firing on all cylinders, handing DRX their 2nd map loss in Pacific. It has been so clean for them up until these last 2 weeks, losing 1 in a close battle on Fracture versus Gen G. And now to RRQ, who continue to punch up and in dominant fashion, 13-8. What a statement from this squad, comprised of 2 vets and 3 relative rookies.
Man, it's just the Korean caster signs. But still, I mean, I don't know, man. Today we're in the upside down.
And for whatever reason, you seem to be trending in the right direction here, Quack. You threw 2 Hail Marys, and right now, it's looking very possible. Now, though, split will be coming up. This is still an interesting one. You know, how much work has RQ put into this split? We've only seen it once from them. It's a 13-7 victory over Team Secret. Whereas on the other side, DRX, they've been showing it to us quite a bit. At all time, this is one of, if not their most dominant map picks that we have ever seen from them. 14-5 on split. So obviously some changes. I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know either. We've seen their double controller. We know Mako to be really strong on it, but at the same time, Split was also the map where they were kind of pushed by Global.
It was. Well, does Lightning strike twice in the same studio? Do we have our top two teams suffering losses, the teams that have been hovering around the bottom, that have been struggling to find wins? We're going to find out. First, we're going to go to a quick little break. The desk will break down all of the action here because there's plenty to talk about from that first map, and then we will get into Split. So don't go anywhere because obviously you don't want to miss it. Second stacks and Mako as well, getting
Eating a shock dart.
And so, roll avoid a flawless. Taking out, 2 kills going to be traded back. Start Elton. Leading the jump a bit closer. Turn for them, taking out as well. Stacks and Fury, however, is available. But push around the back. Start in the meantime. Now going to be taken out. Mako backside finds the second. Easily set up. Said it's going to be X-Barrel breaking things open. Now the spike game. Oh, the speak up, but got to get taken out. Mako. Flipshider. Mako. Foxy 9. Weapon retrieved again. Off and hand. Swing hands are going to go for the double push. Now an RB coming through. Seems like a nice EJ 10. Push. Foxy continuing to inch forward, but he completely beefs it. Having that elimination. Now suddenly it's stacked. So far the answer is no, but now they know exactly where he's at. Gets the head to that POV. I'm going to have to see this man's POV. Situated. Mako should be reading this, but he does not. What?
Wow, guys, wow.
So easy. Let's go. Oi, you're making them look bad. Yeah, they're not looking bad. Let's go. 8 already? 9? 10? Let's go. Let's go. Well, you're gonna make us look bad. You need to have an expression in your face. 20 guys. 20? No!
You're watching VCT Pacific. Dang! You know, I might have been expecting a 2-1, but I did not think that win for RRQ was going to come from Haven.
That is such a crazy game that we just saw there. RRQ was so in control. We saw the back and forth early on, and whenever you have those moments at the start, you think, okay, well, this is great, but, you know, we're very early in the whole development of this first map. But as it progressed, RRQ got further and further ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, I mean, we like to say stats don't tell the entire story, but here it kind of does, right? DRX still having more first kills. RRQ still able to overcome that with the macro play, right? Being able to really set up for their win conditions. And then you look at the attacking halves, the post plants. RRQ winning 6 out of 8 plants. DRX only able to secure 2 out of 7. And, you know, sometimes those plants, obviously, they start by not being in a great position in terms of number advantage, but RRQ just came mega prepared against DRX's Haven today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know what? DRX, as Quack pointed out, has gotten pushed by Global Esports on this map before, but I mean, RRQ took for the win, and Xfaro and Elmi Moore, I think were, I mean, a huge part of that win.
It was incredible. Xfaro doing some great infiltrations early on in the first couple of rounds there, really getting deep in enemy territory. Great lurks. And overall, it just felt like RRQ was so in sync. It's very exciting to see this. Let's not forget the DRX had basically gone untouched up until this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, this is their second map drop at this point in time, and by, you know, the first Southeast Asian team to do so. I'm pretty excited. Today's a pretty exciting day for Southeast Asia.
Oh, absolutely. And the fashion RRQ does it in. And Haven was very convincing. I mean, in the beginning, they were kind of trading back and forth. And even that, a lot of fans were like, okay, this is a good showing. And then they started to just run away with it on defense on Haven. That's a very promising sign.
Yeah. I mean, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for all of this. Now, DRX, we were talking about this, you know, their seaside defense was fairly strong initially.
Yeah, they had some good adjustments, right? I mean, RRQ, they continue to target that C site, you know, partially because of composition and whatnot. But let's take a look at round 9. We're going to play it out first, just kind of see the action, and then we'll take a closer look at the mini-map. But DRX, this is a round that DRX ends up holding as RRQ continues to try to break the site open. This is how they've gotten a lot of their round wins, and it comes down to that kill from Foxy9. Now, when we go back, as we let the action play out, you'll see it kind of wrap up. Stack's able to take a better position. He's just buying time for Mako to come through. Mako had just sent out his paranoia as well. And then when we play it back from the minimap, I'll break it down just a bit ahead. But when we go to the minimap, I want everyone to focus on garage side, you know, in that link. From Foxy9. So Foxy9 currently peeking out garage with the operator. Buzz is trying to get back into sight to just hold on to backside because that's how you make the retake happen. Now, you don't have an Astra, so it's a little tough, but Foxy9 dashes in to support him, so he's able to trade. He eventually gets taken down by the Hunter's Fury, but by that point, Stax is now here, and the smoke has finally come in for a moment. And then Omen uses the paranoia again to make sure Stax can stay alive, buying them time to continue to fill backside of C and eventually defend it, you know, away from RRQ. So while a bit of a desperation move, also DRX just understanding, okay, this is a weakness our composition has, not having that Astra really able to maneuver around the site on her own. And Foxy9 saying, well, I'll jump in with the operator, I'll trade for Buzz so we can buy a little bit more time.
That's right. And, you know, DRX is still a very good team, but I think this is the point where we started to see things turn around. DRX having really good plays, but then RRQ controls the situation and puts it back in their favor.
In my mind, that this moment we're coming up to here, this is kind of when the wheels fell off the bus. So this was a round where it was a cool play to set up on B. Obviously, they were starved weapon-wise, and they were going to basically hang out in the garden and then set up a flank up through garage. And so the idea is that, you know, there's concern about trying to make sure you can obfuscate the exterior point of B, try to get the defuse set up. And so we see Foxy9 get to slip in here. And this was a little cocky, not going for the kill right away and then whipping everything. And that's when things started to completely fall apart. From there, they were able to then push out, get control of mid, come back into B, get that defuse. I think DRX managed to take that in what I thought was a very cool play. Maybe we would have had a different result, but RRQ's game sense overall was very, very good. They were able to shut that down, move on, and here we are.
Yeah.
RRQ 1-0.
Yeah, I want to talk even more about that. RRQ definitely studied hard. They didn't treat this as a throwaway match, clearly. Like, they're taking this match against DRX very seriously, and they're controlling DRX's rotation patterns.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the heat map, right? And you can see this heavy focus from RRQ over on C site. A lot of the kills they got on A site was actually on defense because DRX tries to target in the beginning of that half. But RRQ, both their attack and defense, so focused on C site. On attack, they just try to get the rounds they can. They condition DRX to really fight them for that site. But then when they're on defense, once they have EJ on the operator, they're constantly forcing DRX to go back over to C, where RRQ knows they have a better preparation about that backside hold with the Astra. And you can see it on the heat map as well. Just very well played from RRQ. Really solid prep.
Yep. So I think generally just an all-around excellent performance from RRQ. And this could be the day that Southeast Asia topples the Korean Giants, like both of them. I mean, it's already happened in the last matchup earlier today. The next map is RRQ's pick, which is Split.
Yes.
How do we think that's going to go? We don't know now. Now we're like,
well,
I don't know.
Can I throw something out here? I think that Foxy9 needs to tighten up his play a little bit. He had a couple sloppy moments. You know, seriously, RRQ is no joke. But Foxy seemed to be playing the worst out of all the weeks that we've seen of him so far. And so I hope he can clean that up a little bit, because if Foxy drops off right at the start, it's kind of hard to make anything else work.
Yeah, that's right. He's gotten his kills, but the impacts, like the really critical moments, he doesn't win those duels.
And it's kind of hard to read this. I mean, this is something that we would have to go back and watch the VODs, you know, step by step and look at the stats as well. Because here's the thing is that Foxy9 oftentimes getting that first kill or getting some of the early kills. But then we looked at the overall scoreline, right? It's RRQ still able to win more rounds despite not getting as many first kills. So what does that mean? That means the way they're setting up their lurks, the way they're setting up their retakes, was one step ahead. And is that entirely on Foxy9? Maybe not. However, like that round we just saw where they could have gotten the Thrifty, if Foxy9 was a bit tighter, he could have been the hero instead of perhaps being the scapegoat here in some sense. I mean, at the same time, Buzz also not getting as many kills as we usually see him do. So there's something going on with DRX here. You know, is it just that they were trying to purely play off of fundamentals and they're starting to miss a couple beats? Or has RRQ really studied that much more? Maybe it's a mix of both.
Yeah. I mean, whatever it is, they're giving us a darn good show, and I'm sure DRX is sweating.
Well, this has got to be kind of a weird wake-up call. You know, RRQ, they've been a very interesting story in that they were, I think out of all the teams that we looked at, we kind of presumed they were the worst. I know I did. I know some other people here that have been casting or at the desk that thought the same. And then they've started to come back, and DRX is always an easy call for everybody because they have played so well, and they have a real record and a real history of doing so. But, you know, going back to that moment I had at dinner with RRQ, they really seemed, well, they told me they seemed to be very, very comfortable. By the way, switch in and out here.
Yep, Emin coming in, probably playing the Sky, right? They've done this before on Split, so Emin getting a chance to shine. I know, I forget if it was last week or the week before, you know, I was talking to RRQ, I was just like, all right, hey, I mean, if there's a player that you want us to kind of hype up for you, if the moment allows, who would it be? And they're like, well, Emin's, you know, going to be playing on a certain map, so like cheer on for him. Let's try to get him some moments on air. We'll see if he can make it for himself here on Split.
So our lineup here looks like we are not going to have any Jet over here.
Yeah, EJ just going with that raise, right? Just to kind of go to the same composition they've always had. Now, Elmimore, he was playing a lot more kind of conservative and safer, I should say, more patient over on Haven. But now with the Cypher, the role for him is to go out and get those individual duels, create those mind games on his own. Curious to see how that works. Meanwhile, DRX going for that tried and true Astra Viper combo and double duelist. So Buzz coming out on the raise to support Foxy9. Okay, curious to see if Buzz, if he's still got it in him to be that duelist again.
Yeah, very curious with the double duelists. I think it's gonna be, this next game is gonna be pretty awesome.
What if we have a 2-0 here? What if this is just the Bizarro world? Like we're in the wrong timeline or something like that. Like, wait a minute. GE 2-0, 2-0s, and then it's RRQ?
Dude, I love this timeline. If that's the timeline,
well,
I'm so glad that this is our timeline. Because to be honest, both of those teams could afford a loss. I want to see the Southeast Asian teams who needed some time to adjust to Korea and their new teams to build up to this moment and go into playoffs looking strong. And every single one have been getting stronger and stronger, besides that one little slip up with Team 1. So I'm glad it's playing out this way.
And let's not forget too, DRX is a very proud team. They're going to be hungry to try to take this. They want to come back and dominate and crush through. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge for RRQ. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what happens in this next game on Split. Kilios and Quack, over to you.
Alrighty, well, here we go. RRQ looking to do and replicate what Global was able to do against Gen G just earlier today. The stage is set for it. They just need to close out one more map. They have their pick of Split coming up now, and we're seeing a very different look from DRX here, Quack.
Very, very different. I mean, just straight off, like, let's just rip that Band-Aid off, right? We'll dive right into the Asia composition. What is this double duelist that we're seeing? Buzz on Raze, Foxy on the Jet.
I mean, this is, obviously close to what we've seen from them. So there's the fan cheer again, trying to rally DRX back into this. This is close to what we've seen from them for the last 4 times that they've played this map. But we always saw Buzz being the one bringing out the KO, Foxy playing Raze. Instead, they're opting to go for double duelist yet again, which is what we saw from them versus Gen G on Fracture, that map that they lost. It felt like the disjointedness of the double duelist wasn't great. Granted, that was also, RB playing the Neon, so it's a little bit different. But I'm curious to see how drilled this looks now. DRX are going to be starting off here on the defending side. Close contact as the Trailblazer goes in. Foxy trying to play off of it, but Elmimore swings up the stun and finds the first blood.
I mean, they picked this for a reason. They picked this map. They have this composition, but right off the rip, it already is RRQ finding that first pick, and now slowly adjusting, delivering the spike back towards mid. And we've seen this look from RRQ already.
Only being watched right now mid by Buzz. Rotating back over towards the male side of things. Push-up camera going to be cleared as Mako trying to swing out.
Wow.
A little bit of damage down to the EJ. Otherwise, Emin coming up with a kill. Stacks now trying to go on the flank, get in behind them, cut them off. Elmimore still hovering nearby. Hasn't dropped down until just now. Starts working his way back, just keeping things nice and quiet. Paint shells in the meantime do come through. A little delay. Stacks, the timing. He's going to start rushing. It's being watched. That's going to be the spike down.
Big pickup as well. Now Stacks trying to get a little bit more, but the man comes straight back in. They pick the spike back up and back to A.
And look at Elmimore's position now. Gets himself up here in heaven. There's the rope. RB, a great reaction. Finds the kill. Buzz dropping down into the vent. Also going to be able to pick one up, so that does bring us now into a 2v2 with EJ down to 6 HP, but the spike is planted all the same.
Look at his position, though. This is quite the one and done, but wow. A sudden peek, and RB takes him out.
It's damage on both. With this frenzy, with this tuck position just below heaven, Sparrow certainly could still pull this one out. It's a double approach now through screens. No util to really try to flush him out of this spot. The paint shells were already burned. Swing out. Okay, Buzz finds the timing, catches him, and DRX will be able to salvage yet another pistol round. 3-0 in that regard.
Impressive wiring.
Not too shabby. I mean, it's an interesting approach from RRQ again. Just going in for tiny little duels, tiny little fights as a 3-man squad. We love to see this this way that they operate. Slowly going off ramp, and then holding up by rope, and then back to mail room. But in all of this, it's a little bit slow. There's a lot of time in between. Stacks comes up from behind. At the same time, you have Buzz, who's a little bit riled up from the previous map, and now he's going in for it. Finding that 2-on-1 scenario, DRX. Now the judge comes out, and Buzz, I don't know, we're going to see some blast packs.
Get off the rip, try to clear any early pressure in a garage. It's just going to be more pickup here for Emin, but quite a bit of damage pushed out. He can go ahead and heal Flipshider back up to full, but he's stuck at 34. Foxy spotting. Yeah, that shot comes your way. You know that Elmimore is behind the trigger. He breaks the line of sight.
Hold it up by that area. Now Mako trying to delay. Get further information over by mid. RRQ slowly make their way up.
Oh boy.
Love
Push
the judge
begins.
moments.
They're wary though. They're stopped up, waiting in mail. Slow creep up, ready to come through. Fault line at the ready. There's one, there's two. Just cutting them in half. Spike does get retrieved. They need to further clear them out. Now they have to drop down into the vents and see if they can find any kills here.
Here are those robes. Marco goes in for the peek.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, and into the meat grinder they go. A flawless round here in the follow-up to a very close pistol. DRX, they get the ball rolling with a 2-0 start, but this is what we saw on Haven, and then it was RRQ who were able to steal some momentum away in the bonus round. So let's see if that happens once more now that they get some rifles in their hands.
I mean, I don't want to count DRX out just yet. It was a very coordinated RRQ towards the end of that Haven map, but still, on towards split, and this is a whole different ball game. You have the judge, and it's a very, very viable tool, especially up by a lot of these positions. Outside of garage, up by mid, especially up by mailroom, like you just saw, and especially up on ramp as well. Look at how Mako plays around this rope position. He loves to do this.
Yep. Waits it out. Boombot not going to get a spot. Buzz as well, just tucking out onto the rafters to try to avoid it. Creep up. And Trailblazer cleared, still showing at least presence of two members.
If RRQ has done their homework, they should know, yep, that Marco is up around that spot, and that's why they're trying to wallbang it. Even then, up by the ropes, and that's not really a spot that you can reach unless you have utility.
Oh, okay, decent timing, but EJ widely just tickled by that Spectre.
Trying to bait some rotations over, but DRX aren't really moving. We saw a lot of exchanges up by this one ramp area.
Here. They're starting to pivot a little bit.
Oh, pivoting back to B. If they can actually take RB down, I think then they would have the site. Foxy's still up by Heaven, though.
Okay, Trailblazer comes out. He's going to use the gravity well instantly just to try to stop that dog from getting in.
30
Spotted.
seconds.
Oh, just the spray into that Nebula. Kill comes through, but Foxy able to find one. So Sparrow taken down. Angel's the delay. They're still not into the site yet, but as you say, Elmy Moore approaching, getting himself moved up here into Heaven. And Stacks misses the time they try to take him down, and Mako can't really reply. He's got that judge at range. The site cleared out. Stacks now the last man standing, tries to go for the drop shot, but EJ avoided the flash, gets the kill, and RRQ again on the board here in the third round.
It's against those pivots that work out so darn well. That said, it only is the third round. Trying to bait out those rotations. DRX didn't really have the range they were looking for with those Spectres, but still, it's that bit of a lurk from Elmy Moore. We've seen this guy so much. He was highlighted as the key player in the pre-match analysis, and he is stepping up to the plate.
Once more now. Operator and rifles on the opposite side. This would be a major turning point here for RRQ if they could get the round win. Oh, he's right up close. I don't think they quite realize this. But now with Boombot going through, should identify that somebody's gotten through defense. It needs to be noted.
Okay. Really have to think about this as a bit of a strategy game because we're moving around a lot of different pieces, and we've just sent one down up by ropes. We know that Mako's no longer here, and this is what RRQ was looking for. If they can actually pinch Buzz, they might be able to take down the A site. Stacks behind elbow, though.
There's the jiggle out.
On the side as well.
That will have seen Elmy Moore advancing forward, so the call comes in from Buzz, but Elmy Moore stops the strafe, gets the headshot. He's right back on the move. Stacks now dead in the backside as the neural theft goes across. Elmy Moore already building up another ult charge towards the next one. And with, I mean, three members alive, the operator, yeah, the call comes in, make the save. DRX going to be just perfectly allowing RRQ to flawlessly pick up this tied score line.
I just can't believe it. It's only the early game still, but the way that RRQ are approaching all of this, see so much utility being spent towards the middle. As soon as the barrier's dropped, EJ up close to Mako. And it just sends those signs of confusion to DRX. DRX trying to read it. They know it's not everything is as it seems, but they can't quite tell exactly what's about to happen. I think that's why Buzz kind of caught lacking, especially up by ramp. It's this little pincer maneuver up by rope as well as ramp from the RRQ squad, and then taking down stacks. Works a treat, but moving on to the next round, we still have those 3 weapons that DRX saved up.
Still, though, not quite as pretty of a buy. 2 Bulldogs.
Right.
Operator not even given the opportunity to find any sort of value in that last round. Just never going near it. See if they fall into the trap this time, as there is a decently heavy stack here.
Yeah,
3
DRX
players.
are switching up formation. Foxy up by mid could deny some kind of aggression.
Switching out. Here's the flashback entry, and oh boy, Foxy almost jumps right into EJ's lap, but Mako with a covering fire is able to find that pick.
So far, the key to RRQ's success is those microaggressions. This time around, DRX wins the first fight.
Mako just continuing to try to hold things down. Drop, pop flash, finding nothing. Buzz as well, spraying out. Good amount of damage going across, and Buzz probably going to be surprised to find that he gets himself a second kill in that position. Sparrow pushing up, does find it, but this time Buzz a bit more snappier as far as the aim is concerned. Catches Xfaro in the head, now Elmi Moore, the last man standing. Spike control, however, firmly in the grasp of DRX.
He has been a strong lurker, but what can you do on your own?
At this point, I mean, you've got money. Take as many guns out of the hands of DRX as you possibly can if you're Elmi Moore. Any kill is going to be value.
He's going to take the shortest route, and that's going to be straight into the arms of Stacks.
And there's the drop, and there's the spray. Buzz with a 4K in the round to get DRX back ahead. 3-2 though, still very close, and still some economy to work through if they want to be able to streak ahead on this defending side. RRQ already though, going to be calling the timeouts, and I do enjoy this proactivity here from Ewok.
Trying to catch things there early. We've already seen bits of success from RRQ. Let's see how we can push those ideas even further. So far, we know that RRQ, if mid is left unchecked, they can use it to sneak behind DRX through ropes, maybe a little bit of aggression towards no room. That can work. Apart from that, also, just little bits of duels towards ramp, towards A. They might be able to take some players down. At even times, we see Elmi Mori actually setting the camera up as a trap. If someone fires a shot, he gets that information about where someone could be. On to the next bit now. Question is, do you approach mid again? Or do you try to go for a rush this time? We know that DRX has an operator. That's a problem that we need to solve.
Well, they are fortunate to be able to hold on to it here for the last 2 rounds. Just continuing to stack up a decent amount of money there on the side of Foxy 9 at the very least. But still hasn't been the most involved in the kills. So Mako helping to bail him out in that last one. It's very much been, as far as DRX is concerned, the Buzz show.
Right now it is, especially as Raze on this map, very
They're going to garage rush.
effective.
Okay, not the full entry. Doesn't get himself on the box. Just to look to catch anybody unawares.
A little bit curious about that gravity well. Nobody's there to check, so just to confirm that RB is up by B. Gonna head back towards the A site mid. Maybe a bit of lurk. Maybe a lurk from Flips.
I've got your trail.
We'll do the lane for now, but it's their aftershock to clear angles as well as their flashes for trying to get entry onto the site that's not there. And Foxy 9 finds him, can be costly, but shot goes across, the Seekers fly through. Flip shut it out, very well aware of his position. Smoke dissipates, and Foxy, he is off on the shot. Flipshutter takes him down. Mako now arriving. Catches one, has to exit. Does take a tag there from the aftershock. At least crucially does find 1 kill. Now gets himself set up here in alley. Stacks looking to join. Shots across. Mako falling. Stacks taken down as well. Before the cognitive fight comes through. Now RP noted, dealt with, and RRQ are set to tie us up again. Buzz at this point, I mean, money to play with, but no real reason to go for this one. You know that if you die to EJ to Elmi Moore, they're that much closer to being able to get this ult online, so he's just going to have to sit back and wait for the spike to go off. So we're once again going to be tied up.
As far away as possible from RRQ, that's where Buzz has to be. If we just break down these rounds again, I mean, these aren't fakes from RRQ. They're not. They actually try to approach bits of areas towards the site. Maybe at first towards A, a little bit towards mid. They left flips on a bit of a lurk. And then maybe just getting the information that, okay, this isn't really where we need to go or where we should go. Those seekers were just a ruse. And then they rotate and pivot all the way back to the B site. I think Mako was starting to get a good grasp of it, a good read of it. He had the timing up by stairs just to take down one player. But after the Cosmic Divide comes in, RRQ, they take down this site, just like removing a block from this Jenga tower that is DRX.
A tower that with every piece pulled out, is getting closer and closer to tumbling. 3-3 once again tied up, and obviously hasn't been quite as dominant. We've seen some nice attack side streaks on this map, but very much widely have been seeing the defender side have a stronger go of it. So the more attack side rounds they're able to get, the better things are going to be for them in the future. Especially considering how the attacks fell flat regularly on Haven for DRX. Trailblazer checking forward, blind spray through, and okay, RB with the covering fire is the one who gets that shot. Looked like Mako might have gotten the luckiest spray of his life, but not quite. Pop flash out, Buzz.
Wow.
The wall is up, it's working against him, and now the trap wire is right in front of him.
Oh,
no.
Mako
having this wall raised stops Buzz from being able to get the catch there, but he can still catch them on the rotate. The spike now dropped in. Another trap, another blast pack. Looking to try to get the catch. The pop flash through. He's just spraying like a madman, and somehow he comes up with it. RP in the meantime catches Xpharaoh. And suddenly, Elmi Moore, they know exactly where he's at. He's trapped himself into the A site. And Mako is there on the lurk. Fantastic adjustment. And while it went from Mako baiting Saxon in the dying and Buzz not being able to trading, Buzz was able to salvage it. But barely so with those 2 kills.
It still is a deep position that RRQ would not have been aware of. And that is, in fact, an advantage that DRX has. Sometimes, seemingly, Elmimore managed to sneak in, but at the same time, Buzz knowing to go wrapping around behind that. We're starting to see how DRX adapts to this play from RRQ by defending mid. We have these walls of smokes. And at the same time, Phantoms that really spray through. You're able to take down a couple of players from RRQ.
They read Mako's position this time. He's changing it up. Tucked in behind mid box, but okay, we'll go ahead and shift away.
Mako and RB.
Bite down. Foxy. Okay, this time does get the shot. Sparrow gone, and
there goes their smokes.
Yep. That single controller. All smokes now taken away from you. Spike will get scooped up here by Emin.
This is going to be a big problem for RRQ. The only way to take a site now is to go explosively. And off of that, you know the retake will be hunting you down. Elmimore is able to take one, but look at how Mako comes up.
Okay, yeah, a bit
so
whippy.
fast.
Throws out that neural depth to help the 3 remaining players here for the team. And Mako just skeet shooting, takes out EJ midair. Nicely executed. Mako now just staying tucked away. Put some damage down on the flip shutter, but they're still managing to break through. Suddenly we're into a 2v2. Rolling Thunder goes across. That's going to hit Foxy9. Will slow him up in the push. Getting ready to come in. Senses that he might be on that right side. Still stunned up. Now backs away. Plays to the ready. The heels go across. Flip shutter up to 80. The Trailblazer gets the stun. RB's here to cover.
Need to watch these angles. They hear those sounds. They know where they're coming from.
Attempted the concuss. Not going to hit anybody. Another fault line available. Jumps up over the top of it, but it still gets the stun. Now RP, the 1v1. He's got the headshot. Plenty of time left on the defuse. He can recover the operator as well. And that's going to be DRX stretching the lead now 5-3, but RRQ are making them fight tooth and nail for every single round win.
Always so clutch.
No, stand like this, bro. Nice guy.
Even in times with Foxy9 there to support him, RB will be able to find those 2 remaining frags. A bit of an attempt from RRQ, but like we mentioned, it's DRX already adapting to this, and they've put up a big wall up by middle. So RRQ has to find a different solution now. They have to watch out for this operator at the same time. And that is so daunting, given that they don't have the buy this round.
Yeah, there's the flash, there's the attempt at the entry. The Nebula comes up, and Foxy just pushes right through. Catching them off guard. Now goes over to the shorty. Meanwhile, RB will get stunned up. Elmimore able to find the kill, but not before they lose out on Emin. Mako dropping down off Heaven. Gets him, and Foxy re-aggresses out of the smoke once more. A very swift round, a suddenly flip shot as the last man standing. It's not been very long. Foxy seems like maybe finally getting heated up after a slog of a beginning here to split after a pretty catastrophic Haven. Starting to find some regular impact. Just doubled his kills in that last round. Now 6-3.
Oh boy, and this stadium erupts in applause as well. 6-3, DRX. With these different approaches, I mean, the Poison Cloud up by mid. Now they're swapping around again. We have RB still ever so present with the stars. RRQ needs a different approach. These rushes clearly don't work against DRX. The slow advances are starting to wither. Foxy9 has to be disabled.
Oh, dear God. I mean, has he lost him?
What?
He somehow did, but he manages to catch Foxy9 as well. One of the wildest, most absolutely sloppy entries that we've seen. People just jumping over top of one or the other. But EJ, he breaks open the site, he gets him the plant, and he keeps RRQ very much in this round.
Was he floating downwards with a shorty? Now the retake coming in. DRX seemingly blocked off. The Nebula, the sprays, and then the Seekers. Surely Heaven and just waiting for this smoke to dissipate will allow them to walk through. But a man stops them in their tracks.
Mako dead, Buzz trying to push out, but Emmett is perfectly prepared for it. Had set up that flash, and there you go. A flawless here. RRQ keeping themselves in this half.
Just might fit. I have to see this.
I mean, I think it took him a second to maybe notice Foxy9's feet, but then he, on the turnaround, saw him and was able to steady that aim.
Oh my
Unreal
goodness.
scenes.
Nice entry, nice one, yeah.
And this is something that we need from these RRQ players too. I mean, EJ, we know he can be explosive, but on the flip side of that, man, as soon as the spike gets planted, you have to seize that initiative. Don't allow DRX to come in the retake that they're looking for.
I mean, look at this.
Back to a quick push.
It's a great read, and Stacks whipping the point-blank shorty shots. It's Buzz now in danger. Tries to blast pack forward, but he's gone too far. Pharaoh takes him down. Mako snaps over, finds Elmimore, but the plant's still going to be coming through a 3v3 with Foxy9 still holding on to this operator for the attempt at the retake. Could push into Heaven, pick up a rifle if he wants to.
Blocking vision.
Held up by elbow, a bit of a crossfire.
Do they read this? Oh, they do. Put some damage down, and RB, frankly, somewhat lucky to come away with the kill, but now Flipshider finds them both. It's all on Mako, and he can't get it done. The man will be standing at the end of it all. It's now 6-5, and Quack, we might be looking at another 6-6 half if RQ keep this up.
What is happening? Am I dreaming? First of all, Stacks whiffing the shorty? It's not something that happens every day. And at the same time, off the numbers advantage, RRQ just playing off of each other with the perfect trades, every shot hitting. Down to the last one, Mako unable to clutch despite the right reads from DRX.
And now look at the buy. A stinger for Foxy. Doesn't have the blades for 2 more charges. And EJ says, screw it, this has been working. I'm just gonna roll my way into A.
Look at the
spike,
spike
meantime, yeah, Spike being crawled over towards B. So far, RB hasn't bit on the bait yet.
But if he takes this one, that would be tremendous.
Blocking vision.
It's a fake. Oh, okay, catches one. Spike now noted, but does he realize that Elmimore is this far forward? Notices him now, and he manages to find the kill. What? A weapon upgrade for RB, still relatively healthy. Moves up into the smoke, but he is not prepared for this one at all. Flips catching a glimpse. Takes him down to the flank. Now EJ trying his damnedest with a shorty. And Evan on the flank out of stairs will get it done. The final 2 gunned down, and it's 6-6 on the half once more.
What on earth was that? Since when did he get there? And at the same time, RRQ You have to respect how strong RB was, how hard he tried, even taking down Elmimore despite not really seeing it in the first spot. But then moving over onto Garage, and it's just RRQ surrounding them completely in spots that DRX doesn't expect. 6-6 again.
What wild scenes we are witnessing now. A minute and a half for both sides to collect themselves, probably for RRQ to calm down and get ready to go in this and try to seal the deal. For DRX, this is to get themselves perked up and focused, because right now, that is not what we are seeing. Players that we have come to expect so much from in the past, stumbling now against RRQ.
And you just have to think about it again. It's these problems being met with solutions from RRQ. We start off with microaggressions, tiny bits of space being taken, especially up on the A side, especially towards middle. DRX blocks it, no problem. All right, let's try on B. B doesn't work because of RB or maybe even Foxy9 being present. Let's head back towards A, and they just rush into the site freely just because of EJ and Amat. And then on the flip side of that, we have Elmimore and crazy lurks at times. DRX actually look like they're trying to catch up to these at times. Of course, we're going to swap sides now as we move to the second half, and then DRX goes on the attack. This has to be the reason why they picked a double duelist composition.
High expectations at this point. And for DRX, need to go 4-0 in pistols in this series if they want to be able to get themselves back into a winnable position and extend this all the way into a third and final map. But even with closing out all these pistols, it has not stopped RRQ from playing them so very closely. I mean, you think about it, on Haven, they won the pistol, they won the anti-eco, and then they won nothing else in the second half. That was also the attacking side.
Always with the pattern still, yes. We watch and we watch, and RRQ recovers. Mad respect to Coach Ewok and the work he's done. When we were talking about the language barrier, but now it's seemingly gone. DRX trying to approach this, but look at instant Nebula up just to block off Garage. DRX is deterred from pushing this even further.
Fully just sat back. We'll rotate away. Flipshider shifting his attention back over towards mid, it would seem. Sparrow still holding close.
Oh,
okay, a couple taps from the
up.
Ghost of RB will put him down to 37 health. And then, worth noting, not having the healing here, obviously, in the pistol round. Fairly unorthodox to see a Sky take that.
Okay. Take a look at the mini-map. First of all, long rotation. RRQ not really catching on to this. They see that mid is clear, so surely someone starts to make a move. You have 4 frenzies being held on by these players.
That guy
and they're
likes to tell
so
them
far
everything.
behind.
Yeah, the rotations can now roughly begin, at least with the man starting to make his way over towards A. Sparrow following suit, just leaving Flipshider by himself. There's a double tripwire setup. But he got tagged here. Foxy9 into the smoke, able to find one, and yeah, it was him actually.
30 seconds.
There's Matt just kind of running, gunning, managing to find that spray down there on a Mako. They know that he's in back sight. Foxy will be able to find the second kill. The pursuit now coming through, but Sun is in. Foxy caught trying to remove the dart.
What?
Now Buzz taking down the push coming in. Next Sparrow!
Spike down.
Somehow gets the reload, the kill. 10 seconds remaining, and Sparrow gets the 4K. RRQ. They win their first pistol round in this match versus DRX, and it could not have come at a better time. 7-6. They're back in the driver's seat.
Just going in towards elbow, and somehow with a frenzy, he rips them apart. DRX, despite just coming in together as a team to surround the entire site. One guy, one gun, one magazine. He turns it all around.
I mean, out of their seats, understandably. Now in pole position to completely take this map, this series by the horns. The far cry hope of DRX being able to pull off a thrifty here versus the firepower, versus the way that RRQ are playing here today.
Very slow, very controlled. RRQ fought up the Bulldogs and a Phantom on next Pharaoh's hands. He has to hold on to this thing.
DRX pushing forward, trying to get that ult over across. I believe Stack's the one to grab it. In the meantime, hovering around in mid. DJ advance with the Spectre in hand, still holds all of the util. Boombot at any moment now.
Guiding Light's gonna refresh.
Yep.
Information. EJ.
They're just not paying attention to it. Emin just managing to find two. And now they're set up for this flawless anti-eco.
No utility needed, Helios. The spike is down mid.
Well, I mean, at some point they have to just try to rush them here. Mako, I mean, he'll push up, he'll get one, but the nade from behind and below takes him down. A couple shots across, the blind onto RB. Two players weakened for him to try to deal with. Continues to swing out. I mean, that's a great headshot. Tries to get the grab set up here. And grabs the gun and starts rotating to A. And now you start wondering, RB,
do you have time?
Can he do it? He's got time. He's got to go now.
Ooh.
Cam spots him.
Oh, he's going to have a whole army rushing down onto him.
And he's just still darted. He's still darted.
Whoa!
Spots one. Oh, realizes that he's close and can't quite adjust. Flipshider at 20 HP, barely gets away with that. The Bulldog and the Phantom recovered. Good damage dealt, but RRQ still maintain the lead, now up 8-6.
Good little take, but wow. The almost clutch from RB, and they still show just a tactical genius and mechanics that it takes to perform at this level. Despite that, still the numbers from RRQ will prevail, and it just shows once more. Slight differences now in RRQ's tactics. They've bought up different weapons, sure. DRX with the full buy.
And they need to find a win here. Otherwise, RRQ will be finding themselves up to 10-round wins. They're playing off the quick flash there, Flipshider.
It's classic setup up by mid from RRQ, though. They don't have to move. They have the guiding light just to check for information. What I'm curious about is Xpharaoh right here.
And he's ready for it. Xpharaoh has been
unbelievable.
So incredible today. RB, after his heroics in the previous round, just not quite ready for him to be that far forward. There's just one off that Cosmic Divide. It could be ever so important if the DRX are able to get the spike planted.
Now you have one sole controller, and of course DRX has to kind of exploit this A site. They move in though. Elmimore has traps set up everywhere. At the same time, Flips is just on the site itself.
Spotting him. Got the cross. Foxy caught up in the trap wire for a brief little moment. The entry down. Buzz finding one. Swings on the corner. The instant headshot. EJ taken out. Flip shot displaced from the back side. 4 members strong versus 2 remaining. Phantom and a Bulldog here. Sparrow and Emin look to pull off this retake, or at least inflict some more damage. Foxy crosses. Across the screen. Mako with the lurk up ramp. Finds him. And leaves Xpharaoh all on his lonesome.
Possibly going for exit
vision.
Again, any kills found would be valuable. It's unlikely that DRX will give him the opportunity.
Yeah, not so much. We're trying to get a little bit more information. Mako holding the angle.
Almost gets him. They all barely escape. He's gonna. I mean, he could swing out and try to catch him here. Ramp.
He kind of has to.
Shots flying. He's looking for one. Can't quite get it done. Zax will get the headshot as Foxy falls to 8 HP. And DRX somewhat comfortably take that round. Just 1 casualty.
Keeping the economy healthy.
Yeah, you can follow them.
And
yeah,
it just shows DRX still. I mean, this is not by any means missed shots or anything like that. Sometimes it just is RRQ actually playing the better game today, but when it comes down to it, and DRX really wants it, Buzz can go in for heads-up duels, and he finds 2 quick and easy just to open up the A site. Now full buys on both sides. A Cosmic Divide being invested in the round.
Right off the rip. No fakes or anything like that, but Elmimore is out here back sight, but as he tries to go for the cage pop, Foxy 9 identifies his position, takes him down, and will this time be able to actually safely remove the dart.
Spike planted.
Cards being pulled out of DRX's sleeves now. The Cosmic Divide execute.
They have ramp control though.
I've got your trail.
They're widely all here into the site. Okay, Seeker now revealing that somebody's gotten forward here. Mako able to find one.
RB
stays tucked into the corner, but should know that he's here.
Here.
Toxin's running low, the wall going to fall. It seems like the call is going to have to be made though to save on the side of RRQ.
Right.
DRX will bring it now 8-8.
Playing that long game, but still, I mean, what a take from DRX. Nothing wasted, everything optimized, all efficient. Down to Mako's little toxic screen, which gives him that corner to hide in. Completely blocking off screens, heaven, just to take it down. I mean, Elmimore was stunned. I mean, not literally, but not quite able to react in the way that he wanted.
Still though, they managed to tie it up, but two ults expended. They hold on to their weapons. RRQ, not in the most comfortable position, but a couple rifles here, a Sheriff and a Singer.
I want
See what they can get done, but they don't want to let DRX get too far ahead. Dropping this round wouldn't be the worst scenario, but you open the door for DRX. We've seen it time and time again that they can go ahead and absolutely kick it down.
Yeah, it's the same door too. RRQ having the same formation mid, I think, is slowly starting to get figured out. And Xfero, the only one on the B site, has 1 star between him and the entire squad of DRX.
Now a 2nd star.
Okay.
Throws out one. Foxy over the top, clearing. Iman able to find one, gets a 2nd. What? Not able to stabilize their aim, but Stacks starting to roar back. RB as well. Catching EJ, the plant coming through. Flipshider, he's going to try to push through this one, but with the vulnerable, it's made all too easy for Mako. Some heals across to just keep RB back up to full health. Elmimore with the Sheriff. It'd be absolute pure heroics from him. Camera gets broken. Grab a Vandal. But the timing on the swing, ooh, narrowly missed. But Mako catches a glimpse, takes him down. The 2 members lost, but plenty of money in their pockets. DRX go ahead and they retake a lead.
Meanwhile, RRQ's economy, not the greatest, especially on Xfero's side. He's got a lot of stars to buy up, but in this round, I mean, talking about paper-thin margins, we start things off with a man actually finding some good frags, but then the rest of the squad pushing outside of the smoke set up by RB. You just have to land those shots, and it was really difficult to do that given the scenarios, and having no flashes to support such a push. The retake was not meant to be in that round. RRQ now trying to call the timeout. Let's see what Ewok has to say.
That's the 2nd timeout now burned from RRQ. So better hope that riding forward into this next round, they're able to find a win, break this momentum away from DRX, who have since strung together 3 consecutive rounds. If that's not the case, I highly doubt that Termi is going to give you the opportunity to discuss once more with your team.
It's not even really needed. If anything, I think, how do you play against this? DRX, we got that same Viper wall every round. It's always used in ways that you would not expect. Just great cosplay.
I think it might be a first for us.
Oh, yeah.
I don't recall seeing any cosplay so far. But hey, you're in Korea, you gotta go for the jet.
You gotta go for the jet. Still.
Sorry, did I say this round? I meant the next round. It's the one that they really need to win. I mean, if they get this one, hey, that's great. But once the full buy comes back through, that of course is going to be of the utmost importance.
How do you switch up your position? You're starting to stack up on the A side. We still have a man just kind of positioned up by B Heaven. Can get information towards middle if anything, but DRX just a little bit of an explosion.
This fault line
that could
be everything. Stacks pulls back, Mako untouched, swings on the corner, and he
Oh
somehow
my.
gets that 2nd headshot onto Elmimore. Oh, that is just unfortunate, but also disgusting.
There's just a magnet onto the 2nd player's head there, so
you know, sometimes precision gunplay just works to your advantage.
No, matters a lot.
Flips okay. Good swing to get the punish. The buzz. Running up on him. Finds that kill. Now it's just going to be Xpero tucked away. In the close corner. Noted. The stun comes across. Buzz has the kill. That is Emin now. Push out, gets the flash, but Foxy saw enough to go ahead and find that frag at the end. And now the buy can come back through for RRQ, where they desperately need to try to turn the tides of this.
Still an interesting approach, if anything. It does kind of give you the idea that RRQ are trying to set up some proactive plays, some microaggressions as they push out of defensive positions. Something that they could explore, but you don't have the round lead any longer. We don't have the economy. It starts to really add up. And you have to consider if you want to go for these risks or not. So we're trying to switch up some positions. Still is a man up by Heaven, but now trying to support it with EJ. DRX. Just going straight to Garage.
Yep, slow and steady inch up, but I mean, 4 members strong on this side of the map. It's Pharaoh as well, having that ult ready, but they look at the bust this one open. The showstopper goes out, finds the kill, and that's now going to be taken down, but EJ swing out, finds one. The showstopper from himself as well, now finding stacks. Mako cut down, Buzz and RB the last 2 standing. They find one apiece, but now RB going to be taken down. Leaving Buzz in yet another clutch situation, and as he tries to drift over, seeing that hat come flying across like he was fighting Oddjob and GoldenEye, he gets picked from the side, and Flipshider takes him down.
Just one precise shot, and will turn things around. I mean, RRQ starting to find a different way to actually just maybe play that retake game, maybe play the game where you deny the spike plant, but this is one where it's incredibly reactionary. It's highly contingent on timing and timing alone. You have to push in at the right spots, the right moments. And it's really tough to do it if DRX goes in for some kind of a delayed play. So coming on to the future rounds, I don't know if it's going to happen the same way again.
Just one more to go to tie it up once more. Boombot in the mail, not going to spot anything, will expire by the time he gets up into Heaven.
You can see a ping out towards ramp, considering the fact that it might be some kind of an A push. But DRX are just positioned up towards middle. RRQ not pushing out, not really getting too curious or anything. Boombot to check mail. That confirms it.
Presence still found.
There.
It's a 3-2 split. How do they get Emin out of this position? Trailblazer to check first. Buzz backs away, clears it. I don't believe stacks would have been noted here. Oh, that one tap into the paint shells. That'll force him out, and Buzz swinging in the corner finds Xpero. Foxy 9 in the meantime does get taken down, but RB now joining in. Finds EJ. Seekers coming through. Will get broken down rather swiftly. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Flipshider waits for the tap, sends it as they look to flush the site. Flash is now flying, 4 members strong. The Trailblazer noted back sight. Buzz swings out, finds one. How many more? Taken down. Suddenly it's all on Flipshider as the plant comes through once again. Nade out to check the back pillar, but nothing to be found. Flips knows exactly where Stacks is at, but he can do absolutely nothing about it, and instead has to just hightail it away. I mean, surely. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, Rolling Thunder was a bit of a good idea, but that said, still one that DRX knows how to work around. Just simply walk back towards backside garage, hold your ground. And RQ's retake was not meant to be. DRX a little bit more coordinated, a little bit more.
They want to hunt him so badly.
Grouped up together. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, just stare at the screen.
Stacks is 1 point away from the ultimate, so I guess why not?
They get it. 50 creds remaining. They're still pushing out. Okay, well, Flips will find the elimination, and Buzz tries to go for the spray through, but can't quite make it happen.
Not the wall bank, but yeah. Like I said, you know, the delayed push from DRX is something that can work out really well against RQ's retakes. The way that you actually just take out B Heaven instead, knowing that a man is always up by Mailroom, up by Stairs, in fact, as he falls back. Down to it, when you have RB with a delayed push, I think, if anything, RRQ were kind of positioning for a B-split push with xFaro down the off angle, but it's not going to happen if a delayed push comes in. So now, half buys, this is likely going to be match point.
Oh, I hit him for 51 at the very end there. Push coming through, Buzz through the screen, able to snap onto the second. And just like that, the site broken open. DRX looking a bit more like their old selves, and Buzz, what is that drawdown? From planting on the spike to instantly taking Flipshider out. Now DRX are 1 round away from taking us to Pearl.
1 round away. We have 4 ultimates at the same time. And we just know that DRX are going to look to close this out as quickly as possible. RRQ, they might be able to buy back. They might be able to try to fight back. But who knows if it's actually going to go into overtime. It's not the most likely, I'm going to tell you that. Operator being bought out by xFaro.
Tries damnedest to get a pick, and he's in a good position for it. I don't think they have the read necessarily. What? They do not. Boxy swings right into him, and xFaro says thank you very much. A much-needed reprieve here for RRQ. Even though Boxy hasn't been the cleanest on these entries, he's at least gaining information when he does go for them.
Stacks has secret.
Flashes out. Stacks caught out. Buzz swings in, and Ahmed says thank you very much. It seems like RRQ are not done yet.
Just getting the sudden push out thanks to support from Flips.
I mean, Flips reading this quite well, but it's not quite the Caterpillar, but it's pretty damn close. Flash into the smoke, and oh, the man is so good with it. Third kill for him. 2 off, having that next Seeker's ult that could be so impactful going into the future rounds.
Flush him out of position. KHL's back in. Mako is alone. Everyone has their sights trained onto this one spot.
At this point, kind of surprised to just not see Mako going for the full save. Just desperately wants to get some kind of gun out of their hands. Yeah, okay, yep. But you have to know, any corner you swing, you're dead. Okay, well, there's
10
one.
seconds left.
Oh, okay. Doesn't make it out of there. The Flipshider will go ahead and find another elimination. RRQ 2 away from taking it to overtime. The cash very much flush with it for DRX, and they're going to go ahead and call a timeout. Termi wanting to end this map at long last.
I don't know if you can actually predict that much, but when it comes down to it, again, still, DRX has that many ultimates. They have the set plays. We know this is what DRX does. Question is, in this timeout, although Termi can make these calls, Ewok could say something as well, and I don't know if they're able to actually predict how DRX will use their ultimates, how DRX will come in with a side take. Could RRQ find another retake just to bring them closer to overtime?
And they absolutely could. You think back to DRX versus Global, how many match points they had on split before they were finally able to close it out. I think Global at the end of it only had 2 chances. At DRX consistently, every time they got to 12, every time they got to 13, 14, etc., as we kept resetting, going deeper, they really struggled to finally put an end to that map.
It could happen.
Get kicked back here by RQ. They take it to 1 round away. It absolutely could happen yet again.
That's the thing, you gotta believe, but in all of these moments, I think Buzz and Mako have been the most consistent, especially on this map. Meanwhile, on the other side of RRQ, it actually looks like the thing that they want to disable, the player they want to disable is a man, because he's been on point.
Yeah.
Now he's on to A site.
After Elmi Moore's big hot start, it's definitely been overtaken by a man who's just started to run away with the half.
I don't know about this position, Achilles. Elmi Moore alone on B, xFaro on top of B Heaven. You don't have that much information, and except for this camera, which is just a very tiny sliver. Man's all the way on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Seeker's into a showstopper. Could be everything here. There it is. That's the combo. The jump in, and Buzz, well, he might kill himself, but he does manage to find Elmi Moore at the same time. This should help the rest of the team get into a position where they can drop this pit. Mako now moving forward. Stack's taking some shots so far. The pit not coming in. Mako holding it, waits. And now goes ahead, slaps the poison gas on the floor. Foxy Knight, however, taken down. EJ with the spray, finds the headshot. Look for a little bit more. Mako around the backside. One of the bites now going to be let loose. Cosmic Divide out from Xfero. Flipshider spraying desperately, trying to fish for something. And Mako swings out, finds one. It's EJ gone. RB still disconnected here from the rest of the team. The push in, Mako gets some man. The spray from Flipshider will drop the pit, but now he's all on his lonesome. The 1v2. The wraparound. Stacks getting himself up into heaven. He's running out of time. Flipshider has to stay stuck to this one. The swing out is there. RB will find the final shot. 13-10. RRQ fighting their damnedest to try to get this 2-0, but not to be. DRX continue to find victories here on Split, albeit hard-fought ones. And that means that we are going the distance here to map number 3.
It almost could have happened. RRQ made all the right decisions, the right calls. The Cosmic Divide just to block off and split the side in half, block off Garage. All we need to focus on is that Viper's Pit, but that's it. Still, players like Mako and Buzz really know how to make their magic work in these final moments.
Something about Buzz. Drops a map and comes back just completely fired up. We saw him dominate that last map versus Gen G. That last map was in fact Pearl. See if he's able to do it again, because we can suspect that he's going to be back on that KJ duty.
And we are going back to Pearl, of course, but still RRQ. I mean, making it this close. Again, something that nobody expected. Nobody really even expected a man to go back on this sky to perform to this level, finding shot after shot. And all of these retakes with the flashes that he throws out, with the information he gains towards the middle of this map.
And I mean, look, widely, we weren't sure how this was going to go. DRX yet again bringing out the double duelist. Mentioned that, you know, they dropped it the first time that they played it really this season versus Gen G. And while Buzz looked great playing this Raze, it felt like Foxy didn't necessarily need to be playing Jet either.
Yeah.
So we'll see how things adjust and whether or not Foxy's going to be able to get himself in that groove that we kind of saw him getting into in the second half of Split. But Buzz very much looking fired up. It seems like he just is not happy when they drop maps. Now there's one more to be played out here. RRQ still in a position to try to pull this off, this David and Goliath story, and take down the #1 team in the region. Somewhat, I'll say somewhat replicating the success from GE. Because GE, they did it versus Gen G. This is DRX, completely different story. Way more at stake here for RRQ. But first, we've got to go to a commercial break. Then the desk will break down the action here from Split, and then we'll go into Pearl. So again, don't go anywhere. If you leave, you're a crazy person. Just don't do it. Stay here. You want to watch this. Up here in heaven, there's the room.
Quite the one.
At the ready, there's one, there's well spraying out. Good amount of damage going across this line. Buzz a bit more snapping forward. Blind spray through, and okay, he can still catch them on the rotate. Try to get a catch. Pop flash through. He's just spraying like a madman. And Foxy, players here for the team, and over the top of it, but it still gets the stun. Now RB, the 1v. Maybe comes up, man standing. 40 shots. Too far. Pharaoh takes him down. Flipshider finds them both. Okay, catches one. Notices him now. Ooh! 10 seconds remaining. And just trying to rush them here. Mako. The entry down. Buzz finding one. Swings on the corner shot. EJ taken out. He's going to try to push through this one, but with a untouched. Swings on the corner. And he. Very end there. Push coming through. Buzz through the screen. I think they have the read necessarily. Watches out. Max caught out. Buzz swings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. Glad to see you guys are not the crazy people, like Kilios is saying, for not leaving before the third game. This is crazy. Okay, Split was a very exciting map, and honestly, we thought RRQ was going to close it out, but didn't quite happen. It was a really close match, and it ended 10-13.
Yeah, I mean, what an exciting back and forth so far here. Yeah, at the start, RRQ started to look, or make this map at least look like the map before it, and we were all backstage going, uh-oh, is this actually where it's going to go down? Is this going to be a 2-0? DRX, though, at the very end, a very strong performance. They really pulled it together. Foxy9, I think, really upgraded his play here. And now we're tied up 1-1. But again, a very close map, too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of it coming down to, I think, RRQ, playing that first half quite well. Their attacking side seemed fairly well prepared, but then on the defense kind of started to, after initial good showing in the pistol and afterwards, they started to fall into some of their old same traps. And DRX also bringing out that double duelist, right? I mean, that's probably not what RQ was expecting. I mean, it's hard to imagine DRX as a team that would change their comp on a whim, but hey, it works out. Buzz back on that raise now, doing double entry duty with Foxy9, and look at him topping the scoreboards. Clearly, he wanted to redeem himself after a kind of rough haven on that first map.
Yeah, that KD is insane. Buzz was really pulling his weight and a little bit more beyond that. So, I mean, Foxy9, we kind of mentioned it. I don't know what was happening in Haven and even in the first half of, or at least in the initial parts of Split, still not seeing the Foxy9 performance that we've gotten used to. But at one point, it's like Foxy9 comes out of hibernation and says hello.
Yeah, there was a round, I think it was round 9, even the casters kind of mentioned it, has he finally warmed up? Now you see he's in a rough position, but he understands if I'm already stuck here, I need to make this happen to buy time. He gets the first shot by peeking out at an off timing through the smoke, and then RB sacrifices himself to provide support to cover for Foxy, and as he dies, Mako also comes down, into the site to support Foxy, and Foxy9's able to reposition for a second kill, and then he waits for the third as well. Even before this, he was whiffing a couple of his shots, but I think that round was where we were like, okay, you're back in form, your team's communicating with you as well, and now you're able to find that consistency again, the explosive Jet.
Yep, that's right. And in that final round, that was kind of a cool way for DRX to close it out. I mean, Buzz sacrifices his life.
This was a funny moment. We were speculating, okay, which clip do we want to use? This was an interesting one. So Buzz comes in. He succeeds and also fails at the same time, right? He's cracked B open, but he was too close to his own shot. And then ultimately gets nuked there. And this is a moment where, it's important to note that RRQ, they spent heavy here. They were very, very focused on trying to actually close this out. The Viper's Pit comes up, and here we get some pretty insane lurks. Now, it's DRX outnumbered for the time being. We see Flip rotating in and out of their own Astral Wall, trying to figure out, okay, can we get inside? The majority of the team is actually just tucked up inside, but in the very back is RB with a lurk if necessary. Turns out it's probably not going to be the case once Flip is stuck here alone. And this was just a beautiful ending. Again, an extremely close match. So fun to see. We see Flip here with the defuse, not enough time, especially when you space out the two agents like that. There's just no way to cover all the angles. They've ran the clock correctly.
And honestly, when Mako's Viper's Pit comes up, you're kind of like,
yeah,
ooh.
I mean, the way he was positioning himself in and out of that pit to really avoid all the danger and still catch people off guard, it goes to show why we praise Mako so much.
Yeah, definitely. Round 22, the round right before that, though, RRQ did take one more round in a pretty spectacular way. You guys can go rewatch it on your own time, but that was pretty cool. But round 12, at that halftime.
Now, this is a round where the previous two rounds, RRQ had pushed into A site very fast, right? And they succeeded in getting 2 rounds. And so they've now conditioned DRX to worry about it. So you already see on the minimap, EJ has already broken through the site again. And DRX is like, okay, let's just hold ramp. Let's make sure we can retake A site. Meanwhile, RRQ, they're on their way into B. Now, while RB gets the first kill, he wasn't fully aware of Elmimore being there. He eventually cleans house as well. But during this time, EJ has ran through defender side spawn, and you see the pings come out from DRX, aware that this has happened. So now all eyes are on EJ. He drops down just to buy time, and it allows for Emin to come and clean up on the flank. And this is the type of setup you want to see from RRQ, where they're able to diversify their play, right? Now you're seeing that they're saying, okay, we've conditioned them for 2 rounds in a row. Let's use that as an opportunity to fake. It does get a little dicey, but again, it's good improvement from RRQ, growth as a team.
Definitely, and you know, we ended up getting to halftime at a 6-6. They climbed back into there and really made a showing. So we are going to go into the third game, and now I'm not so confident about DRX's win anymore.
You know, it's funny because, like, I'm looking at this, and yesterday when we were casting, I kind of felt this with Detonation Focus Me, where, like, they did actually lose, but I kind of felt in a way like they won. I wonder if I'm going to have the same feeling here for RRQ. No matter what, it's an exciting story for RRQ. But, I mean, they still have a shot. They could still win this. And if they do, I mean, it's probably the biggest story of the whole weekend and one of the biggest stories here for the entire event.
Oh, yeah. At this point in time on week 6, and with 0 teams having defeated DRX, if they do this, this is big news.
Yeah. I mean, any team defeating DRX would have been big news. But for now, DRX obviously continuing the series. And I got to personally say it was off the back of Buzz, right? After a rough showing on that Killjoy, he comes back on the Raze, and he just pops off. He really takes the reins, right, entirely in his own control and says, I'll carry this map. Let's go to map 3. Give time for Foxy9 to warm up, right? Mako to get back in form. And he does a great job of it.
Yeah, he did, absolutely. And it's nice to see the other guys shine, too, especially Buzz. Pearl, though, historically, at least in our short 6 weeks with Pacific, DRX has had a bit of a stronger showing on Pearl, while oh my god, I'm blanking on the other team.
RRQ.
Well, RRQ has won on Pearl. It was against DFM, and it was I don't know if that really indicated how they'll perform on Pearl.
Yeah, it's tough to say, right? I mean, that was earlier on when both RRQ and DFM, we weren't quite sure of their power levels yet. So maybe don't put too much weight on that. But now my big question is, okay, clearly the Haven, they had worked on their weaknesses after losing to T1 last week. And then Split, they had shored up. I think they've grown as well. It's just that DRX came even better prepared, you know, in the case that it's picked. So now the question comes down to, you left Pearl open. Clearly this was the next map that you were fairly confident in on the side of RRQ. I mean, what have you shored up, right, in terms of your weaknesses? And also, how much have you counter-striked at DRX? Because I don't think this one's going to be a map where they've changed their comp, right? So whatever prep RRQ has, it's going to come in handy.
I want to point out that in the very first map, when we got through the first half, I was actually saying backstage, I think that, you know, DRX is kind of holding back here. That they have strats, they're basically pocketing to go not just through this tournament, but all the way to Tokyo and maybe take the whole thing there. And so when you're a team that's that strong, you need to know when you're going to bring out your best play. But then when we went to map 2, it looked almost just as close. And so I think the fact that RRQ is this strong is becoming more and more of a reality. And it does seem like they've really hit their stride. They're in their comfort zone. And so coming in here on our next map, I think this is going to be a close one. I don't think, even if DRX wins, I think it should be a real back and forth. It should be a real exciting match. And who knows, man, maybe we have that crazy upset of the weekend.
Yeah. I do wonder if they're going to be swapping anyone out. They switched in just now. I don't really know what they're going to do for...
It's hard to say, right? I mean, again, map 2 was not a bad map. I mean, it's a loss, right? But it was a close game inside of there, and I don't think that Emin was really, you know, falling off.
Well, Emin was playing very well.
Yeah,
Let's
exactly.
say it like it is. I mean, he clutches up a couple of those rounds as well. And I think he's always individually performed well whenever he's been put in. I think it's more of a question of, you know, how has RRQ practiced on each map? It doesn't seem like it's purely agent-based. It does seem like it's more map-based. So far, we've only seen Emin come in on that split heavily. I think one other map as well. Maybe that was last week as well. But we'll see if he continues here for Pearl.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this final map. You know, no matter what, it's been an exciting series so far. I love how big that mouse pad is, by the way. It's so looks like it's the size of a cardboard box that he's playing on. But look, you know, this is also a reminder here to DRX of how strong the overall Asia Pacific region is. We don't really seem to have a bad team. Even with Detonation not winning a best of 3 yet, they've played very well in many of their series.
Yeah.
And I think there's so much potential here. And we do have a sub in.
2G is coming back in.
Yeah, probably for that Harbor play, right? They've been preferring the double controllers themselves. Not Harbor Viper, but Harbor Astra the last time they played in week 3 against DFM. See if that continues. So again, it's not necessarily for the Sky. I mean, they used the Sky last time. I gotta believe that it was the Sphere playing that as well, but Emin clearly right now kind of the man for Split. And oh, Xperia playing the Astra, yeah, sorry, what am I saying? Flipstrider, of course, playing that Sky, and 2G will be picking up that Harbor.
You know, Elmi Moore casted that Hex on Mako for the first map.
He did.
Right, I almost forgot about that.
And then got denied the fist bump. I wonder if he refreshed the spell.
Yeah.
Might need it.
There's got to be a duration on those, right?
Yeah.
At the cooldown as well. I don't know what the calculations are. Has Elmi Moore really upgraded his stats enough to carry over?
Is it a basic ability or is it an ulti? We don't even know.
We don't know. But here's the thing. I mean, fairly close compositions, but obviously a difference between Viper and Astra, which is going to really change the way each team looks at B site, which is the focus for a lot of teams here on Pro because it is fairly easier to get into and plan.
DRX is looking really serious right now. They know this is definitely the closest game that closest game they've come up against in all of Pacific. It's gonna be an exciting one. I think our casters are ready. We got Quack and Achilleos. What are the caster feels? Like, how are you guys feeling about this last and final map for this evening?
I feel completely and utterly unbiased, and I'm just hoping to see some more incredible Valorant, because that's what's been delivered to us here across the entire day, starting with GE, now here into the series, going the distance into a map number 3, Pearl to decide it all.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Achilleos Unbiased Cass. I mean, I think that really is what it's all about, because when it comes down to Pearl, we know how strong DRX can be on this map. We've seen how indomitable they've been. They have that Viper Harbor combo that's so classic now. Everyone tries to copy it. It's always that way that they take space. But on the other side, RRQ, Astra, Harbor, slight difference, right?
Yeah. And this is kind of the second iteration of comps that we've seen from DRX. They've tooled around with a couple different things throughout Pearl being in the meta. Previously, we were seeing them, run Fade KO as opposed to this Harbor Sky, so there has been some transitions. The KJ, of course, also in the mix there for Buzz, who, again, is the player that I have my eyes on as we get into this third and final map between DRX and RRQ.
Yeah, we saw how Buzz played last week. Again, it's something about how maybe you lose one map and Buzz gets pissed. He really had those positions where he would just fall back and just minimal exposure just to take players out. And he did that against Gen G, the team that we believe to be the second best in Pacific.
Well, aside from the win over Talon, DRX have always had pretty dominant showings here on Pearl. Take a look back. I mean, you think about Lock-In, them versus, BBL, Cloud9, etc. They've never given up more than 5 rounds except to Talon, but RRQ, given the way that they are performing today, fully expecting them to be able to push this to the limit, if not win the map itself. See how they fare, though, with 2GE back into the mix.
That's right. Even with confidence, RRQ actually push out of mid. They're getting so much information off of this. Not sure how A main looks to them, but surely on towards B.
Okay,
turret
plays
says
behind,
something.
yep. Shows contact. Not sure if that's necessarily going to be in, top mid, or if it's going to be coming out of A main. Either way, they're going to be expecting some kind of flank. Wall going to be raised up by 2GE, so he looks to hold them off.
Stars
will give DRX some pause. They actually decide to go ahead and pull back away. Trailblazer jumping in, does get the stun out onto Foxy. That's 2GE deciding which weapon he wants to go for here.
I mean, for long range, would have to go for that classic, but that depends on whether or not DRX still commits to this B site. I'll be more needing that mid presence just to ensure no flanks come out from connector.
Mako just clearing the turret. Another wall now being raised up here by RB. Back over onto the side. Foxy9
2G.
dashing forward. Doesn't go for Halls quite yet. Might anticipate that somebody could have a shorty in this position, but Elmi Moore, playing out of Link, manages to find Buzz. Mako a little bit late on that wraparound to try to find the punish. In the meantime, the spike does get planted. The site widely developed here by RRQ. Stacks finding one. 2GE with some spray out. Trying to answer something back. RB now going for the reload. The push comes in from one side. RB takes up 2GE, has to reload yet again. EJ finds that kill, but Stacks gets himself a second, but the defuse, it comes through, and RRQ steal the round away.
Just absolutely strong showing RRQ
Here.
able to come in at the last moment. And still, you have to wonder, I mean,
I'm with you in hold.
we're looking at statistics of how RRQ has performed on Pearl. Their defensive side is the one that matters most. They actually did a little bit better on this side against, well, DFM. That was the last time that they played Pearl.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
we've only seen it twice.
Yeah.
So.
Meanwhile, for DRX, they've just been good throughout every set that they play on this map. So despite that first loss, I'm expecting a lot more still. The Cascade being sent out now just to push along with it. It's classic DRX play.
Very aggressive triple push out of A, but now they get the sense that, yeah, this is in fact going to be a hit onto the B site. Hole completely left open. That's going to give some semblance of site control here to DRX. Elmi Moore trying to set up for that Nano Swarm, and it manages to land right at RB's feet, knocking him down to 24 HP. EJ for the entry, catching Foxy9 during the reload. Finds the headshot, gets the kill. Now they're in onto the spike once more. Mako, one fight remaining as he's set up. It's back and Stacks somehow spamming away through this Nebula. Finds some eliminations. 2 kills picked up, the covering fire. The Nano Swarm gets the kill. Now they look to just hold this off. Flipsider so very low, and Mako will be the one to finish the job. And after a great start, RQ stealing the round away, DRX answer back, pulling off an eco win.
I mean, just the entire side of B long engulfed in a sea of green and purple. Somehow, Stax's bullets still find enemies to hit, still find targets to hit. And in that, like, numbers were taken away. DRX, all they had to do was to hang back and hold up. They had the ghost, they had the range. RQ couldn't quite take them out despite the buy. So now, economy flourishing on DRX.
As the pendulum swings. How many more flip shatter than 2 that opt to go for the Sheriffs here. Some hefty presence and spray into a main from DRX. Orb going to be grabbed it by RB, and that does give him the ult now. Reckoning available. Mako lurking back over towards B. We'll find a nice little pickup, and that's one of the Sheriffs now stranded.
That's such a difference. The map's a lot bigger now, and RQ has that much more space to explore, but at the same time, DRX can post themselves up. Mako has to flank guard. Taking down one player means the defense has been softened, and they can just overwhelm 2GE, get the spike down, just have a good day.
Flash in, goes behind 2GE, so not going to be too blinded up. Put some damage down, but will eventually fall as Stax collects his 5th kill of the map. Kills coming across Xfero, getting tucked just on the opposite side of our somewhat default
30
plant
seconds
spot.
left.
Do they get a sense of this? Oh no, Flipshutter actually swinging out, finds one. Stax eventually does manage to flush through, finds him. EJ with the classic, finishes the job. Now 30 health remaining. Knocked down even lower. It flushed out by a nicely placed bite. Mako be able to finish it. So 3 weapons going to be retained. All of the Phantoms recollected here. DRX now move up 2-1.
And they still got to buy up given how they won the 2nd round, so not too big a deal. Still impressive from how RRQ was actually able to hold the site, but this is the classic DRX take. We have that cascade up, we push in, and then we're looking for a spot to plant in. The default was clearly blocked off by Xfero in that moment, and I think that's something I'm curious to see if he'll try and attempt again, just to deny spike plants. But now, aggressive take from RRQ. Elmi Moore, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of damage, but certainly not ideal just to be able to get the turret set up.
They do fall back, and now they have that position in place, a presence in place. DRX, they could go back to aggress onto this, but at the same time, RQ pushing on opposite end. EJ getting a little bit more information. DRX are clearly just holding this default and trying to punish any potential mistakes RQ might make. But so far, not too hefty.
Yeah, flash over the top. Comes up from Flipshutter trying to spot him. And oh man, Elmi Moore with a great headshot. Since they find nothing, they start the rotate now over to be Seekers as well as the Reckoning going to be thrown in. Elmi Moore spamming out back hall. Still low on HP, 2G forced off the angle. Elmi Moore, oh, he's just sprinting across! But how does he get those kills? RB and Stax left dead on the ground, the spike stranded. Buzz on the flank, managing to find one. But Elmi Moore with some of the most unbelievable spray that I've
30
seen.
seconds left.
He just got them right back into this round. Buzz and Mako, two clutch players in their own right, now needing to try to close this out. A 2v4.
Placing swarm grenade.
Nano across, flip shutter, clears it, doesn't even have to back away. Buzz goes in, finishes off the low HP member, but now there's just 14 seconds remaining. Mako not gonna be able to find the kill. Buzz gets one, grabs the spike. Needs to try to go for the plant, with the swing out, getting ready to come through, and they will cut him down to size. And somehow, some way, RRQ pick up the round.
Make sure to follow my
Achilles, you asked for it. You wanted good Valorant. This is good Valorant. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how it happens, but precise gunplay. He finds that first shot. Off to the second.
I mean, that is just...
The one on the right is just unbelievable. I don't know if it's luck or...
That's just like Stacks getting punished by his opponent's movement. The shot goes so far to the right.
It's like tiny bits of... it looked like movement error, right? But still, an incredible shot nonetheless. Now RQ getting the confidence to push out again. DRX hears the footsteps and they completely back off.
I mean, if there's one way to tilt the hell out of DRX, winning a round like that.
Here.
That being said, though, funny, still
Yeah, it's
good going into this round.
We still have our ultimates to work with as well. On RRQ's side, Elmimore looking for the same angle, just tapping away into this. DRX has managed to sneak past, and this means they could potentially push up, just take a bit more space on towards B. Maybe a B split push. They can take flips.
I like this unorthodox placement of that Nano Swarm actually right into the cubby. Looks like it does get spotted though, obviously, you know, increased reveal range now. Lockdown gonna be used as Flip tries to hold the door. Finds one, Buzz answering back to get the other. Lockdown used over towards Link, and that's gonna force them out of the sight. And looks like, yeah, everybody will just about be able to exit to safety.
Good bit of pressure. EJ on the other side of A main. You have 30 seconds left. What I'm curious about is if they actually push in through Arts, can EJ do anything? Will we have rotations from Elmimore to catch them by timing? Maybe not so much.
You'll hear the footsteps. I believe he just got into draw distance, so now the rest of the team going to be very privy to this. EJ trying to see if there's going to be anybody split away. Should get a sense that this is the full 4 players here onto the site. The updrafts available. Oh, the Cove, he's got to rush into it, and he's not quite going to be able to interrupt it, an RB! Oh no, he draws down an EJ! He lets the kill slip right out from beneath his fingers. 2G now having to try to breach this position. Everybody stacked up here on Secret. Foxy9 good for the headshot, and what looked like a very winnable round is now just drifted away. There's nothing more that Elmimore can do.
Has to save. Oh my God. The stars aligned. Everything was in place, but just by sheer, I don't know, timing or a tiny bit of movement coming out from DRX, that kill was not meant to be.
A little bit sooner, getting the elimination. That spike doesn't go down. DRX would have been left in a scramble with so few seconds remaining in the round, but EJ letting the pressure get to him a little bit in the moment. He's unable to find it. And that means that DRX now take the lead once more, 3-2.
It's a good attempt from RRQ. We had the lockdown. They had the timing. They knew where DRX were headed towards. Even pushing out from Flower as well, Secret at the right time. It's just, like you talked about it, sometimes it's that pressure. As much as Valorant is, you know, a mechanical game, precise gunplay, sometimes it's mental.
I mean, look, at the same time, you're trying to shoot RB. We've seen it so many times in the past. This guy is just like Neo. He knows how to dodge bullets. His movement, the way that he jumps and twists his body, he just somehow completely avoids them. Seems like he can avoid knives just as easily.
Flips. Trying to find something. They are in pistols. Just a little weapon, anything could be huge for RRQ, but DRX are so disciplined that they're not going to give that up.
And they've read this well to avoid the rifle that was retained. Not a purchase hero, but you know, the carryover hero for Elmimore. Okay, Mako swings in alongside Buzz and frankly saves his rear. Flip Shutter, love to try to push that wall and get the pick. Instead, we'll try to move out on this side, but there's a Cove that also denies vision. gets in front of the high tide. Continues on the push. Not watching for it yet, but now the crossfire comes in. Stacks peels for Foxy. Mako in the meantime. He's out of here in mid, and they have the turn to play contact. So unfortunately for Xfaro, even that timing that looks so good ends up getting upset. Army Mort finding two, tries to stabilize for the third. Not the beat. DRX now 4-2.
We've seen that lineup from Mako before, and this is when DRX really just doesn't want to let anything up. Not even going on the aggressive just because RRQ are in an eco. That's the respect that's being paid to both teams right now. Seeing as it comes down to it though, still, Elmemore made it close. I mean, this guy's been popping off.
Oh, yeah. I mean, frankly, even in a loss, Elmemore, MVP candidate.
Yes, yes.
It's been a bit of a monster here. Now, timeout obviously called. RRQ not wanting this to slip away. They know what DRX can do, what they have done on this map in the past when they start getting a lead. Like I said, only Talon have been able to take more than 5 rounds off of DRX on the opposing side of this map that I can think of, at least in recent history.
In recent history, for sure. I mean, if you remember how they actually did it, of course, you know, we're talking about Talon, the team in 9th place in our Pacific standings, but they were really trying in that map. They actually figured out a way to, we'll allow DRX to take B. What we're gonna do instead is to wrap them around from behind, all the way from the back of B long. And although DRX tried to stick them to themselves in that firefight, they weren't able to hold it off against Talon's firepower. And that could be something that RRQ could try, but this is a very different composition.
I want to clarify my statement so people don't call me an idiot. Aside from the losses, it's been clean. You know, obviously they dropped it to Cloud9. They dropped it to Loud. I misremembered the Cloud9 one. I will admit that. They got bodied on that map, and then they fired back. But in their wins, other than Talon, they have not given over more than 5.
Yeah. Regardless of the specifics, I mean, DRX still definitely, without a doubt, incredibly strong showings all around. And now, just quickly in towards the A side.
He's so blind, but Elmemore with the covering fire. Saves him, and Flipshiner actually not even taking too much damage, but Buzz does find the punish. Sight opened up, and Stacks catching Xfaro. Well, they go ahead, avoid these Reckoning stuns coming out. Buzz backing off of Art. Flipshiner goes sniffing forward, trying to catch him on this flank. He knows he's in this position, but Buzz, he's setting up for some lineups.
Yes,
not just Mako can do this. I've got it too.
Swarm grenade out here.
All right.
Sends the pop, rotate through. Flipshiner not reading this at all, and now he's going to go for another one. It's not needed, however, because the save call has been sounded. EJ with the operator desperately wants to hold on to this, so RRQ just going to be tucking away over on the B site. DRX going to be stretching the lead now by 3 rounds.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I mean, the reason why, Achilleos, this is such a strong map, a strong showing for DRX, a strong side, it's because of this set play. You have what it takes to just take down the A side. Maybe it's just Foxy dashing in. Maybe he doesn't get the most kills. Maybe he doesn't get the first bloods this time around. But he does create that space for his team, and that's what his job is. Now they get the spike down, you have this lineup all the way from mid. Do you realize how much time it takes for RRQ just to deal with that one player? It's so much. It's such a strong strategy.
DRX in lineups. Some might say, oh, line up Larry. Oh, there's a cringe play. But it gets results, and you can't deny that. Now, though, speaking of some easier lineups, we'll head over towards the B side, where EJ does get stunned by the dog. Dashes to the side, doesn't get hit. Reckoning, though, let loose. RB looking to flush them off the site. Foxy 9 into the hall, catching Xfaro. Akil found the plant coming through. Spamming desperately, trying to figure out where it is, but the Cove is also there to protect. 2GE falls to the wayside at the same time.
It's 2 bubbles just blocking everything, allowing for the safest plant ever. Despite 2GE and Xfero's efforts, it's just not going to happen. I don't think you can retake these. You're definitely probably going to try with a Sheriff and a Stinger. but
well, can't find it there, but Flipshider with the stinger. It gets the one.
Enemy remaining.
There's a chance at a second, but can't make it happen. Once again, EJ is going to have to try to save it. RB, I mean, he wants to get the kill. They want to take this weapon out of his hands, and Stack suddenly in a position to maybe make it happen. EJ with a good read, however. There's the Cloudburst down, and okay, Stacks will fall at the same time. So EJ just getting a couple extra charges towards that Blade Storm here.
I like that.
But he's unable to stop the rounds from continuing to get racked up by DRX.
Perhaps not. Still, fun little Cloudburst play just to distract and allow Stacks to think that he was looking the other way. But this is DRX. This is the classic DRX that we've been seeing throughout the entire VCT Pacific, especially on this map. They have those rounds in the lead. They know that RRQ are on Eco, and they are confident enough that they just rush in. They have 4 ultimates to work with in this round as well.
I mean, so far, just given the scoreline, gotta say, what a turnaround from Stacks. After some rough times on Haven as well as Split. Very much the one who's rallying back.
Making all the right calls still. Now just buying time. RQ all arrived on site.
Got your trail.
Okay, Seekers to go forward. Really clear them out. Foxy dashing in, and oh, he just gets the catch onto EJ. Take it down, looking for a little bit more. The counter Seekers now coming through into the cove. Elwin Moore can take it down, but not before he finds RB. 2GE now up over the top. Finds the shot into the smoke. Down Stacks. Stuck it back, Halls. He actually gets detained. Uh-oh. Is this a bait? Either way, Flipshider needs to get something done. And Foxy just not getting caught by that one. Finds a third. DRX find a 7th. The momentum is fully on their side.
Thought it might be a bait. It could have been, but still, I have to say, I mean, with 2G being subbed in now, despite the utility being good, being decent, it does slow DRX's push down outside of B-Long. He always throws that high tide just to cut B-Long in half, slow them down as they push in. The frags haven't been good. TRX always get to overrun B site, always get to overrun Halls, whether it's the Reckoning or the Lockdown. Now they're back onto A.
Oh boy, this is going to be a hell of a crunch. Around the back side goes Xparrow. And 6 feet under the 3 players of RRQ. Just trying to up the tempo, get a read on the situation, but DRX just better prepared, better equipped.
Yeah. Firepower in their hands. DRX feeling extremely confident to just go for every duel that they're seeing right now.
Timing! It's a Shakespearean tragedy. As RB on the hunt tries to get the shorty kill and Elmi Moore. Okay. I mean, look, I'm here for it. He's been delivering. Even so, converting this into a round win. Far Cry hope. Nothing else. He wants to push. Trying to take some weapons away, but
oh my God.
At this point, there's no real hope of breaking the economy of DRX. It's just too damn strong. 1 HP, and yeah, Foxy barely needs to line it up to be able to finish that one off. 8-2 now in the half with seemingly no end in stop. DRX just plowing on.
That's now 6 rounds in a row for DRX. We talked about it. They're confident even with this push. We thought it was going to be crunch time, but no. Instead, it's going to be soggy cereal because DRX were prepared for this push. They knew exactly how to deal with that. Maybe it's the footsteps that they heard that gave them a tell, but despite that, Elmimore still looking very much alive.
That he is. There's a pulse.
Sometimes
Jay.
you need
up again. Dog gonna be cleared. Starts pushing forward, but Foxy is just watching for it. He says, yeah, I play Jet. I know what you're gonna do. And it's the up-team ult here from RB as Foxy. Elmi Moore looking a little bit whiffy. Foxy finds the kill. 2GE dead. And that leaves just Xparrow with no cash. And a Phantom to try to get something done here. Push out of the smoke, and RB says, nah, you're not keeping anything. Nope. 9-2 DRX. They continue to just absolutely beat down RRQ here in this final map.
It looks nigh impossible to stop DRX's attacking side on this map. Again, same classic push. The cascade out, we take a bit of space. Even with EJ trying to disturb them a little, poke at them a little with this operator, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I don't know if, about EJ's op on this map at this current moment because of that cascade. It's blocked off so much. Now we're back onto the A site. And RRQ playing a little bit more slow. XRO trying to push out.
I mean, could just say tucked away. Looks like that's going to be the call. He's got Flip Cutter nearby here. It's the flash, not going to spot anything. EJ with the updraft. Late Storm peek through that art window. Also not identifying any targets. So now, blades out the double swing, and it's going to be Foxy who's good for the shot.
I kind of know what that looks like too. Soul player being deleted. It's getting a little bit too antsy. Now the coordination's starting to fall apart for RRQ. DRX on the other hand, everything's online. Every player doing their job, watching all these angles. All we have to do, the same beat execute. Can Elmimore actually hold this back? They have some ultimates to work with. RRQ, the lockdown, the Cosmic Divide, maybe a bit of a retake play?
I've got your trail.
Here we go again. The B side take. Sliggy is excited about this one. This Ghost Stream. Seeker's going to be cleared out. Elmimore over towards Link. We're going to get rid of those. A lot of vision denied away. Is Foxy going to go pushing through? He catches Xparrow. And now he's trying to rotate out. 3 players detained though on the side of the DRX. There's one cleared up. There's the second. Mako providing some covering fire as RB is trying to hide. He's around the backside of holes and somehow he has survived. Now gets the catch on to one. EJ will also fall, and it just felt like that was the best possible opportunity to detain on the 3. And those are the only 2 kills that they're able to get, unfortunately, as RB survives, and we get a 10-2 half. DRX clearly woken up after split, during split, I should say, and they are looking to shut RRQ down once and for all.
That's right. Even Foxy's finding kills. Stacks on the top. Buzz doing everything. And in all of these dire situations, when it seems like it's almost a victory for RRQ, Mako comes in. The Viper Spit just to protect his teammates. What a tank. And now 10-2 at the end of the first half. Man, this pistol is, I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, even winning it, there's such a staggering run back ahead of you. And if RRQ, look, if they could manage it, it would go down as probably one of the greatest run backs, if not the greatest run back that we have seen. Going from this deficit against a team of DRX's caliber, given what they've been able to achieve against, tougher opponents on the international stage, yeah, I think you'd have to say that this would be a new record set by RRQ, but it just feels like such a faint thought, a whisper on the wind.
That's right. I don't know if I can hear that, Achilleos. We're just taking a look at statistics again. These might just be numbers. RRQ did have a better half against DFM's attacking side on Pearl, but at the same time, DRX has shown that they are strong on both sides. 60% win rate on the defensive side. Now they're going to play that. We saw how Buzz performed last week. We saw how he did against Gen G. The way that he uses his utility just for extra bits of map presence, the way that he falls back bound by bound, leap by leap, it's really difficult for attacking teams to find a little gap.
Slaps again. Is saying something about having to go to school tomorrow on the sign. His previous one was saying, if you put us on camera, I'll hit my friend.
Oh.
So, decided to do it again.
Thank you for translating, Achilleos. You're all right.
When I can, when it's possible, which is very rarely. But this is everything now for RRQ.
What I can do. But yes, everything for RRQ. This pistol round, even if they win it, right? I mean, if they can win it, that's how we start things.
Push forward. Orb going to be grabbed. Seems like they want to prioritize Flip Cutter being able to get this. Seekers online. Meanwhile, Spike being brought over here towards B. The usual arrangement.
Toxic screen is available. We're not gonna make any noise, but Stacks definitely with the jump peek probably information gained. It's a bit of a B split setup, but RB's aware of this. So are Stax and Foxy 9.
They make their presence known now. Better having to back away. Foxy 9.
Oh no.
Oh, right here on the flank. EJ's still gonna be good for one, but Foxy, he's good for two. If there's anything you can do, I can do better. Gets the 2x, flip shot and out, 37 health. This is surely the home dwindling. RB will find Xparrow. They'll go ahead and just spam through the wall. Foxy with 3. DRX now with 11 rounds total. Another pistol round victory collected by them.
Not to mention, I mean, now they get to buy up, and seeing as what they might be able to, what they might purchase. This is now potentially match point, a 12-2. If they can end it off 13-2, that would be the fastest, I think, map that we've seen so far. RRQ,
careful.
I don't know if they still have that fight left in them, but we have to give them that support.
Careful.
I'm surprised that we don't see the full investment, but it looks like RRQ at the end of the day will be tending to try to play for the draw so they can get the momentum moving here. Still, though, quite a bit of expenditures here. It's only more down to 800.
Firepower on the side, confidence and space. DRX are taking what they can get. RRQ, on the other hand, slowly, surely inching forward, just looking for a tiny win. The alarm bot in their face, though.
Right on the opposite side of that wall, too. And they're not ready for it. Pump flash goes out. RB, okay, well, just spray and pray. Hold it down. Buzz and RB. Picking up 2 apiece. Melvin Moore sat here at A main saying, guys, what in the hell just happened over there? And they have every inclination, every right to expect that he is going to be sat here at A main because they have him completely and utterly surrounded.
Slowly get into it, but nah, it's not gonna happen. Still, we're expected to see good Valorant, and we're seeing incredible, perfect Valorant again from DRX. The timeout being called now by RQ. Their one chance to try whatever they might. 2-12. I don't know.
Look, at this point, I think we can kind of move away from the conversation about the run back, the miracle run to get them into OT. If it happens, obviously, fans will be blown. But I think from here, it's about capping off this series in a little bit more of a respectable way. You know, you don't want to go out, as so many teams have previously, where you take a map off of DRX and then you get the ever-loving hell beat out of you in the final map.
Yeah, remember Talon. Still, so far with this defensive side, I mean, DRX are now confident. They know they can take risks. You have to anticipate the fact that they might be able to actually push out, push up, find bits of space. We saw it with the cascades, with the walls. And then RRQ might be caught by surprise. There's so much to consider. Thoughts in their heads. The fan sign still.
I didn't catch it.
I think there's one for RB.
Wow.
But here's one for the desk. I mean, take a look at this scoreline that we've got. How many rounds in a row is that since round 5 for DRX? I'm not even gonna.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah. Well, okay. It's about 8. Yeah.
And now they're looking to finish the job. Another purchase back in the hands of RRQ. The pressure.
Guardian.
They push forward. I mean, surely EJ's not going to be the one to swing out in the lane.
That's an interesting side.
Yeah, I mean, gets a decent amount of cutoff here.
A lane control. We bypass that alarm bot. Surely we know it's there.
RB just backing away. Here's the position over. Buzz letting loose with the nano swarms. Just trying to dissuade them from getting their way forward here onto the site. They do make their way in though. Nope. Shots flying. EJ trying to catch him. Swing onto the corner, and it's going to be RB taking down the enemy jet. 2GE. Tagged up just a bit. It's apparently able to find one.
Look at Flips.
Brings it down to a 4v4, and yeah, as you say, Flip Shutter, he's trying to go for this deep flank, but it is only with a Guardian, and they're losing out on a couple extra members. Now Elmy Moore going to be taken down. Buzz here on the corner, flips, able to find one. Foxy swapping over to the Frenzy, gonna be good for a kill. The spray down through the orb. Sparrow finds the kill. Pop flash, but it doesn't get the coverage.
Oh, he's
doesn't get the
taking
blind. It just sat here
No!
into the smoke, and they're just going to hold it for the defuse. 2 players left alive. It does not matter. Sax is on his feet, beckoning on the cheers from the audience. As they make a statement, they say, all right, you made us bleed. You pushed us. You took a map away from us. But no one, not yet, does anybody get the topple DRX.
Not Gen G, not Paper Rex. Came close. Gen G took 1 map off. RRQ takes 1 map off. But DRX stays on top. 13-2.
And as you can see, I think relatively the spirit's still remaining quite high for RRQ. And I think that they should. Because coming into this series, you know, there was basically nobody having expectations for them to be able to take this. I mean, obviously, you throw a Hail Mary prediction their way, and then they start running with it. They take away Haven, a map that DRX has not lost on so far here in 2023, but they have always looked fairly dominant on. And then they also play a fairly close split. And it does unfortunately feel like RRQ needed to have that 2-0 closeout in order to make this possible. But at the end of the day, DRX, they just have a lot more experience with these longer series in high-stakes situations when that pressure is mounting against you. They're able to persevere here at the very end.
I mean, the international experience, Termi's lineage, I mean, everything from DRX, these guys have done it all. And they know exactly how to play pro. Again, I'm just going to talk about it. This is one of their strongest maps now. Nobody has taken them down yet. Maybe pushed to certain limits, but that's about it. Yep. It was certainly impressive that RRQ were able to challenge them on split a little bit closer than before, even taking down their Haven, but still.
DRX clearly, after the 2 losses on Pearl over at Lock-In, they took that very personally. And they very much worked to course correct it, and they have. And the team will go ahead and get their photos after I think it was a much more stressful evening than they might have anticipated. Again, I think that people are going to say, wow, RRQ couldn't get it done. They choked at the last map. I don't think that should be the storyline here. I think we should be singing their praises for being able to push DRX as hard as they possibly could, given the expectations, given their own match history and scoreline coming into this series, because this was tighter than we could have ever anticipated.
I mean, remember those rounds where Elmimore had maybe like a little bit of a lucky shot perhaps, but also with those Sheriff, that was pure skill. You have to credit this guy for being this one shining light on the team. I mean, he's got flanks, he also has the aim, and at the same time, his teammates are here to support him sometimes. Yeah. We have seen some crazy plays from EJ.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that you could put a spotlight on most people on the side of RRQ and say, you know what, they had some good times. MN as well, as he came in for split, playing that Sky. Plenty of highlight plays, was one of the players that was helping keep them in that map, keep it so competitive, picking up those 10-round wins that they were able to get. EJ had his moments, Flipshider, Xfaro as well, like just across the board. Everybody, especially on Haven, had their moment in the spotlight for the side of RRQ. They continue to look better and better as time goes on. It's just unfortunate that they're not able to quite, scoop up this win, because it would have been such a monumental victory for them, such a cataclysmic upset to be able to be the first ones to take down DRX when you don't have those expectations set on you. But if nothing else, no team should be walking away from this series and underestimating RRQ in the future, because they have shown that they can contend with the top teams.
Yeah, I mean, even you see these rounds where DRX actually takes it slow against RRQ because there is that respect that's being paid.
Yeah.
RRQ, our team that's not to be trifled with, given time, I think, they have the potential to just push themselves even further. But still, I think DRX always on top. You always have to credit Mako, Buzz, Stacks on this map, I think, especially. Foxy9, I think, definitely had a little bit of a rougher showing in the first 2 maps, but you have to say that he did his job in creating space.
He did, and I think this was probably the roughest performance, at least on the first 2, that we have seen from Foxy, because we've been praising him how comfortable he's been on this stage from the outset, coming in and finding impact, but this was definitely a bit of an off timing for him, just finally coming alive at the end of Pearl there, and really being able to be a solid side anchor as well and just stop those attacks from coming through from RRQ. But yeah, I mean, I think this is one that DRX they might put under the microscope a little bit and say, okay, how did we let this get away from us? Why were we playing so off at the beginning of this series? But for RRQ, I think as well, plenty of things to take away from this and just roll forward into that next series so that you can make sure that you do win it. You can keep racking up these wins. Make sure that you are going to have that potential stretch to get into the playoffs.
I think it's not just for RRQ at the same time, or even DRX, because there's so much game tape to be studied just from these 3 maps today. We've watched on Haven or Split, the way that they rotated around. Both sides, both teams really tried to crack their heads and figure out the strategy to just take down the other team. And I think RRQ did well, but at the same time now, DRX.
Yeah, I mean, they gave us a much later night than we could have ever anticipated. It seemed like we were going to be out of here, 9:30, something like that. And even after the first map, I was like, oh, maybe we're going to get out early because it's, RRQ walking away with the 2-0. But a very entertaining series the whole way throughout. But that's going to do it for myself and Quack, because now we're going to throw down to the stage because we have Stack standing by for an interview.
The winning never stops. I'm here on stage with Stacks of DRX. Congratulations!
Thank you.
Yeah, all your fans are here today for this match, and 6 wins in a row. What an amazing match you had today. I mean, how was your overall view of today's match? 오늘 경기 6연승을 이제 달리셨는데 오늘 총평 부탁드립니다.
일단은 정말 어려운 경기였고 일단은 그래도 이겨서 다행이라고 생각하고 기분 좋습니다.
Yeah, it was a tough match today, but I'm really relieved that we won and really happy for it. Okay, and also RRQ was playing quite differently today, like confusing the players and aggressive play went on. So how do you feel about RRQ? 오늘 RRQ가 조금 다른 방식으로 좀 공격적인 면도 있었고 좀 선수들을 많이 혼란스럽게 하는 플레이를 보였어요. 이거 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 저렇게 하고 있는 건 알았는데 제가 사실 이제 퍼시픽 리그가 시작하기 전부터 RRQ가 약팀이라고 저는 생각을 안 하고 있었거든요.
맞아요.
저는 그래서 그거에 맞게 좀 더 집중해서 했고 그게 이제 2세트, 3세트 때 나왔던 것 같아서 다행이에요.
I mean, we already knew about their play style, but we never underrated them. So I think today was a nice match. And for today's match, it went a lot closer than expected. So how did your team try to turn the tide? I mean, map 3 was completely amazing. 오늘 조금 좀 치열한 경기가 펼쳐졌는데 특히 맵 3에서 완전 점령을 해버렸잖아요. 어떻게 이렇게 역전을 할 수 있었는지 그 키포인트가 있을까요?
그냥 이 맵 때 뭔가 이제 갑자기 제가 하던 식으로 하면 되네? 라고 생각해서 그냥 쟤네들이 뭐 하는지도 일단은 생각도 안 했고 저희 할 것만 하니까 쟤네들이 다 따라와줘서 이긴 것 같아요.
So like at map 2, I kind of like found my pace again, and we like went over all and try to win till the end and got to map 3. 그리고 이제 we see like DRX having good communication with your fans, doing the D-log and the content slab. The fans are really appreciating it. So any message to them? 또 이제 DRX가 팬들과 소통을 되게 활발히 해줘서 팬분들이 정말 감사해하고 있잖아요. 또 이렇게 팬분들께 메시지 남겨주시죠.
일단 팬분들 일단 진짜 늦은 시간까지 게임 3렙 가서 죄송하고요. 일단은 그래도 재밌는 경기 보여드렸다고 생각을 해서 저는 다행이라고 생각하고 다음에도 응원을 해주시러 오셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, fans, for being here for the lead time. We went to map 3, but we all enjoyed playing the match. And thank you again. And I hope you keep rooting for us for the whole match. Okay, so thank you for the interview. Let's continue the victory. Vamos.
Vamos.
Let's go back to you, Victoria. Oh yeah, fans, don't miss DRX and RRQ signing event coming up. So bye-bye.
Yeah, you don't want to miss that fan meet. And but so ends match 29 of VCT Pacific, with DRX continuing to play perfect Valorant, at least in that last map.
Listen, the
Pearl.
fake comebacks do not discriminate across region, okay? They happen in every region, and RRQ brings it home to bring the fake comeback here. Here in some of these maps, obviously on Split, they tried to make it happen. They weren't able to really make it happen. And here, I mean, obviously the comeback never even started here. But at the end of the day, DRX, I mean, same fashion against Gen G as well, right? I mean, they kind of had a rough going in the first 2 maps, and they say, okay, well, Pearl, we know how to play Pearl. And they go 13-4. This time it's 13-2.
It was... I don't know, it's too bad we ended on a note like this. Overall, though, I do feel like this is very good news for RRQ. you can beat DRX in a game, that is a big signal to everybody else in the region. And of course, you know, we're really just getting started here in Valorant. Okay, this is still a very young game, still a very young esport, and we know all good games, they age like a fine wine. So I'm excited for the future here for RRQ.
Yeah. I do wonder a bit about, you know, the stamina. DRX, we were talking a bit about this, you know, we were wondering if RRQ was just losing that stamina and that win, because DRX has long games.
Yes.
And they know how to play that long
Yeah,
game.
I mean, they've played so many nail-biting series across all of VCT, right, at international tournaments, and some of their games in past Challengers Korea matches as well. So I think they've had some of the best, I guess, practice in that scenario. And this happens a lot with the quote-unquote weaker teams, where they just haven't had the experience to showcase multiple maps and go all the way to the very end. And we see that again and again here in Pacific. But now, how does this change across the weeks and across the years and the months, right? I mean, RRQ, now you're starting to get some of these reps in. Maybe that'll change in the future.
Yeah. Well, there was a really fun round. It was during a Killjoy lockdown, and things could have gone awry for DRX, and then it didn't.
Yeah, let's bring this up. So we're taking a look at Mako's play here. You see the lockdown has already started because RRQ senses the entry is happening. And look at Mako. He purposely waits for a bit longer because he's calculating the time to put up his pit, leave it to let the toxins run down while he avoids the lockdown. His teammates stay in sight to just make sure they don't entirely flood the pit all on their own. And then he comes back just in time to be able to take over the pit. And if you take a look at the minimap, he's still dancing around the outside here. Right, and just to manage the toxins at the very edge while avoiding some of these, you know, close quarter battles because he doesn't have full information. So he's just communicating with his teammates who are detained, and he has that distance perfectly calculated to get back into the pit. And again, this is why we praise him so much. It's this kind of decision-making that's just impressive.
Yeah, it was a beautiful play by Mako, but on top of that, there's so much trust in that team to let that play out the way it did. And, you know, that's just how DRX rolls and why they are undefeated at this very moment. Now let's talk about the final round.
Yeah, let's go into this.
This was the closing round.
We were saving our highlight for maybe a moment where we would see RRQ come back. Unfortunately, this one is going to be us witnessing the twilight of the final moments in this best of three. We see right now we've got RRQ just trying to secure this. The spike is ticking away one by one. We see DRX beginning to pick off the remaining players. They're shut down. Flip comes in from the side, takes Stacks out. Xpharaoh gets the elimination onto Buzz. Now we see the defuse start here, and this is what was kind of cool. For a second, it looked like Flip was going to get it, but shots just over the shoulder. He can't find the target, and then Foxy9 comes in there, cleans that out. The defuse occurs, and the rest is history.
Yeah. I mean, DRX must have had a lot of fun. You know, even Stacks didn't seem ruffled too much about RRQ's strong showing. You know, it's kind of nice to challenge the Giant, right? They're kind of like the final boss that no one's defeated completely yet. But, you know, major kudos to RRQ in that.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to the fact that, I mean, DRX's Haven, we know it's good, but we've seen now since lock-in that it has, people have started to figure it out. And I think they're maybe just kind of testing the water still of, okay, how far can we push the limits? RRQ did their homework. I think that's more credit to RRQ.
Yeah.
And as Stack said, I mean, they felt comfortable with the next two maps. So all credit to DRX as well.
Yeah. Now, we've been highlighting Foxy9 a lot over the last couple of weeks as our key player, but today I think we have someone else we would love to highlight and bow down to, and that would be Buzz.
Yeah, he played so well, especially in some of the early games here, especially in Split early on. We were talking about RRQ maybe being able to take this whole thing, but he was getting, what, up to like 11, 13 kills or something like that just within the first couple rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at his stats right now for Puro specifically. Even here, his KDA overall, obviously the assists adding on to that, but quite a high number where he's able to really help clean house. Now, in-game, Foxy9 still tops the charts, and I think, again, we talk about impact kills. It was a lot more impactful this time. He was able to combat EJ a lot as well when DRX were attacking. But Buzz, again, just showing that consistency where he says, if I'm playing, you know, the roles I'm comfortable with, I'll be able to kind of hold the line for DRX while the rest of the team can come up and perform to their peak potential.
That's right. And for that same reason, we've decided that Buzz is probably our MVP for today.
Absolutely.
Whether he is Killjoy or Raze or any role that he's been playing today,
I mean,
he's been solid.
And here's the thing: these numbers, they've actually been somewhat tarnished because of his rough Haven play, right? I mean, he had a rough go on a map 1, and then he still puts up numbers like these overall just through Split and Pearl. And you gotta give credit to it. I know a lot of fans, both in Korea and internationally, were just kind of questioning, oh, is Buzz starting to kind of falter again? He's been shaking in the past, but you know, maybe we gotta say RRQ just had a good read on Haven, right? That's not on Buzz, and when he gets back in form, he's still a great player as ever.
DRX, again, an all-star team. I like the way that you said it, William. I think that it was really about RRQ having a very good strategic read on the map and playing that out very well. But when it comes to individual fights, and I don't know, man, DRX is just so good. And you're right, Buzz definitely pulled it together there at the very end.
Yeah. Now, their next matchup, RRQ, is going to be going against Global Esports, who also had an amazing showing. And actually, they did win against Gen G today. But this is going to be a fun matchup, I think, because both of them were just on point today.
Well, yeah, the performances they put up today, and because Global Esports gets that upset against Gen G, but at the same time RRQ wasn't able to get the upset against DRX, they're now both tied 2-4.
Yeah.
They're barely right outside that playoff mark on the standings. And so that means that head-to-head is really kind of going to be an important match for both teams to decide their own fates, or at least have a chance to decide their own fates to go into playoffs.
Yeah, there's so much potential for both of those teams there. And for DRX, they'll be facing up. In fact, let's pull up the standings as it is. DRX is going to be facing off DFM. So DFM has 0 wins at this moment. DRX has all, you know, it's like number 1 versus number 10.
Yeah, it's the very top versus the very bottom. I've said this a couple times before, but I think it's worth repeating. I mean, Detonation Focus Me, they have improved. They had a really great showing yesterday. No, they didn't win the best of 3, but they did look to be the strongest version of themselves. And maybe they can take a game, even if they can make it close against DRX. I think that's worth being excited about.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like we were talking about, the playoff potential for RRQ now, because their next matches are Global Esports and then Talon and Paper Rex, it's not entirely in their control, but there is some control, right? Obviously, first and foremost, you would want to beat Global Esports and then ideally also beat Paper Rex to kind of create some sort of a tiebreaker scenario. Meanwhile, Global Esports has a bit of a better shot of controlling their own destiny in their next matches.
And tomorrow we've got Paper X versus Talon. Talon saw their first win last week, and you can see revitalized spirit for the Thai team. And they're just a great bunch of guys. And you know what? But so is Paper X. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. How are you expecting this to play out?
I mean, I think Paper X takes it, but our weaker teams have been catching up. It does seem like we're starting to see why they managed to make it this far. We had some real blowouts early on in the first couple weeks, but look, I'm always happy to be wrong. We make these predictions, but when I'm proven wrong, great. Right now, I've got my money on Paper X.
Yeah. Okay. How about you?
I mean, I think it's a battle of the whimsies right here between Paper X and Talon. Both teams known for their own unique style, very aggressive, kind of off the wall in many of their rounds. I mean, on paper, yes, if you had to choose, Paper X is the safer choice, right? They've always been a stronger team, even within their own region. But the big question is Talon. Can they continue this upwards trajectory? Because they finally started to show a similar look that they showed us at Lock-In. And I think if that Talon shows up, they could very well beat Paper X. I almost think this might be 50-50.
Yeah. I do think it's going to be very close tomorrow because Talon has, found their momentum the same way RRQ has. So you really don't know how tomorrow is going to go. At least I don't know. Heck, it could be Bind. It could be 3 duels versus 3 duelists.
Man.
With Talon,
let's go
Paper
Bind
X
and Yoru on both sides.
Yeah.
Fox versus Forsaken. Let's go.
Let's
That's
go
what
for
I
3
want.
binds. Let's see if that happens.
But I mean, when it comes to Talon and Paper X, it's going to be a wild game, and it'll be a great way to end Week 6. Myself, I'll be in the audience tomorrow rooting for both teams, quite frankly speaking, because I like both of them. But yeah, so we will see you guys tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action, Talon versus Paper Rex. Thank you so much for joining me on the desk today. We've got Tasteless and Will Cho. Have a good night, everyone. And good job, Southeast Asian teams.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. We are live in Seoul, South Korea. We are on Week 6 and inching closer and closer to playoffs. We've got Global Esports versus Gen G today. Let's go to the stage
finds the headshot with a defuse. It's being held. He's got to push the corner, and it's not going to be fast enough. Global to take away the pistol round win. Going, trying to kill a defender, and Meteor gets the no-scope. He swaps to the shorty. Finds Aaron. He's looking for a little bit more, but the knife is not going to get it done. Moss cleared. They're looking to flush him out of the spot. Can they get anything done? The double swing out, and Aaron will have it. Thrifty win. Bring them within 2. King stabilized. PS trying to read this one. Bassi good for 2 before getting taken out, so a little bit of damage dealt, but just a bit. The push. No! Texture finds 2, but Aaron, he finds the last 2 kills. PS and Meteor knocked out. It's a 13-8 scoreline yet again.
We just finished our first matchup of today, and now we're gonna have our second matchup of the day, DRX and RRQ. What is that? Is that a Harry Potter thing?
Yeah. Oh, he missed it! No!
He jinxed
It's the first missed high five / missed bump.
For the site. Arrow going to be good for 1. Foxy finding a second stack. Samako as well getting involved, but it's going to be stacked to the Chom. Just Buzz taken down. DRX will go ahead. The flash to GE. Mako going to be taken down as well. Is available, but it's not going to be necessary. 2 GE with 3 kills. Go ahead and take it out. Mako back finds the second. Easily done. He will be able to get that 4th kill in the end and a 4th round for DRX. Schneider, more rather. Ready for it, backside, spot 1, now there's a hold there, and Flipshider finds the elimination. Find 1, Foxy swapping over Frenzy, looking for a kill, the spray down, just sat here, into the smoke, and he's going to hold it for the defuse. You pushed us, you took a map away from us, get the topple DRX.